Welcome to the cultivation universe where everything abnormal is normal. And today's main character, Bai Xiaochun, is living proof. A young man who fears death more than the sky falling. A genius whose main talent is causing trouble. And also the only person who can make the entire sect want to beat him, protect him, and avoid him as much as possible. A will eternal, a cultivation story full of laughter. But beneath it is the emotional journey of a seemingly useless person who carries within him a will that can shake heaven and earth. If you want a story that's addictive from the first listen, humorous, touching, and extremely captivating, then this is the perfect choice. Now let's embark on a journey where just one thought is enough to shake eternity. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun, accompanied by 2,000 corpse puppets, charged forward. Ignoring the blood-red light before him, he led the 2,000 corpse puppets straight into the barrier. From a distance, it was a terrifying sight. The 2,000 ferocious corpse puppets retreated, and Bai Xiaochun ferociously charged forward, his tyrannical aura erupting, his entire body like a volcano about to explode. Boom! 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 A deafening explosion erupted, shaking the heavens and earth, causing immense tremors that shattered the surrounding structures. The blood-red barrier continuously vibrated and twisted, enduring for a few seconds before shattering into countless pieces, revealing the Chu family within. The Chu family was in utter chaos. Our Chu family has not violated any laws, nor have we offended you. So why are you doing this? By how you are abusing your power to settle personal vendettas. This will be known to the Grand Celestial Master, and the entire court of civil and military officials will know. You yourself will be in danger and will undoubtedly die. Fellow clansmen, let's all act together to stop this for a moment. Naturally, someone will come forward to punish this madman. The last words were roared by the young Marquis of the Chu family. As soon as he finished speaking, he retreated rapidly, charging straight towards the Heavenly Marquis Tower. Although not all clansmen agreed with the young Marquis's words, a portion of the elders and clansmen of the Chu family, filled with anger, flew out, charging straight towards Bai Xiaochun. Simultaneously, the Chu family servants also persistently flew towards Bai Xiaochun. There were quite a few of them, around 1,000, and in an instant they charged forward. The army of zombies behind Bai Xiaochun surged forward, slaughtering everything in their path. Screams of agony echoed, creating a terrifying scene. The Chu family members were unable to stop them, continuously spitting blood and retreating. Bai Xiaochun's cold, chilling words echoed in all directions. I am here to exact revenge. I will only kill 3 people. If anyone else wants to die, I will kill them too. Facing the Chu family members, Bai Xiaochun didn't care. Whether he killed them or not didn't matter. Initially, he only wanted to kill 2, Chu Wudo and his grandfather, Yao Liner. Now one more was added, the young Marquis. Bai Xiaochun stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the young Marquis, chasing after him at an incredibly fast speed. The young Marquis of the Chu family was terrified, his face pale. He sped to the limit, and just as he was about to enter the Heavenly Marquis Tower's vicinity, a glimmer of hope appeared. Bai Xiaochun's figure materialized, raising his right hand and delivering a punch to the young Marquis. This punch carried Bai Xiaochun's fury, a frenzied attack that seemed to tear through the void. The young Marquis screamed in agony, feeling an overwhelming sense of life and death, a feeling that the vast universe offered no refuge. Even his own family offered no security. He was now in a life-or-death situation. Father, save me! The young master of the Chu family trembled, letting out a mournful, desperate cry. A beam of light shot from the Heavenly Marquis Tower towards Bai Xiaochun, and immediately afterward, a cold and confident voice emanated from within. By how you dare to kill my son? Your sole servant will undoubtedly die. Inside the Heavenly Marquis Tower sat a middle-aged man with an extremely ugly appearance. Although he possessed half-step heavenly human cultivation, he wasn't considered strong. Only by relying on the Heavenly Marquis Tower could he infinitely increase his combat power to near heavenly human. Therefore, when he knew Bai Hao was attacking, even though he saw the protective light shield of his family collapse, he still restrained himself, not daring to step out of the Heavenly Marquis Tower. His heart was filled with hesitation and intense apprehension. He was not afraid of Bai Xiaochun, but of those corpse puppets, especially the silver-armored giant who was oppressing him and making it difficult to breathe. he still had a certain degree of confidence. After all, the more Bai Xiaochun acted like this, the more it proved how important his soul servant was to him. Therefore, he believed that the other party was chasing after his son to put pressure on him, or to use his son as leverage. Either way, he felt the other party wouldn't dare kill him. After all, he was a heavenly marquis. After all, this was the imperial city. After all, the other party was a supervisory envoy, and with the threat of a grand heavenly master above them. He believed that even though the other party was angry, they still had reason. Just by some time, Chu Wudo kept thinking, holding the jade slip for transmitting messages, constantly calling for help. Just as Chu Wudo felt he had the upper hand, Bai Xiaochun's eyes blazed red as he stared at the beam of light from the Heavenly Marquis Tower shooting towards him. He extended his right hand and punched. With a resounding explosion, this punch tore through the void. A storm erupted in all directions, and the young lord also stepped into the vicinity of the Heavenly Marquis Tower. The young marquis only had a mid-stage nascent soul cultivation, yet Bai Xiaochun's punch possessed combat power comparable to a half-step heavenly human. The young marquis was powerless to resist. A loud explosion rang out, a storm raged, and the young marquis screamed in despair. Before long, his body was swept away by the storm, his flesh and blood a blur. Boom! His body was torn into pieces. Even his nascent soul couldn't escape the storm's onslaught. It could be said that his body and soul were utterly annihilated. The beam of light from the Heavenly Marquis Tower was blocked by the silver-armored man, leaving him completely unharmed. By how? A frantic voice echoed from within the Heavenly Marquis Tower. Zhou Wudo stood up, his body trembling. You dare kill my heir. He never imagined Bai Xiaochun would be so decisive, showing no intention of compromise. This scene also caught the attention of the Chu family members. They trembled at the sight of Bai Xiaochun's frenzied behavior, their breathing heavy. They had heard rumors of Bai Xiaochun's ruthlessness before, but most didn't believe it. Now, seeing it firsthand, they felt utterly terrified. It wasn't just him. Outside the area where the 2,000 zombie puppets had sealed off the Chu family, Bai Xiaochun's actions were witnessed by countless others, many unconsciously gasping in fear. Killing the heir, this feud is settled. Since I entered Kuwang City, I've killed so few people that you dare to plot against me. Today, I not only want to kill him, I also want to kill you, Bai Xiaochun said coldly, taking a step forward, countless loud explosions engulfing the Heavenly Marquis Tower. As he approached, several beams of light shot towards Bai Xiaochun from within the tower, and at the same time, a phantom figure materialized on the tower. This illusory figure was one of the uses of the Heavenly Marquis Tower. Zhou Wudo had condensed his Dharma body, and after its appearance, it attacked Bai Xiaochun. The silver-armored giant and several zombies who were about to advance with Bai Xiaochun stopped in their tracks. They continuously retreated and scattered around, the leading silver-armored giant directly bombarding the ground. They began to sweep through the surrounding buildings, searching for the hiding place of Miao Linner's grandfather. Obviously, Bai Xiaochun's telepathic transmission didn't require the assistance of the puppet. The pressure, the madness, the anxiety, and the self-reproach he'd accumulated over the past month all needed to be released. Several beams of light shot towards Bai Xiaochun and exploded. Bai Xiaochun's eyes didn't blink, and his body didn't even sway as he charged forward at an incredibly fast speed, faster than lightning. His illusory figure raised his right hand and pointed. A raging storm appeared, sweeping across all directions. Zhou Wudo, his illusory figure, chanted a spell, and countless snakes appeared around him, emitting sharp hissing sounds as they attacked Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's expression remained unchanged. He raised his right hand, and a vortex appeared. As soon as it appeared, it formed a vacuum, seemingly devouring all the energy in the heavens and earth. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun's aura was absorbed by the vortex itself. He seemed to disappear, and behind him appeared an unparalleled figure. It was the immortal Emperor's fist. This was something even the mortal world woman would change color at. It was a punch that was almost infinitely close to the level of a celestial being. Such a punch descended. Its overwhelming power generated earth-shattering force. Darkness descended around Bai Xiaochun, spreading intensely, wanting to devour all light. Everywhere it passed, tremors occurred. The illusory figure of Zhou Wudo sensed the intense life or death danger. He shouted and chanted incantations, all the snakes merging to form a 100-gen-tall snake formation, attempting to block Bai Xiaochun's punch. Trying to stop Bai Xiaochun's immortal emperor's fist was like a grasshopper trying to stop a chariot. Boom! The giant serpent, hundreds of feet tall, roared mournfully, its body torn apart, its bones visible to the naked eye. With a bang, the serpent turned to dust, leaving nothing behind. The illusory image of Chu Wudo was terrified, shattered by the immortal emperor's fist. Not stopping there, another punch from Bai Xiaochun struck the Heavenly Marquis Tower, causing it to shake violently. Chu Wudo spat out blood, his face pale. He had spared no expense in reinforcing the Heavenly Marquis Tower. Double it again! A bright light flashed in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. He raised his right hand and punched down. A resounding explosion followed, and the immortal emperor's fist erupted again. Its power doubled. This time, the immortal emperor's fist generated terrifying darkness, condensing into a fist. Countless onlookers watched in horror as the massive fist slammed into the Heavenly Marquis Tower. The heavens and earth shook violently, and the imperial city trembled incessantly. After half a day, Bai Xiaochun's immortal emperor fist disappeared, but the Heavenly Marquis Tower still stood tall. Bai Xiaochun stood there, his face icy cold. Inside the tower, Zhou Wuda spat out fresh blood, aging countless times, as he laughed loudly. So what if a punch can rival a celestial being? My Heavenly Marquis Tower. While Zhou Wuda was speaking, he was suddenly interrupted by a creaking sound. He looked down in horror, his face drained of all color. He saw cracks appearing beneath his feet. Impossible, impossible! Zhou Wuda felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. The creaking sound continued, and the entire Heavenly Marquis Tower was covered in cracks. The cracks multiplied, and after a few seconds it collapsed. When the Heavenly Marquis Tower collapsed, the surroundings were eerily silent. The members of the Chu family all widened their eyes, their minds reeling as if struck by lightning. For a Heavenly Marquis family, the Heavenly Marquis Tower was the supreme symbol of their lineage. This tower was also the most important inheritance of the family, passed down through generations to their successors, thus ensuring the family's continued existence. Now, the Heavenly Marquis Tower had collapsed. Although this tower hadn't been moved to the savage wilderness after the first collapse of the Kui dynasty, it had guarded this place for thousands of years. This was too big, too unimaginable. They were all like this, not to mention the surrounding forces watching the Chu family. All gaping in astonishment, the Chu family's Heavenly Marquis Tower collapsed. Bai Hao dared to shatter the Heavenly Marquis Tower. Amidst the uproar, the Heavenly Marquis Tower collapsed. Chu Wuda spat out fresh blood, looking much older. He immediately flew into the air, but not to attack Bai Xiaochun, but to flee. He couldn't help but flee, because he was deeply shaken by Bai Xiaochun's punch. He didn't dare imagine if that punch could shatter the Heavenly Marquis Tower. He found it unimaginable, completely shattering his understanding. Outsiders only knew a thing or two about the Heavenly Marquis Tower, but he was the Heavenly Marquis. This tower belonged to him, and he understood the Heavenly Marquis Tower perfectly. He understood that the so-called Heavenly Marquis Tower wasn't created for the Heavenly Marquis, but rather, it was condensed by the city of the Emperor. To be precise, it was the city of the Emperor's own artifact. After all, the city of the Emperor had only revealed a part of itself. A very large part lay deep underground. The Heavenly Marquis Tower was merely its artifact, allowing a half-step heavenly human like the Heavenly Marquis to borrow power and unleash near-limitless combat power. As for the Heavenly Craftsman Tower, its power was even greater. This power would normally be limited, unless the Imperial Dynasty faced a life-or-death crisis. Otherwise, no one would be allowed to deplete it. The tower's solidity was such that no ordinary person could shatter it, even though it was only destroyed 1,000 years ago, when demigods were fighting each other. Even now, Chu Wudo couldn't believe the Heavenly Marquis Tower had collapsed. He couldn't figure out the reason, but he felt increasingly terrified. If it wasn't because of his cultivation, then his divine abilities must be special. What was the origin of that punch? Chu Wuda's face turned pale. He vaguely felt he had provoked someone he shouldn't have, an existence he couldn't resist. He fled without hesitation. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flashed with terrifying cold light. He didn't understand much about the Marquis Tower, nor did he feel that the collapse of the Heavenly Marquis Tower would generate such a powerful shockwave for Chu Wudo. His figure vanished immediately afterward. He flew away like lightning, instantly darting out. Suddenly, a vague figure appeared in the void at the border of the Chu family. This figure broke through the encirclement of the corpse puppets, moving stealthily. His speed was incredibly fast, seemingly wanting to escape this place immediately. "Finally, you've come out." Bai Xiaochun's eyes blazed with icy coldness, his voice freezing the heavens and earth. A earth-shattering killing intent erupted. The swirling vortex of energy enveloped his figure like a raging storm. The killing intent was overwhelming. Bai Xiaochun's attack on Chu Wudo was even more powerful than before. "You!" It was the old man, his eyes filled with terror. He was nearly dead from fear. Looking at the old man before him, the killing intent in Bai Xiaochun's eyes flared fiercely. In fact, when he arrived at the Chu family, he had already used his divine sense to lock onto this place. Even if the silver-armored man couldn't find the old man, Bai Xiaochun had already made a plan. The reason he killed the young Marquis was partly to vent his anger, and partly to intimidate Chu Wudo. He didn't want to prolong the situation too long. The key point was that this battle wasn't about killing, but rather Bai Xiaochun wanted to give Miao Liner's grandfather a chance to escape. He reasoned that if he couldn't find the opponent, then he had to do it decisively, making the opponent feel utterly enraged, thus giving the soul-refining master a chance to flee. Therefore, he acted so swiftly, directly using the immortal emperor's fist. In fact, his divine consciousness covered the entire Chu family, leaving no room for error, and he also had the corpse puppets setting up a grand formation. Because his location was sealed, the opponent would have to forcibly break through to escape, leaving behind traces. After witnessing the opponent's escape, Bai Xiaochun pursued, his divine sense enveloping the surrounding corpse puppets. His cultivation erupted, and the encirclement tightened. The silver-armored man and the corpse puppets unleashed their cultivation, engulfing the old man. At this moment, the heavens and earth, all directions, were completely sealed off like a celestial net, making escape impossible even for the old man with his special techniques. Not only him, but even Chu Wudo was forced to stop his escape, unable to get away. Facing this danger, Miao Liner's grandfather, H1 soul refining master, was also terrified. His eyes were filled with madness as he retreated, shouting at Bai Xiaochun, "Bai Hao, let me go. Otherwise, with the next surge of my divine sense, your soul puppet will be utterly annihilated." After he finished speaking, as if worried that Bai Xiaochun wouldn't believe Bai Hao was still alive, he chanted a spell, and a soul image appeared between his eyebrows. This soul image was Bai Hao, trapped within the old man's forehead, his soul fire burning fiercely. Bai Xiaochun stopped and looked at Bai Hao's soul image, his heart trembling. The army of zombie puppets tightened their encirclement and stopped. The silver-armored man also halted, his heavenly human pressure even stronger than before. "Let me go, and I'll release your soul servant." The old man's heart was tense. He didn't look at Bai Xiaochun. His mind was still focused on the silver-armored man. Bai Xiaochun's stopping reassured him. In fact, he had already guessed that the other party valued his soul, and seeing him stop made him even more certain. "Retreat immediately. I'll give you 10 seconds. The old man's eyes flashed, his tone extremely forceful. He shouted loudly, and Chu Wudo beside him also waited expectantly. Bai Xiaochun's gaze didn't fall on Bai Hao's soul. He tried to calm himself and looked at the old man, a H1 soul cultivator. His eyes were incredibly cold, and his voice was icy. "I'll give you 10 seconds. You die yourself, or the entire Ya family bloodline is wiped out. You choose." Bai Xiaochun raised his right hand, and immediately a screen appeared before him, twisting to form an image. In the image was the supervisory mansion, where tens of thousands of soul cultivators, both men and women, were shivering with fear. Ya Liner was also among them, her face pale, her heart cold. Thousands of corpse puppets surrounded them, completely trapping them. The leader was Chu Yixing. Upon seeing the image, Ya Liner's grandfather's expression changed. It seemed the others also saw the old man, and they all began to scream, "Grandfather, save me! Grandfather, save me! Grandfather, it's me, save me!" Unexpectedly, all the people on screen were members of the Yao family. Not all of the Yao family members were captured, but almost 70 to 80%, and among them were quite a few prodigies. Most importantly, there were several chosen successors in the soul cultivation field, long nurtured by the Yao family's patriarch, who had invested countless hours and resources into their training. It could be said that all of the Yao family's inner strength and potential were concentrated here. Originally, before implementing this plan, the Yao family patriarch had secretly dispersed his clan members. But unexpectedly, Bai Xiaochun possessed such immense power that he was able to find so many people. In fact, from the moment Bai Xiaochun first discovered the clues, he had sent Zhou Yixing to prepare, but he refrained from acting earlier for fear of alerting the enemy. But today, if Bai Xiaochun wanted to attack the Zhu family, he had to guard against extreme situations, so he decided to wipe them out in one fell swoop. If Bai Hao was dead, then so be it, these people wouldn't be of much use. But if his guess was correct, as long as Bai Hao was still alive, the final outcome would likely be that the Yao family's ancestor would use Bai Hao as a hostage. Once that happened, Bai Xiaochun would naturally unleash his ultimate attack, threatening the Yao family's ancestor with his own clansmen. That's why he had previously decided to kill the young Marquis of Chu without hesitation. Because using outsiders to threaten them was certainly not as advantageous as using members of the Yao family. Bai Hao, you! The Yao family's ancestor trembled all over, his eyes instantly turning bloodshot, his nerves becoming extremely tense. He saw Miao litter, he saw the seeds he had painstakingly cultivated, and he saw his most beloved descendants, one by one. Memories of the past began to surface in his mind, of people gathered around him. These warm images made his breathing heavy and ragged, and a struggle appeared in his eyes. Before him, the lives of his entire family depended on a single thought. And that's not all. You can rest assured, if my soul servant is lost, you must believe that I am capable of tracking down all of Miao family's descendants. No matter where you hide, you cannot escape my gaze. And I can also guarantee that from now on, there will be not a single trace of the Miao family left in this desolate wilderness. Your bloodline will surely be annihilated. Bai Xiaochun stared intently at the Yao family's patriarch, speaking each word distinctly. From the moment he saw the Yao family patriarch use Bai Hao to threaten him, he knew that this man hadn't obtained his true identity from Bai Hao. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed Bai Hao. He would have used even more ruthless methods to kill him. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled even more, because he knew that the Yao family patriarch couldn't possibly fail to search Bai Hao's soul. He would naturally want to know how Bai Hao's soul was formed. It was precisely because of this that Bai Xiaochun understood how much torture Bai Hao had endured in the past month. Yet the Yao family patriarch still hadn't succeeded. He hadn't wanted to give up on such a disciple before, and now he wouldn't hesitate to pay any price. The Yao family patriarch's lips trembled, his eyes turned even redder, and his breathing became increasingly rapid. At that moment, two opposing wills were fiercely battling within the old man's mind, one representing himself, the other representing his family. As time passed, his personal interests and self-interest seemed to be vying for dominance, his desire to become a great soul refiner surpassing his responsibility to his family. But at this very moment, Bai Xiaochun's voice rang out again. I will not let you go. Don't harbor any illusions of luck. Today, you will die, whether you live or die. Either you return my soul servant, and only you will perish, or both you and your family will be buried alongside my soul servant. You cannot escape, no one can save you today, and there's no need to prolong the time. I will give you only 10 breaths of time. 10 breaths later, I will order the corpse puppets to attack simultaneously, slaying you and making you witness a tragic and sinister scene, causing your family to bleed profusely. Bai Xiaochun's heart was unsteady, but he showed no outward sign of fear. He appeared cold and ruthless, each word a resolute blow. Zhou Yixing, start the timer. After 10 breaths, you will exterminate the Yao family's bloodline. Bai Xiaochun ordered, flicking his sleeve. On the screen, Zhou Yixing's lips curled into a cold smile as he slowly spoke. 10, 9, 8. As his voice rang out, the Yao family's ancestor trembled even more, his breathing becoming more rapid, his will pushed to its limit. Bai Xiaochun's words were like sharp daggers relentlessly piercing his mind, destroying all his willpower. In particular, the words I must die, whether I want to or not, along with the brief span of 10 breaths, made it clear to the old man that the opponent's determination to kill him was so intense that it could not be shaken any further. What should we do now? What should we do? The Yao family patriarch laughed bitterly in his heart. On the screen, as Zhou Yixing counted, the Yao family members became more and more fervent pleas for forgiveness and desperate cries for help. Patriarch, save us, 5, 4. Chu Yixing counted each word clearly, but to the Yao family patriarch's ears, it sounded like thunder. He glared at Bai Xiaochun, trying to find a flaw in his expression. But no matter how hard he observed, he only saw a cold, ruthless demeanor, willing to pay any price, desperately wanting him dead. Although he cares about this soul, it's not to the point where I can threaten him. The Yao family patriarch felt uneasy. He vaguely sensed that Bai Xiaochun had made up his mind. Either this soul belonged to him, or no one else would get it. In reality, Bai Xiaochun was extremely nervous at this moment, perhaps even more so than the Yao family's ancestor. But he had to suppress it. He had to conceal it, not revealing even a hint. He understood that if he let the Yao family's ancestor escape, everything would be in jeopardy. Bai Hao's life and death would be in the hands of the other party, and if the other 12 families plus the 9 Nether King intervene, he would no longer be able to save Bai Hao. This method would only buy time. It would be useless, and the final outcome would be decided. The only solution was to see who was more ruthless, and at the same time to show that he would not give up until he achieved his goal. Only by destroying the other party's will to live could he awaken the ancestor's sense of responsibility to his family. Once he made the ancestor understand that he would choose between being killed or having his bloodline wiped out, any normal person would choose the former, because that's not called death, but sacrificing for the family. But if this person can see through my heart, see that Bai Xiaochun values Bai Hao's soul even more than he himself thinks, then Bai Xiaochun can only compromise and let him go. 3. Killing intent surged from Zhou Yixing, and the killing intent from the 1,000 corpse puppets also erupted. Sacrifice yourself alone to save the entire family, or let everyone be buried with you. It's entirely up to you. Bai Xiaochun spoke indifferently, his demeanor still cold and ruthless, his right hand raised decisively, as if a single swipe would be a life-or-death decision. He couldn't say too much. In fact, he shouldn't have said those words. The more he said, the more loopholes there would be. 2. Chu Yixing's voice, along with the mournful cries of the Yao family members, merged into a single sonic blast that instantly attacked the Yao family's patriarch. Countless such blows shattered his spirit. In a situation where death was certain, his responsibility to the family ultimately outweighed his personal gain. This scene was incredibly ironic. It seemed the Yao family patriarch's final choice was to sacrifice himself for his clansmen. But in reality, if he had discovered even a glimmer of hope for survival from Bai Xiaochun, his choice would have been completely different. 1. Chu Yixing counted, and the Yao family patriarch inwardly laughed bitterly. He slapped his forehead with his right hand, instantly pulling out Bai Hao's soul and throwing it towards Bai Xiaochun. Let my clansmen go, whoever did it will pay for it. You want my life, I'll give it to you. Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled. The cold and ruthless demeanor he had been trying to maintain crumbled, finally revealing his anxiety. He rushed forward to receive Bai Hao's soul. At this moment, Bai Hao's soul was extremely weak, his eyes barely open. After seeing Bai Xiaochun, he was startled, seemingly unable to believe it. Master! He only managed to utter these 2 words before Bai Hao fainted. Bai Xiaochun was startled and immediately used his divine sense to check. After confirming that Bai Hao was only unconscious due to weakness, the burden in his heart was finally lifted completely. He quickly carried Bai Hao into the Soul Tower. The ancestor of the Miao family witnessed the entire process, his eyes wide with shock. A storm raged in his mind. He heard Bai Hao's soul call out Master, and clearly saw Bai Xiaochun's frantic anxiety. The entire scene plunged the old man into utter chaos, leaving him breathless. A crushing, utterly humiliated state of mind caused the sacred feeling of sacrificing for his family that had just arisen within him to suddenly collapse. His eyes instantly turned crimson, and he collapsed completely. Bai Hao, you deceived me. The Yao family patriarch roared in fury, nearly falling apart. He had lost not only his life, not only Bai Hao's soul, but also his mind and judgment. He had lost utterly and completely. Kill! Bai Xiaochun raised his head and swung his sleeves, his gaze icy cold. At this moment, the surrounding corpse puppets and silver-armored giants attacked, their killing intent sweeping through the air with incredible speed, staining the sky with blood. Even the Yao family patriarch and Zhou Wudao, let alone thousands of corpse puppets attacking, could be annihilated by just the silver-armored giants alone. Previously, with Bai Hao's soul suppressed, they could still cling to life, but now they had no power to resist. Wails of grief and curses echoed, their bodies crumbled into blood and gore in a daze, their souls torn apart, their forms and spirits utterly destroyed. Even though this was over, the Chu family probably only existed in name. The Heavenly Marquis Tower was destroyed, the Heavenly Marquis was annihilated, the young Marquis was dead, and the entire Chu family had been purged from the ranks of the Heavenly Marquis. Then there was the Ya family, a clan that had once produced a high-grade soul-refining master, but they lost their pillar in a single day. Bai Xiaojun kept his word. He didn't exterminate the Yao family's bloodline, and he let them go. However, Zhou Yixing secretly left a mark on their bodies. Bai Xiaojun didn't kill them, but that didn't mean Zhou Yixing would let these future threats leave. If they had no ill intentions, they would leave, but if they did, Zhou Yixing would kill them. Not all clan members were treated this way, though. Yao Liner was directly imprisoned by Bai Xiaojun. Yao Liner's beauty was exceptional, enough to stir evil thoughts in any man, and Bai Xiaojun showed no mercy. This incident caused a sensation throughout Kuwang City that day. Almost everyone knew about it, understood what was happening, and all the Heavenly Marquises were terrified. Previously, they couldn't believe that Bai Xiaojun would kill a Heavenly Marquis, let alone his heir. Even the Heavenly Marquis Tower had collapsed. After hearing this, they all gasped in fear, their first reaction being that it was the Grand Heavenly Master's doing. Immediately, the Heavenly Palace was shaken. In the Imperial Palace, the Grand Heavenly Master angrily spread the news, and all the Heavenly Marquises understood that it was all the work of the Supervisory Office alone. All the Heavenly Marquises were furious, and coupled with their previous hatred, they had already made the powerful nobles resent Bai Xiaojun to the bone. Their minds were currently clouded by hatred and apprehension. Now that they had seized upon Bai Xiaojun's grave mistake, they wouldn't let it go. Simultaneously, they all flew to the Imperial Palace. He's going to die without a doubt. Let's see how Bai Hao finds a way out of this predicament. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he's dead for sure this time. Not only the Heavenly Marquises, but even the 10 great Heavenly Dukes flew out of the Heavenly Duke Tower towards the Imperial Palace. Chen Haosong bore the brunt of it, understanding that even the Grand Heavenly Master wouldn't spare Bai Hao. Because Bai Hao's crime was too great, he had crossed the threshold the Kui dynasty could tolerate. All the nobles of the Imperial dynasty were stirred up. Even the citizens of the city fell silent upon hearing this news, sighs echoing throughout. This matter was far more serious than anyone had anticipated. The news of Bai Xiaojun's unauthorized killing of the Heavenly Marquis spread throughout the savage wilderness in a short time. After the giant Ghost King learned of it, he was furious. He picked up the jade slip intending to send a message to Bai Xiaojun but then dropped it, finally stomping his foot and flying out of the royal palace. Foolish. In Nine Nether City, the Nine Nether King held the jade slip and frowned. He didn't care about the deaths of the Miao family's ancestor and Zhou Wudo. To him, his actions that day were solely for his own benefit, and of course, because he disliked Bai Xiaojun, who was nothing more than a dying, insignificant insect. What he cared about was the collapse of the Heavenly Marquis Tower. Strange. The Nine Nether King was extremely surprised. Prince Johan of Nine Nether City, upon hearing this news, burst into laughter. Bai Hao, let's see how you escape this crisis. In his eyes, this matter was unsolvable. The entire savage wilderness was in an uproar. Bai Xiaojun returned to the supervisory mansion. In fact, after leaving the Zhou family, he returned to the supervisory mansion and did nothing. He tossed the supervisory envoy's token aside, not even bothering to look at it. He also chased away Zhou Yixing, telling him to stay out of the way. As for the silver-armored man, he remained silent after entering the supervisory mansion. Bai Xiaojun didn't care. He sat there and gazed at the Soul Tower. Inside the tower was Bai Hao's soul, which, after recovering, had regained some vitality and slowly opened its eyes. Seeing his master's haggard face, he was deeply moved. Finally awake, you must be careful from now on. Come, I'll tell you what happened in the past month. Hey, you don't know how powerful I was this past month. No one dared to provoke me. I even killed a celestial being. Bai Xiaojun breathed a sigh of relief after saying this, his face beaming as if Bai Hao were still by his side a month ago. He continued recounting the events of the past month, and Bai Hao sobbed as he listened. Master Bai Hao trembled as he heard Bai Xiaochun's story. He had heard his master mention activating the gratitude decree, and his heart was filled with indescribable emotion. Bai Hao's soul flew out of the soul tower and appeared before Bai Xiaochun. I thought I wouldn't be able to see Master again. Bai Hao's emotions were overwhelming. His feelings were indescribable. He felt that even after being captured and tortured beyond recognition, all his efforts to keep his master's secret were worthwhile. Because what he cared about most was his master. The past month for Bai Hao was the darkest period of his life. His suffering was unimaginable. Every day he endured the burning of soul flames, the refining process by the Miao family's ancestor, and the torture of soul searching. The Miao family's refining and torturing of souls would make them unbearable, thus making the subsequent refining process easier. Therefore, Bai Hao suffered for a whole month. At his most helpless moment, even on the verge of death, he was consumed by a stubborn obsession and unwillingness to disappear. He hadn't yet created the method for concocting the 19 colored flames. He hadn't seen his master successfully concoct the 18 colored flames. And he had sworn to help his master become a top-tier soul-refining master. These things remained unfulfilled. He couldn't die. He didn't want to die. If he were to die one day, he would have to complete these tasks for his master before he could rest in peace. Today he was overwhelmed with too many distractions. He worried that without his care, his master's personality would attract countless enemies. He had to remind his master. He wanted to resolve the situation for him, to eliminate all dangers. This was his obsession, the driving force that allowed him to persevere for a month. He didn't know how much longer he could hold on, even if, upon waking from his coma, he saw his master. Haha, so touching her. I told you before, becoming my disciple won't be a loss, Bai Xiaochun said to Bai Hao, then proudly patted Bai Hao's head. Master's kindness in recreating my life, your life-saving kindness. I will never forget it for the rest of my life. Bai Hao looked at Bai Xiaochun in astonishment, bowing his head in gratitude. Just like in the mountain cave that year when he regained his senses and saw Bai Xiaochun's back, this bow was sincere and heartfelt, without resentment or regret. You are my disciple. Anyone who dares to harm you is slapping me in the face. Don't even think about activating the Great Gratitude Decree. If this doesn't work, I intend to bring the entire Tongshan continent here to rescue you. Bai Xiaochun tilted his chin up, the persistence, coldness, and pressure of the past month gone. He could boast as before. Hearing Bai Xiaochun's words, Bai Hao was even more moved. His lips parted as if wanting to say something, but he was too moved to speak time and time again. Just then, Bai Xiaochun looked at Bai Hao curiously and said, "That's right, your plan to seize the favor wasn't bad. When you told me about it, I wanted to ask if it was because you're the second son of the Bai family that you came up with this plan." Bai Hao was stunned. His master's mood changed too quickly. One moment he was incredibly imposing, and he was overwhelmed with emotion. The next moment he changed the subject, making him unbearably embarrassed. Seeing his master's curiosity, Bai Hao nodded. Seeing his disciple acknowledge it, Bai Xiaochun sighed, patted Bai Hao's head, and said, "I finally understand why the Grand Madam wanted to eliminate you before. This plan is truly too vicious." Bai Hao's mouth dropped open, a mixture of laughter and tears. Bai Xiaochun had another question, but his expression changed as he looked up and saw a red figure flying towards him. The voice preceded the person. "Bai Hao, you shameless scoundrel, I want to kill you." It was the voice of a woman dressed in a red robe, her face powdered with murderous intent, her eyebrows raised. It was Hong Chen Nu, Chu Zimai. Chu Zimai had been in seclusion cultivating, attempting to break through to the early stage of the heavenly human realm. So she was unaware of the imperial decree in Kuihuang City. Having just emerged from seclusion, she was still upset about her failed breakthrough, her mind hazy and her thinking dull. Perhaps the backlash from her failed breakthrough had affected her, and she didn't care about anything else. As soon as she came out, she heard her subordinates talking about the imperial decree, and before she could finish listening, she exploded. She already disliked Bai Xiaochun, and even though the misunderstanding had been resolved, she still felt an inexplicable aversion, especially since Bai Xiaochun had been appointed as a supervisor by the Grand Heavenly Master, seemingly forgetting about the giant Ghost King. This displeased her. Now that she knew about the benefactor's order, she might have understood the situation at another time, but she couldn't think straight. She was in a dazed state, so she charged forward like a mad bull. Along the way, the giant Ghost King also sent a telepathic message to her, but Hong Chen-nu ignored him, her only thought being to capture Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was startled. He thought the Grand Heavenly Master had sent someone to capture him, but it turned out to be Hong Chen-nu, who hadn't appeared for a long time. He quickly retreated and tried to explain. Zimai, listen to me, shut up, and grateful. I ask you, was the benefactor's order your plan? Hong Chen-nu angrily spoke, stepping into the supervisory mansion as she spoke, raising her right hand and pointing it towards Bai Xiaochun. A surge of heavenly human energy erupted, a beam of light shooting straight towards Bai Xiaochun. Listen to my explanation. Bai Xiaochun, protecting Bai Hao's soul, flew backward, narrowly avoiding the beam of light. Before he could finish speaking, Hong Chen-nu interrupted him, launching a furious attack. Hong Chen-nu, a peak early-stage heavenly human, was now unleashing her full power. Xiaochun was no match for her, especially since he had just used the Immortal Emperor's Fist and was in a state of recovery. His cultivation significantly diminished. Hong Chen-nu's anger didn't subside. Seeing Bai Xiaochun dodge, she chanted a spell, holding a lotus flower, her personal magical artifact, and then her supreme will descended and enveloped her. You crazy woman, do you really think this supervisory envoy is afraid of you? Bai Xiaochun shouted loudly, his divine sense erupting. The surrounding corpse puppets raised their heads, unleashing terrifying killing intent. They didn't all attack at once. The silver-armored man, radiating the pressure of a celestial being, flew towards Hong Chen-nu, followed by a quasi-celestial being corpse puppet. The three fought, the sounds echoing in all directions. Hong Chen-nu controlled the lotus flower to force back the two corpse puppets. Her own cultivation had suffered a backlash from a failed breakthrough, making her extremely violent and her mind hazy. She knew she couldn't kill Bai Xiaochun, but her anger stemmed from her believing him to be ungrateful and treacherous, so she wanted to strike him down. The two corpse puppets were also formidable. She dodged them immediately. Bai Xiaochun did nothing else but shout, form a formation, seal her and capture her. As soon as he spoke, 9 half-step heavenly human corpse puppets flew up to join the battle. At the same time, 5,000 corpse puppets soared into the air, forming a grand formation, a massive ceiling net enveloping Hong Chen-nu. In a short time, earth-shattering explosions resounded. Hong Chen-nu was trapped within the formation, her face grim, her disgust for Bai Xiaochun growing even stronger. She exerted all her strength to control the lotus flower, trying to carve a path through it. She had just emerged from seclusion, only to be bitten back. Now, after a prolonged battle, she couldn't keep up, and even the lotus flower was sometimes disobedient. While she wouldn't have cared about it at other times, facing the silver-armored and black-armored giants, who were incredibly perceptive and skilled at seizing opportunities, Hong Chen-nu's face turned pale. Even though her mind was hazy, she understood her recklessness. Having just emerged from seclusion, her inflexible mind had led her to pick a fight with Bai Xiaochun. She hadn't expected that Bai Xiaochun's corpse puppets were just 3,000, but 5,000, and there were even silver-armored giants with heavenly human cultivation. So much has happened while I was in seclusion. Hong Chen-nu frowned. She hadn't been able to suppress her anger earlier, and now her expression was grim. After retreating, she realized the seal of the 5,000 corpse puppets was too powerful. As Hong Chen-nu tried to dodge, Bai Xiaochun seized the opportunity and stepped forward with incredible speed, instantly closing in on Hong Chen-nu and striking with a palm. "Capture her for me," he roared. The silver-armored and black-armored giants charged forward, along with 5,000 corpse puppets. No matter how much Hong Chen-nu struggled, she couldn't escape the seal. Bai Xiaochun didn't stop. He grabbed Hong Chen-nu's arm with one hand, then lowered himself to the ground, placing Hong Chen-nu on top of him. Feeling Hong Chen-nu's curvaceous and soft body, Bai Xiaochun was overwhelmed with emotion, his gaze falling to her alluring lips. "Bai Hao, you dare!" Hong Chen-nu's expression changed. She shouted at Bai Xiaochun and struggled relentlessly, her heart filled with regret and confusion. Her cultivation was tightly sealed, and it would take at least half an incense stick's time to break free. The more she struggled, the more Bai Xiaochun enjoyed it. He took several deep breaths and silently cursed her as a seductive woman, then glared at her menacingly. "Don't try to seduce me, you!" Chuzumai's face flushed crimson. She was furious, her eyes burning with anger. But she dared not move, for she sensed something was wrong with his gaze. "Choose am I? You're walking into a trap, Grandma. Do you want to consummate the marriage with me?" Bai Xiaojun took several deep breaths and teased. "Shameless, shut your mouth, you ungrateful wretch. My father treated you so well, and this is how you treat him," Hong Chennu roared, grinding her teeth. Bai Xiaojun frowned, carefully observing Hong Chennu. He thought to himself, she's not faking it. The Hong Chennu in my memory wasn't like this. How could she not understand such a simple principle? So he reached out and touched Hong Chennu's forehead. "It's not hot. Are you stupid?" Bai Xiaojun exclaimed in surprise. Then his eyes lit up as he looked at her. Could it be that the old giant ghost king has other descendants? Not just you? Impossible. Is the old man hiding so much? The more Bai Xiaojun thought about it, the more logical it seemed, and he couldn't help but exclaim "ah," then repeatedly clicked his tongue. "Shut up! My father only has me!" Hong Chennu angrily cursed, then froze after saying this, seemingly realizing the problem. Are you doing this on purpose?" Bai Xiaojun asked. "Don't tell me you didn't think it through. This plan won't do anything to the giant ghost king. Those 3 kings have a bunch of descendants. After overcoming layers of obstacles, they will eventually break through our family's defenses." Bai Xiaojun frowned a few times, tentatively using the phrase "our home" to probe the situation. He felt that since the girl had pretended to be there, he couldn't help but react. "Shut up! What our house? That's my house." Hong Chennu glared at Bai Xiaojun, her face turning even redder. Although her thoughts were unclear, she felt a surge of anger mixed with shame. On one hand, being pinned down by Bai Xiaojun, the physical contact was driving her crazy. On the other hand, she realized her state was wrong, her mind muddled. If she didn't think, it would be pointless. But once she did, the problem would become vague, and she'd easily make foolish, biased judgments. Why is it like this? Such a simple problem, and I can't figure it out. Hong Chennu felt something was wrong. Her past cultivation wasn't like this, and now she was suffering the backlash. The cultivation technique the giant ghost king had given her earlier had already aroused her suspicion. After thinking for a while, the dizzying sensation prevented her from thinking too much. "It must be my father," Hong Chennu said angrily. Bai Xiaojun was irritated by Hong Chennu's childlike demeanor. He felt his mouth dry and his tongue bitter, secretly thinking that Hong Chennu not only had a good figure and a beautiful face, but now anger made her even more charming. Hong Chennu was already stunning, but her bewildered and naive appearance today, coupled with her embarrassment, not only didn't diminish her beauty, but instead revealed a side of her that was unlike anything he'd seen before. Bai Xiaojun felt his heart race. Unlike Ho Xiaomei, who glared fiercely with her hands on her hips, and unlike Zhang Junwan, who was soft yet prickly, Hong Chennu was a seductive snake, making one irresistibly want to torment her without mercy. Even more seductive than Zhang Junwan. Bai Xiaojun's heart trembled. He took a deep breath, then tried to calm himself. Having just been physically intimate, Bai Xiaojun found it difficult to remain calm, because Hong Chennu struggled, though not as fiercely as before. But Bai Xiaojun's heart was still deeply shaken. Alas, her demonic arts are too powerful. Forget it, forget it. Even the ancestor of the Miao family had the spirit of sacrifice. I, Bai Xiaojun, cannot be subservient to her. I must sacrifice myself to convert this demoness. Bai Xiaojun maintained his sense of righteousness, raising his right hand and placing it on Hong Chennu's chest. Then he lunged forward. "Demoness, I've come to subdue you." Bai Xiaojun shouted loudly, his righteous demeanor overwhelming, his right hand raised. Hong Chen was stunned, then screamed, "Let me go! You demoness, you dare resist! All right, watch me subdue you." Bai Xiaojun said solemnly, his sense of righteousness about to erupt. "By how? You want to die?" Hong Chen felt an unimaginable rage. The surrounding corpse puppets stood there dumbfounded, their faces expressionless, surrounding the area, not caring about the 2 men and women writhing together. The scene was incredibly beautiful. Anyone unfamiliar with the situation would be misled. Unfortunately, the beauty didn't last long. Perhaps for Hong Chennu, life had never been so exciting. She struggled to the extreme, and because of her overwhelming anger, the seal automatically broke. When she released her cultivation, Bai Xiaojun was startled. He immediately released Hong Chennu and retreated. Hong Chen-nu's eyes flashed with cold light as she lunged towards Bai Xiaochun. A loud explosion erupted between them, a storm sweeping in all directions. Amidst the explosion, Bai Xiaochun's desperate cries could be heard as he retreated rapidly. Hong Chen-nu, enraged, her hair disheveled and her face filled with murderous intent, pursued him. Bai Hao, I want to kill you. Come here. Stop this demoness for me. Bai Xiaochun trembled. He retreated and immediately ordered the surrounding army of corpse puppets to instantly envelop Hong Chen-nu in a murderous aura. Hong Chen-nu was enraged, so her combat power increased significantly. She sent many of her corpse puppets flying. Bai Xiaochun had too many corpse puppets, including the silver-armored giant. Before long, Hong Chen-nu, frustrated and furious, was still restrained and could only let Bai Xiaochun's corpse puppets suppress her. Zimai, what are you doing? I was doing this for your own good. You've been cursed with a demonic spell. I was just trying to help you. Bai Xiaochun felt embarrassed, realizing his own composure was flawed. He muttered to himself that Hong Chen-nu's demonic spell was too powerful, but he wouldn't admit it out loud, so he quickly tried to find an excuse. Shut up! Hong Chen-nu gasped for breath, seemingly too angry to speak. Her corpse puppets now surrounded Bai Xiaochun, their eyes filled with murderous intent as they glared at him. Bai Xiaochun coughed nervously. This is a misunderstanding. Where were we just now? Oh right, you said it wasn't our house. It was yours. Zimai, you're being too polite. Isn't your house also my house? Bai Xiaochun stammered, his words jumbled. Hong Chen-nu took a deep breath, giving Bai Xiaochun a cold smile. She knew the problem lay with herself. Bai Hao's words made sense. The decree of favoritism affected others, but not the giant ghost king. Just thinking about his shamelessness made her uncontrollably angry. As she was about to reply, her expression suddenly changed as she looked up at the sky. Bai Xiaochun also looked up, only to see the sky twisting, and gradually a black figure pierced through the void and appeared there. After arriving at the supervisory mansion, the figure became clear. A figure clad in black, its head and body concealed. Bai Xiaochun and Hong Chen-nu could clearly see the approaching shadow. Its face was invisible, and surrounding it was a pitch-black void, as if the person themselves had transformed into darkness. It was the trusted subordinate of the Grand Heavenly Master, the former supervisory envoy, He Ming. Upon seeing He Ming, Hong Chen-nu was stunned. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. He knew that what was meant to happen had to happen. He Ming didn't care who saw him. His eyes held no emotion, nor did he pay attention to Hong Chen-nu. His gaze fell upon Bai Xiaochun. Hand over the token to me. He Ming's words were like a freezing winter enveloping the supervisory mansion. Hong Chen-nu's eyes flashed. Bai Xiaochun pondered for a few seconds. He wasn't surprised, though his heart was tense and his mind unsettled. He sensed a certain danger. He potted his storage bag, and a monitoring order appeared. He lowered his head to look at it, then Bai Xiaochun threw it to him. The monitoring order transformed into a purple light and flew towards He Ming. He Ming caught it and put it away, then spoke again. Bai Hao, come with me. The Grand Heavenly Master is waiting for your explanation. After saying this, He Ming turned and flew into the sky above the Imperial Palace. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, carefully considering whether he had missed anything. At this moment, he ascended into the sky. Hong Chen-nu saw everything. Although she was angry with Bai Xiaochun earlier, she felt a strange hesitation. She didn't speak, only watched Bai Xiaochun and He Ming fly away. She held a jade slip containing many messages from the giant ghost king. Hong Chen-nu didn't have the mood to read each one, so she transmitted a message to the giant ghost king. Father, He Ming took Bai Hao's surveillance order and took him away. At this moment, in Giant Ghost City, the giant ghost king was worried. He knew that Hong Chen-nu had come out of seclusion, and remembering his own arrangements, the current situation wasn't too different. He hadn't expected that his original intention was just to brainwash his daughter a little, but after Hong Chen-nu came out of seclusion, she would go to find Bai Xiaochun. So he sent a telepathic message, but Hong Chen-nu was in a daze and didn't see it. The giant ghost king smiled bitterly, and just as he was sighing, he received Hong Chen-nu's telepathic message. After reading it, his eyes lit up. Bai Hao doesn't seem like the kind of person who acts without considering the consequences. What other trump card does he have? While the giant ghost king was deep in thought, In the sky above Huang City, Bai Xiaochun tried to remain calm so that outsiders wouldn't see any change in his emotions. He silently followed He Ming to the imperial palace. In reality, he was constantly strategizing, ensuring no mistakes occurred. He knew that even a slight error could lead to irreversible ruin. Perhaps there won't be any unexpected problems. I'm well prepared. After careful analysis, Bai Xiaochun felt somewhat reassured. With this mindset, the two remained silent throughout the journey, moving forward in quietude. In fact, when he decided to act immediately without seeking instructions from the Grand Celestial Master, using a lightning-fast attack on the Chu family, Bai Xiaochun understood he would cause a huge storm. He didn't regret it, because he no longer trusted or relied on the Grand Celestial Master as before. By how safety was paramount, any leak of information could have unimaginable consequences. Just as the giant Ghost King had predicted, Bai Xiaochun dared to act this way because he had a sure hand. If I enter the Heavenly Master's palace, I fear the Heavenly Marquises and Heavenly Dukes will push me to my death. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. Although he had a trump card, he couldn't help but feel uneasy, and there was also a touch of anticipation. He eagerly awaited the moment he would reveal his trump card in front of those powerful civil and military officials, and then make a spectacular comeback. The more joyful their reaction, the more spectacular his comeback would be. First, I must borrow the power of the Grand Celestial Master to fight against those powerful officials. Today, I won't rely on anyone. I will personally strike them in the face. 89 Celestial Marquises, 10 Celestial Dukes. What would it feel like to strike 99 powerful officials in the face? Thinking of this, Bai Xiaochun felt a strong surge of excitement, his breathing becoming rapid. Gradually, he followed He Ming into the Imperial Palace, slowly approaching the Celestial Master's hall. His heart pounded faster and faster, his unease and anticipation intertwining, tension and excitement coexisting. When they were not far apart, He Ming, who was walking ahead, stopped and stood there motionless. Bai Xiaochun was lost in thought and didn't notice, almost bumping into He Ming. He looked at the other man in surprise. You acted rashly. Black Ming pondered for a moment, his voice still cold, but after listening, a hint of concern gradually emerged. Upon sensing this concern, Bai Xiaochun was startled, remembering that Black Ming in his memory was always gloomy and cold. Even this sudden display of concern was unexpected. All the Heavenly Marquises, all the Heavenly Dukes, they've all joined forces. Even the Grand Heavenly Master would find it difficult to protect you. Black Ming didn't turn around. His back was to Bai Xiaochun, his words tinged with complexity. He had realized that the Heavenly Master's palace was generating an aura of annihilation, and this time Bai Xiaochun couldn't escape. Seeing Bai Xiaochun as a supervisor doing those things, he was reminded of his own actions. He had once been a supervisory envoy, and if anyone in the imperial dynasty understood Bai Xiaochun's feelings best, it was undoubtedly him. Having once been a supervisory envoy, the scene from that year was still playing out. This generation's supervisory envoy was reenacting his past. His relationship with the Grand Celestial Master was far closer than Bai Xiaochun's. The Grand Celestial Master had protected him so fiercely that he had survived until now, following the Grand Celestial Master like a shadow. His greatest crime wasn't even killing the Heavenly Marquis on his own. But today, Bai Xiaochun was different. Your only hope is the Grand Celestial Master Bai Hao, you. Take care of yourself. He Ming sighed, reminding Bai Xiaochun before walking away. Bai Xiaochun looked at He Ming's back. His heart moved. He had always thought the other party was cold and aloof, but today, when everyone thought he couldn't escape his fate, he said such words, and a warmth arose in Bai Xiaochun's heart. After observing He Ming for a moment, Bai Xiaochun nodded and advanced, soon arriving outside the Heavenly Master Hall. The Heavenly Master Hall's doors were closed, but Bai Xiaochun sensed a violent aura emanating from within. This aura was mixed and chaotic, clearly indicating many people inside. He Ming disappeared from Bai Xiaochun's sight, and soon the doors opened. Bai Hao, come in! Bai Xiaochun was startled. He took a deep breath, because the show was about to begin. He was nervous and excited, and also had considerable anticipation. Damn it, what's there to be afraid of? My trump cards are powerful enough to slap everyone inside in the face, turning them all into pig heads. I'll play with them. If they're not afraid, why should I be? Not fighting would be a disservice to all my efforts in preparing this. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth and stepped into the main hall. Over 100 pairs of eyes were fixed on him, the weakest being at least a half-step heavenly human, the strongest a demigod. It could be said that all the powerful figures of the Kuwang dynasty were gathered here. Their gazes created an oppressive aura capable of shaking the heavens and earth, dissipating the wind and clouds. Even with his advantage, Bai Xiaochun had to muster all his courage to advance. In the Heavenly Master Hall, the Grand Heavenly Master sat high above, his expression grim and unpleasant. Below him were the 10 great heavenly lords, their faces equally somber. Besides them were 89 heavenly marquises, all of them were heavenly marquises in Kuwang City. Everyone was staring at Bai Xiaochun, some with cold smiles, some with mockery, and some with murderous intent. Bai Xiaochun broke out in a cold sweat, his heart pounding. This was the first time he had been at a disadvantage in a staring contest. He was helpless. After all, he was alone while the other side had over 100. This is too much. Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled with unwavering defiance. Having lost the initial momentum, he gritted his teeth and glared at the group, finding Zhao Zhonglin and staring at him. No matter how many of you there are, I, Bai Xiaochun, will retaliate, not losing to a single one. Bai Xiaochun's eyes, filled with ferocity, stared intently at Zhao Zhonglin. Zhao Zhonglin was also stunned. Bai Xiaochun's gaze was incredibly fierce. He couldn't remember what he had done to the other party, and in that instant, his momentum had diminished, leaving him frustrated. So many people are watching him. Why is he staring at me so intently? Zhao Zhonglin was angry, but in a staring contest, he was no match for Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun glared, but his eyes held a glint of sword-light and bloodthirsty ferocity, his whole being consumed by madness, as if he wanted to take Zhao Zhonglin down with him. Zhao Zhonglin was shocked and terrified. He knew this mad dog was about to die, and therefore wanted to bite him before he died, dragging him down to die with him. Bai Xiaochun had caused trouble in the Kuwang dynasty many times, and each major incident had drawn combined attacks from others, yet he still received the same treatment. This spoke volumes, and Zhao Zhonglin also wanted to avoid the possibility of the other party fighting him to the death. "Fight me, you coward!" Seeing that Zhao Zhonglin didn't dare look him in the eye, Bai Xiaochun raised his head, his imposing aura rising as he strode into the main hall. He bowed to the Grand Heavenly Master. "Your subordinate, Bai Hao, greets the Grand Heavenly Master." The Grand Heavenly Master's face was cold and filled with a headache. Looking at Bai Xiaochun, he felt a surge of anger, because Bai Xiaochun's actions were too sudden, and that's why he hadn't been able to react in time. Everything was going perfectly, according to the Grand Celestial Master's plan. He could eventually continuously separate the clans within the Kui Imperial Dynasty. Now, Bai Xiaochun had been caught off guard by the clans, who were conspiring to force the emperor to abdicate. Although they hadn't explicitly stated it, their attitude was clear. If Bai Xiaochun didn't die, they would resolutely defy their orders. If this had happened before, the Grand Celestial Master would have readily agreed. Bai Xiaochun's two insidious schemes had made the Grand Celestial Master, who was very wary of his talent, hesitate. "Bai Hao, I summoned you here today to inquire about the matter of Zhou Wudo," the Grand Celestial Master said after a moment's consideration. Whether he would truly push Bai Xiaochun aside depended on how Bai Xiaochun explained himself. If Bai Xiaochun could resolve the situation himself, he would face far fewer troubles. "Grand Celestial Master, Bai Xiaochun raised his head, wanting to speak, but a Celestial Marquis jumped out. He stared at Bai Xiaochun, his eyes filled with undisguised killing intent. "Bai Hao, you don't need to explain. Murder must be repaid with death. This is the law of heaven. Grand Celestial Master, I respectfully request that Bai Hao's supervisory envoy status be revoked and that he be executed on the spot to quell public outrage." This Heavenly Marquis spoke loudly, taking a few steps forward and bowing to the Grand Heavenly Master. Bai Xiaochun looked at the Heavenly Marquis who spoke, his gaze sweeping over the Marquis. Then another Heavenly Marquis stepped forward. "That's right, Grand Heavenly Master. Bai Hao killed a Heavenly Marquis of the Imperial Court without permission. This man disobeys the law and must be killed. Grand Heavenly Master, I beg you, execute Bai Hao. Grand Heavenly Master, I also beg you, execute Bai Hao on the spot." The other Heavenly Marquises were like a disturbed beehive. 7 or 8 of them stood up, claiming that Zhou Wudo wanted to force Bai Xiaochun to his death. Bai Xiaochun glared at them, finally feeling tired, and decisively withdrew his gaze, ignoring the people who were pleading. It seems I should spend more time with these families before searching for Howard. Bai Xiaochun muttered, gritting his teeth. The Grand Heavenly Master remained silent. The Heavenly Lord and his scheming mind were also speechless, and the Heavenly Marquises were already like that. Then, several more stepped forward, and one Heavenly Marquis surnamed Liu stood before the Grand Heavenly Master, bowing respectfully. Grand Heavenly Master, I have listed 100 major crimes of Bai Hao, and today I wish to announce the charges against this madman in the Imperial Court. These words caused many to gasp in shock, their eyes turning to the Heavenly Lord surnamed Liu. He was Liu Yang, whose cultivation among the Heavenly Marquises was only average. Unlike Zhou Wudo, he was very lively, especially since the rare sight of everyone joining forces excited him. Therefore, he had a plan in mind. He wanted to stir up trouble again, and also wanted others to look at him with new eyes. Even the Heavenly Lords paid attention to Liu Yang, and the Grand Heavenly Master scrutinized him, truly shaken by Liu Yang's 100 grave crimes. Bai Xiaochun was also startled, taking a deep breath and staring at Liu Yang, stunned for a moment. He found this Heavenly Marquis familiar, knowing his surname was Liu, but he didn't have much of an impression of him. He never expected that he would immediately list his 100 grave crimes. Seeing so many people around him, Liu Yang's spirits soared, and he took a few steps forward. Bai Hao, while still in his family, murdered his own relatives, a heinous crime of treason. While in Giant Ghost City, he abducted another man's wife, utterly depraved, a crime of robbery. He stole the Tai family's soul field, causing the Tai family great losses, a crime of theft. He plundered the Chen family's treasure, causing the Chen family in Giant Ghost City to suffer heavy losses, a crime of robbery. Liu Yang spoke incessantly, his words rapid and fast. As time passed, everyone stared blankly at Liu Yang, watching him relentlessly accuse Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun also breathed heavily, his eyes fixed on Liu Yang, gritting his teeth, but knowing full well that the numerous crimes he listed were the result of his own investigations. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known about such minor offenses. In the soul refining lake, he absorbed the life force of the prodigies to cultivate evil techniques. This is a heinous crime. Furthermore, after arriving in Kuwan City, he nearly caused the Giant Ghost Legion to rebel, setting fires everywhere. This is arson. Liu Yang became increasingly excited as he spoke, his voice growing louder. Especially when he saw that the Heavenly Marquis and Heavenly Duke were silent, leaving him alone in the hall. His excitement intensified. In the spirit refining street, he sold soul medicine and refined spirits at exorbitant prices. This is price gouging. After he became a supervisory envoy, he used the intermediary house to profit for himself. This is embezzlement. Liu Yang continued speaking incessantly. Time slowly passed, and even after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he still hadn't finished speaking. His tone didn't slow down. Instead, it became faster and faster. This scene shocked many people and left Bai Xiaochun completely speechless, even further increasing his admiration for Liu Yang. The Grand Heavenly Master looked at Liu Yang several times with a strange expression. He hadn't realized that Liu Tian's ability to summarize, synthesize, and gather intelligence surpassed that of ordinary people. This is the crime of abandoning one's duty. This is the crime of abusing one's power. This is the crime of accepting bribes. Finally, he brutally murdered the innocent Jianhu. This is murder. After another incense stick burned, Liu Yang finally finished speaking. He gasped for breath a few times before bowing to the Grand Heavenly Master. Grand Celestial Master, I have finished speaking. Bai Hao is a man of utter wickedness, guilty of 100 heinous crimes, any one of which deserves to be executed by dismemberment. I respectfully request that Bai Hao be dismembered and torn apart as a warning. After he finished speaking, everyone's minds were greatly shaken. They felt as if their eyes had been opened, and they felt as if Liu Yang had transformed into a different person. Now they reacted quickly and rushed forward, bowing and pleading with the Grand Celestial Master to pronounce judgment. I agree. I also agree. Liu Tian, whose 100 crimes are extremely convincing evidence. I also agree. Not just one group, but dozens of Tianhis came forward, all speaking up. Of the 89 Tianhis, half had already spoken. The rest looked at each other, then also bowed to the Grand Celestial Master and voiced their agreement. I agree. Bai Hao must be executed on the spot. The sound was so loud it was like crashing waves, echoing in all directions. Bai Xiaochun looked at the crowd, his heart pounding, especially at Liu Yang, who filled him with intense apprehension. Could this man be skilled at digging tunnels? He's blown such a small matter out of proportion. He's so cunning to think he's investigated my affairs so thoroughly. Bai Xiaochun made a mental note of Liu Yang, planning to deal with him later. The Grand Heavenly Master frowned. The entire court, both civil and military, was conspiring against one person, aiming to kill him. If it were him before, he would have found a way to resolve it. After all, Bai Xiaochun was now completely isolated. If he saved him, Bai Xiaochun would be loyal to him. Now, with a group of people petitioning him, any instability in the court would significantly affect him. Unless he could find a reason to silence them, even if Bai Xiaochun became his adopted son, he wouldn't be able to protect him at this moment. He sighed inwardly, secretly angry that Bai Xiaochun had caused such a disaster, but his hesitation was gone. This wasn't the end of it. After all the heavenly marquises had spoken, Chen Haotong's eyes lit up. Seeing the Grand Heavenly Master's hesitation disappear, he stepped forward and bowed to the Grand Heavenly Master. Hearing Liu Tianhu's accusations, I was somewhat startled. Our Kuwang dynasty has been passed down through generations, and in any dynasty, if someone committed such heinous crimes, their entire clan would be exterminated. Today, I also petitioned for the execution of Bai Hao. As he said this, the handsome bearded Heavenly Master and the other 8 Heavenly Masters all stepped forward. No one spoke, only bowing to the Grand Heavenly Master. Although they didn't speak, their actions expressed their will. The Grand Heavenly Master's eyes flashed, his hesitation completely gone. Just as he was about to make a decision, Bai Xiaochun's voice echoed through the hall. Have you finished your performance? Now it's my turn. Seeing such a one-sided situation, Bai Xiaochun also felt uncertain and startled. He took a deep breath and remained calm. Then he sneered and spoke. These words carried a provocative undertone, like throwing ice water into a boiling pot, causing all the heavenly marquises to erupt in anger. Bai Hao, you are truly audacious. You have committed 100 crimes. The Heavenly Master's Hall is not a place for you to run rampant, Liu Yang in particular. His eyes gleaming as if he'd found Bai Xiaochun's sore spot, wanted to jump up and point at Bai Xiaochun, shouting, Bai Hao, you have no respect for elders. This is a serious place, a time for us to judge you. You've turned false accusations into a performance. This is treason, slander, and defamation. Now you're not just guilty of 100 crimes, but 103. Liu Yang's words shocked everyone, making them feel that Liu Yang was truly a divine companion. Associating with such a person was truly comforting. Currently, everyone was extremely supportive. Bai Xiaochun sneered, not bothering to look at the heavenly marquises present. He looked at the Grand Celestial Master, clasped his hands, and bowed. Grand Celestial Master, I'll show you something. His words caused everyone to sneer, secretly wondering if Bai Xiaochun had produced evidence of Zhao Wudao's betrayal. Even so, it wouldn't save Bai Xiaochun from the charge of intentional murder, because he couldn't decide how he would be punished. The Grand Celestial Master's gaze fell on Bai Xiaochun, his heart stirring slightly. From beginning to end, although Bai Xiaochun had shown some mental instability, he hadn't been completely despairing. This didn't fit the Grand Celestial Master's judgment. After thinking for a moment, he nodded, wanting to see what Bai Xiaochun would produce. Having obtained the Grand Celestial Master's approval, Bai Xiaochun patted his storage bag and took out a soul elixir. This soul elixir was no ordinary one. It possessed many colors, shining with boundless brilliance. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a dazzling light that illuminated the entire Celestial Master's Hall, and the soul power vibrated in all directions. Because it had at least 18 colors, it was a supreme-grade soul elixir. The moment the soul elixir appeared, the Grand Celestial Master's eyes flashed with brilliance. Not only him, but also Chen Haotong and the others were shocked. Immediately afterward, the heavenly marquises also saw the soul elixir in Bai Xiaochun's hand, and many of them turned pale. A supreme-grade soul elixir. At the very least, one must refine 18 colors of flames to create a supreme-grade soul elixir. A supreme-grade soul elixir is also called an earth-grade soul elixir. Any one of these elixirs is extremely precious. The heavenly marquises exclaimed in astonishment, because Bai Xiaochun's display of the soul elixir had shaken them all. Doubts arose in their hearts. What does a top-grade soul elixir have to do with Chu Wudao's death? Even if he offered a soul elixir, it couldn't absolve him of his 100 sins. What does Bai Hao intend to do? Does he mean he created this soul elixir himself? The one who spoke these words was Liu Yang, who sneered coldly. Upon hearing his words, many heavenly marquises were terrified. He once created an 18-colored sea of fire. Impossible! A fifth-grade soul refiner doesn't appear so easily. The entire heavenly master hall was shaken. Bai Hao, don't try to prove you're an earth-grade soul refiner just by producing a soul elixir. That's absurd. Silence, all of you. Bai Xiaochun raised his head and shouted, ignoring the heavenly marquise's shouts. His aura erupted, and his roar stunned many. He knew perfectly well that even his soul-extracting elixir couldn't prove he was an earth-grade soul refiner, because he knew people would be suspicious, and he wanted to provoke them even more. Being an earth-grade soul refiner was his trump card. These people claimed to be the law of the Kui dynasty, so he would pull the rug out from under them, relying on the law to counterattack. There were only 3 earth-grade soul refiners in the Kui dynasty today, and even after moving to the savage wilderness, at the peak of the Kui dynasty, there were only 5 earth-grade soul refiners. One can imagine how high the status and position of an earth-grade soul refiner was. It goes without saying that the laws of the Kui dynasty also stated, as long as an earth-grade soul refiner didn't commit a major crime of treason, no one had the right to execute them. This was Bai Xiaochun's reliance, the privilege of being an earth-grade soul refiner. You don't believe that the soul elixir I've refined is real. Then today, I, Bai, will refine 18-colored flames in front of you. Bai Xiaochun flicked his sleeve, his expression arrogant, his words echoing in all directions, directly suppressing the clamoring heavenly marquises. The grand heavenly master's eyes flashed with brilliance, and the 10 heavenly masters, especially Chen Haotong, held their breath. He looked at Bai Xiaochun with disbelief. They now believed that Bai Xiaochun was truly a earth-grade soul refiner. Stubborn resistance, just showing off. Chen Haotong narrowed his eyes, inwardly sneering. Several other heavenly masters took deep breaths, their hearts filled with doubt. What a boastful statement, Bai Hao. If you refine 18-colored flames, Dao Zhonglin will kneel before you in the future. That's right, you want to fight to the death. How can you easily become an earth-grade soul refiner? Overestimating yourself. After a brief moment of shock, the heavenly marquises gritted their teeth and retorted. They were more powerful than ever before, confident they could push Bai Xiaochun to his death. Bai Xiaochun sneered, glancing at them, especially at Zhao Zhonglin. He then withdrew his gaze and ignored them, patting his storage bag. 10 17-colored flames flew out from within. The 17-colored flames were something Bai Xiaochun had asked Zhou Yixing to find while searching for Bai Hao, borrowing some of the materials from those other cultivators together, which he then accumulated. In reality, he only found a small amount. For this outburst, Bai Xiaochun had prepared 3 portions of materials for refining 18-colored flames, ensuring that even if something unexpected happened, he would still succeed. Now, without hesitation, he immediately threw 10 17-colored flames forward. The flames exploded, and Bai Xiaochun deliberately directed them towards Zhao Zhonglin and Liu Yang. As a show of force, the people around retreated, even the heavenly master stepped back. Only the grand heavenly master remained calmly seated, his eyes radiating an astonishing light. Grand celestial master narrowed his eyes in thought. Bai Xiaochun knew this was a crucial moment, and he was confident he could handle it. He wasn't afraid of being disturbed. After all, this was the Celestial Master's palace, and whatever he wanted to do had to be done in front of them, thus advancing to Earth-grade soul refining master. Let's see how astonished they'll be later. I want you all to be amazed. Bai Xiaochun was filled with anticipation and excitement. He truly enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. Although he was unprepared for any unforeseen circumstances, the Celestial Master's palace, though seemingly dangerous, was actually very safe. Therefore, Bai Xiaochun immediately composed himself, ignoring the outside world, and chanted a spell, suddenly pointing his finger at the 17-colored sea of fire. Under his gaze, the 17-colored flames merged together. Bai Xiaochun watched intently, immersing his entire mind in them, increasing his control. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the merged flame became incredibly powerful. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun's expression was extremely serious. He clasped his hands together, chanting incantations and unleashing his cultivation, his mind also immersed in the flame. He began his next action compression. Boom! 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 A deafening explosion echoed throughout the Heavenly Master Hall. The silvery 17-colored flames shocked many, their gasps clearly audible. No matter what, they found it hard to believe Bai Xiaochun was 8th grade soul refining master. In fact, they simply didn't believe it. During Bai Xiaochun's next step in refining, everyone's expressions were grim, especially Jia Zhongwen and Li Yang, who were greatly frightened and cursed Bai Xiaochun for failing. Their curses were ineffective, even counterproductive. Bai Xiaochun had successfully refined it once before, or perhaps he knew this matter concerned his life, so this refining process went extremely smoothly. With a resounding explosion, the sea of fire was compressed within a radius of 30 feet, and it continued to shrink. 28 feet, 26 feet, 24 feet. After a while, only 20 feet remained. As the sea of flames compressed and swirled, Bai Xiaochun's hands seemed to possess the power to seal heaven and earth. The sea of flames was incredibly violent and difficult for him to control. At this moment, the sea of flames was compressed to 17 feet, and it was still continuing. 15 feet, 13 feet. Bai Xiaochun roared, pressing down with both hands. The sea of flames, oppressed by the immense force, resisted. Bai Xiaochun, like the king of flames, controlled them with great force. The sea of flames erupted and surged outwards. At this moment, the flames were compressed intensely. From 13 feet, it was compressed to 8 feet. When the sea of flames was only 8 feet, for the first time, the 18th color of the immortal appeared. The people in the Heavenly Master's palace were not ordinary people. Even the Heavenly Marquises might not have seen it clearly, but people like Chen Haotong and the Grand Heavenly Master saw it distinctly. Hiss! Someone gasped in surprise. The sound of the gasp was heard by the Heavenly Marquises, who stared in astonishment at the Heavenly Masters. They noticed the Heavenly Masters' expressions were unusually serious, especially Chen Haotong, whose fists were clenched so tightly that veins bulged. This made the Heavenly Marquises feel extremely uneasy. Before they could think it through, Bai Xiaochun suddenly shouted, "Compress it for me." Bai Xiaochun's eyes were bloodshot, his cultivation erupted, and he controlled his power with even greater force. In an instant, the 8-jiang sea of fire contracted to 5-jiang. 5-jiang was the boundary. When it was only 5-jiang, new colors appeared in the sea of fire. A divine sense swept over it, revealing that the sea of fire had transformed into 18 colors, allowing for the refinement of 18-colored flames. Within a radius of 5-jiang, the color of the changing flames became clearer than before. Everyone could clearly see the 18th color appearing. The minds of the Heavenly Marquises were greatly shaken. He can't possibly succeed. He will fail. He must fail. The Heavenly Marquises were extremely worried. This situation was beyond their expectations. Although their words weren't vulgar, they carried a sense of anxiety. Standing beside the Grand Heavenly Master, He Ming frowned. He raised his right hand and pressed down, instantly shaking the noisy Heavenly Marquises in the Great Hall. They looked at He Ming warily before falling silent. The Grand Heavenly Master looked at He Ming, saying nothing, and continued to focus on Bai Xiaochun. The strange light in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. Even the 10 great heavenly lords felt pressured. Everyone saw sweat dripping from Bai Xiaochun's forehead as he stared intently at the 5-jiang sea of fire. He knew that if he couldn't compress the 5-jiang sea of fire, everything would be in vain. He immediately increased his power, and the sea of fire was compressed to 4-jiang. Immediately afterwards, it compressed to 3-jiang, approximately 3 meters. The 3-jiang wide sea of fire was incredibly violent and earth-shattering. Everyone noticed the sea of fire's transformation was slowing down considerably, and they felt uneasy. Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up, and his divine consciousness surged into the 3-jiang wide sea of fire. The speed was incredibly fast. In an instant, Bai Xiaochun's divine consciousness poured into the sea of fire, and the colors within it grew increasingly intense. The 18th color clearly visible. A deafening explosion resounded. The 18th color was still weaker than the surrounding colors, but Bai Xiaochun's divine consciousness, having merged with it, made it brighter. The 17 surrounding colors, unwilling to give up, could not stop the 18th color from rising. In an instant, the clouds above the heavenly master palace transformed, and suddenly lightning appeared within the sea of clouds, accompanied by thunderous explosions. The thunder rumbled through the palace, and even the golden dragon, shrouded in clouds, recoiled in uncertainty, moving away from the palace's sky. The thunder echoed into the heavenly master hall, seemingly exploding in everyone's ears. They were stunned, their minds shaken like crashing waves. Bai Xiaochun was incredibly excited. He hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. He no longer needed to hide his true power as before. He wanted to create a spectacular, earth-shattering spectacle. "Condense for me," he roared. The sea of fire flew into Bai Xiaochun's hand, shrinking and condensing within the heavenly master hall. The lightning in the sky intensified, and everyone in the hall seemed to lose their ability to think, watching the sea of fire contract in Bai Xiaochun's palm. The sea of fire flew into Bai Xiaochun's hand, shrinking continuously, 2 feet, 1 foot, half a foot, until it was only half a foot. Finally, Bai Xiaochun shouted, clenching his right fist tightly. 8 colored flames appear. Bai Xiaochun roared, his shout like a thunderclap, shaking the entire hall. All the flames disappeared, and Bai Xiaochun was holding the flames in his hand. His right hand was the focus of everyone's attention. It seemed as if Bai Xiaochun was not holding a sea of fire, but the hearts of 89 heavenly marquises, 10 heavenly dukes, and even the heart of a grand heavenly master. Bai Xiaochun was excited, his spirits soaring to the extreme. He breathed heavily, his eyes bloodshot, yet unable to conceal his joy. He noticed everyone was looking at his right hand. Chen Haoding and his group were all staring at his right hand. Zhao Honglin and his group were nervous, and Bai Zi felt incredibly pleased and excited beyond words. Bai Xiaochun slowly opened his hand, and finally, he raised his hand high, and then flames appeared. "Tell me, what color is this flame?" Bai Xiaochun shouted, his words arrogant and boastful, his defiant demeanor making him seem incredibly haughty. The flames in his hand were clearly visible to everyone. They saw 18 beautiful, colorful flames burning. The entire hall fell silent. Only the increasingly rapid breathing could be heard. Bai Xiaochun's words and the beautiful flames captivated everyone's attention, their minds shaken, a tremor beyond description, their heads reeling as if struck by 10,000 bolts of lightning. A giant hand was slapping the faces of everyone in the hall, slapping them both. After a brief silence, someone finally cried out in astonishment. "Impossible! How could this be? 18 colors, 8 colored flames. A Earth-grade soul-refining master. Heaven has no eyes. This can't be true." After the first person spoke, the entire hall erupted in commotion. The people in the Heavenly Master Hall were in turmoil. The faces of the Heavenly Marquises changed drastically, their faces drained of color and disbelief. They were terrified like never before. "This can't be true. Damn it, damn it, damn it. He's a Earth-grade soul-refining master. How is this possible? He escaped such a massive killing formation. Where is justice? Where is the Heavenly Tao?" The Heavenly Marquises were struck as if by lightning, many losing their composure and unable to withstand the immense shock. It wasn't that their willpower was insufficient, nor that their minds were damaged, but rather that Bai Xiaochun's reversal of the situation was too beautiful, shattering all the killing formations without a trace. Previously, they had been incredibly confident, believing Bai Xiaochun was certain to die. Their confidence had only grown stronger, and now the collapse was even harder to accept. Especially Jia Zhonglin, his body trembled uncontrollably. As he trembled, his eyes turned bloodshot, and he seemed to be going mad. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He couldn't imagine how Bai Xiaochun could resolve such a killing formation. "Bai Hao, you were already a Earth-grade soul-refining master. You did this on purpose." Zhao Zhonglin, unusually intelligent for once, angrily retorted to Bai Xiaochun. "Before you killed Zhou Wudao, you already knew you could refine 18 colored flames. That's why you weren't afraid. You did this on purpose, you damned bastard. You dug a pit for us to fall into. Despicable, shameless." Liu Yang was now unwilling to accept his fate, constantly shouting. His heart filled with fear, because his earlier commotion had greatly offended Bai Xiaochun. Not to mention that more than half of the heavenly marquises in the main hall were in a state of panic. Chaos erupted as their words echoed, yet Bai Xiaochun remained standing there, smugly watching their distorted faces. Thinking about how they had tried to corner him and drive him to his death, Bai Xiaochun felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, every pore on his body overflowing with pleasure. Humph, I just slapped you all, and your teeth fell out. Fight me! You still dare to say my 18 colored flames are fake? Shut up, Bai Xiaochun roared, his words like thunder echoing in all directions. The hearts of the heavenly Marquis and his group were filled with boundless resentment. They were overwhelmed by Bai Xiaochun's aura. With just one move from me, Bai Xiaochun, you'll all be reduced to dust. Bai Xiaochun was overjoyed. He stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, his heart filled with indescribable excitement. Ignoring the angry crowd, he felt even more delighted, so Bai Xiaochun pointed directly at Zhao Zhonglin. Zhao Heavenly Marquis, what did you say before? If I, Bai, cultivate 18 colored flames, what would you do? Come, I'm standing here, come and kneel before me. Zhao Holland's expression changed constantly, his face turned as black as a pot bottom. He gritted his teeth, his mind feeling like it was about to explode, wishing there were no cracks in the ground so he could burrow into it. At this moment, not only were the heavenly marquises driven mad by the 8-colored flames, but Chen Haotong and the other heavenly masters were also struggling to remain calm. Their gazes towards Bai Xiaochun were filled with shock and complexity, and some even felt a sense of awe. Even though Bai Xiaochun had irreconcilable conflicts with them, at this moment they couldn't help but admire his methods, their hearts filled with considerable respect. Just like respecting a powerful expert, they thought he had fallen into a deadly trap and was certain to die, yet he had reversed the situation, leaving them in awe. Even if Bai Xiaochun had indeed been able to refine the 8-colored flames before and had prepared for this, if that were true, then this person was even more terrifying. Not all the heavenly lords showed him respect. Many had extremely gloomy expressions, especially Chen Haotong and the long-bearded heavenly lord. Chen Haotong stared at the 18-colored flames in Bai Xiaochun's hand without saying a word. His heart was filled with resentment and anger. He knew that as a peak heavenly human expert and a heavenly lord of the Kuwang dynasty, his status was unimaginably high. He had been humiliated many times by Bai Xiaochun, and now that the other party had reversed the situation, he was furious and felt a sense of powerlessness and defeat. This guy is my nemesis, he thought bitterly, because he knew that Bai Xiaochun was not someone he could touch. He had merely killed a heavenly marquis. For others, it would be a capital offense. Bai Xiaochun, being an Earth-grade soul refiner, might be punished, but his life was unlikely to be in danger. It could be said that the status of an Earth-grade soul refining master is a golden badge of honor, unshakable by anyone. Not to mention them, even a Grand Celestial Master would have to secretly assassinate Bai Xiaochun without revealing their intentions, otherwise the people of the Kuwang dynasty would riot. After all, Earth-grade soul refining masters are the most noble existences in the entire Kuwang dynasty. In the current generation, there are only 3 Earth-grade soul refining masters, each one a supreme being, like a dragon whose head is seen but its tail is not. They don't reside in Kuwang City, mostly traveling far and wide, attempting to break through their own realms and enter the legendary realm. Since the Kuwang dynasty descended to the savage wilderness, no one has yet broken through to the heaven grade. Once they appear, let alone the celestial masters, even a grand celestial master would have to treat them with caution. Anyone who dares to kill an Earth-grade soul refining master would be shaking the very foundations of the savage wilderness. Not only did the heavenly marquis and the heavenly duke think this way, but even the grand heavenly master thought the same. He looked at Bai Xiaochun, recalling the 2 times the other party had offered advice. His heart stirred with emotion and admiration. This is truly unparalleled brilliance. The Grand Heavenly Master murmured to himself. Bai Xiaochun was exhilarated to the extreme. He felt that since entering the savage wilderness, this was his most glorious moment. He proudly raised his head, preparing to provoke everyone a little more, so that he could be even happier. Suddenly, outside, there was a thunderclap countless times stronger than before and a powerful explosion in the sky, like the creation of heaven and earth, shook the entire imperial palace. The explosion caused everyone in the Heavenly Master Hall to look up at the sky, their eyes seemingly piercing through the Heavenly Master Hall to see outside. Upon seeing this scene, everyone's expressions changed. Bai Xiaojun also looked up, sensing the sky outside the Imperial Palace changing. Lightning tribulation, someone exclaimed. This Earth-grade soul fire tribulation. No, Bai Hao isn't even an Earth-grade soul refiner today. An Earth-grade soul refiner must overcome an Earth-grade soul fire tribulation to even begin. Ha, we still have a chance. At this moment, some of the heavenly marquises were excited, Zhao Zhonglin happily shouting, "What chance?" Hearing the surrounding people's exclamations, Bai Xiaojun angrily cursed. He remembered the heavenly marquise's smug expressions and glared even more at Zhao Zhonglin. He felt Zhao Zhonglin was too hateful. He absolutely had to force him to kneel before him every day. He didn't pay much attention to Zhao Zhonglin now. Bai Xiaojun looked up at the sky, only to see clouds and countless lightning bolts. These lightning bolts emitted earth-shattering explosions, like countless snakes tearing through the clouds. The sky transformed into a pool of lightning, expanding rapidly, instantly covering half of Kuwan City. A strange phenomenon occurred in the sky, attracting the attention of everyone in Kuwan City. Upon seeing it, everyone gasped in shock. What's happening? Oh my god, what's going on? Why does it look like something from Legends? Earth-grade soul fire tribulation. The veteran soul refiners were incredibly excited, trembling with uncontrollable excitement. Kuwan City was in utter chaos, the most excited being the soul refiners themselves. They gazed at the soul fire tribulation with fervent anticipation, their minds filled with extreme excitement. Oh my god, this is an Earth-grade soul fire tribulation. Only those who become Earth-grade soul refiners and successfully refine 8-colored flames for the first time experience a soul fire tribulation. Having overcome this tribulation, the 8-colored flame has formed. From now on, when refining the 18-colored flame, there will be no lightning tribulation. Who is it? Which grandmother is it today? Who has been promoted to Earth grade? It must succeed. It must succeed. As long as it succeeds, our Kuwang dynasty will have its 4th Earth grade soul refiner. The entire city was in an uproar. Cries of astonishment echoed everywhere. The commotion spread throughout Kuwang City, and then shook the entire savage wilderness. Sun Yufan and Sima Dao, upon hearing this news, immediately flew out of their seclusion and rushed straight to the teleportation array, their excitement far surpassing that of others. It must be Grandmother Bai Hao. It must be him. Not only these two, but at this moment, all the Xuan-grade soul refiners in the entire savage wilderness were going crazy, all using the shortest time to go to Kuwang City. The entire group of Xuan-grade soul refiners like a pilgrimage. They had to go and witness the soul fire tribulation, because it was of immense help to them. While the entire savage wilderness was in turmoil, Bai Xiaojun's expression was extremely serious. He knew that the 8-colored flame had a lightning tribulation, but he hadn't expected the 18-colored flame to be so powerful. If I fail the tribulation, everything will be over. Thinking this, Bai Xiaojun's heart trembled. At this moment, the people in the main hall thought the tide had turned, and in their eyes, despair had turned to hope. I also don't believe that I can cultivate the 8-colored flame, and the soul fire tribulation can't stop me. Bai Xiaojun's eyes widened. He took out a creation pill and swallowed it without hesitation. His cultivation immediately recovered, and he stared intently. He felt a sense of certainty. The lightning sword wasn't aimed at him, but at the Heavenly Master Hall. The 8-colored flame heavenly tribulation possesses earth-shattering power. That being said, unless someone like the Mia family's ancestor possesses a method to prolong the tribulation, a peak-level Xuan-grade soul refining master, upon successfully refining the 8-colored flame, would seek seclusion to overcome the tribulation, either by setting up a formation or seeking assistance. It's very easy for a soul refining master capable of refining the 8-colored flame to seek assistance. There are many powerful individuals willing to forge friendly relationships. Perhaps since the Kuwang dynasty moved to the savage wilderness, no soul refining master has failed in their advancement, and none have been like Bai Xiaojun currently, possessing sufficient means to resist the lightning tribulation. His means are the heaven-shattering defenses of the Heavenly Master Palace. As Bai Xiaojun concentrated his mind, the thunderous explosions grew louder and louder. The lightning pool covering half of Kuwang City vibrated with immense power, its range visible, and it even contracted into a large circle. After contracting, numerous silver serpents coiled around the circle, and the lightning quickly converged into the center, as if merging countless lightning bolts into a single, earth-shattering bolt of lightning. A deafening explosion filled the entire hall. This was the Earth-grade soul fire tribulation. From afar, the lightning bolt was as thick as a water barrel, condensing supreme will. The thunderous explosion echoed throughout the heavens and earth, directly striking the Heavenly Master Hall. This single blow carried immense power, causing the entire hall to tremble. Multicolored light diffused in all directions, preventing the lightning from erupting. Amidst the deafening explosion, the Heavenly Master Hall remained completely unharmed, while the lightning itself collapsed, transforming into countless silver lights that entered the hall. Then, the lightning vanished. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times, then looked up at the Grand Heavenly Master. He saw the Grand Heavenly Master smiling, while the surrounding Heavenly Marquises stared in astonishment, especially Jia Zhonglin, whose face was ashen. They didn't even dare to utter a word of complaint. Foolish. Chen Haotong snorted coldly. He couldn't even see the logic. The Grand Heavenly Master was naturally willing to see a Earth-grade soul refining master support him. This kind of favor was especially evident when there was a risk of an outbreak. Bai Xiaochun understood, his eyes filled with gratitude. He bowed to the Grand Heavenly Master, his heart no longer as moved as before. After the incident with Bai Hao, Bai Xiaochun had matured considerably, knowing that in the Grand Heavenly Master's heart, value outweighed everything else. Many believed the heavenly tribulation had ended, but the lightning pool in the sky didn't disappear. Instead, it swirled and raged. This time, the lightning pool was smaller than before, having shrunk from covering half of Kuwan City to the size of the Imperial Palace. Everyone gasped for breath. The power of the lightning pool was immense, surpassing even the first lightning tribulation. A deafening roar filled the sky, and countless lightning bolts, like silver snakes, could be seen converging in the central area, where a tiny lightning net formed. All the lightning bolts condensed into one, then formed a black thunderbolt. The pressure surpassed that of an early-stage heavenly human, and the thunderbolt's power grew stronger and stronger, eventually stopping at the level of a great perfection heavenly human. This scene caused even the people of Kuwan City to gasp in shock, their minds greatly shaken. This Earth-grade soul fire tribulation is even greater than recorded. My God, how could an Earth-grade soul refining master possibly withstand this kind of heavenly tribulation? Bai Xiaochun was also dumbfounded. He didn't think much of it, because the Heavenly Master Palace was bearing the brunt, so perhaps nothing would happen, but he remained vigilant. Seeing the black thunderbolt growing stronger, he also channeled his full cultivation. Just as the thunderbolt struck directly at the Heavenly Master Palace, it instantly erupted into a multicolored light screen. It wasn't simply a defense, the light screen unleashed a barrage of lightning attacks. The two sides clashed, the explosion echoing throughout the imperial city of Kuwan. The Heavenly Master Palace's light screen shook violently, then twisted and caved in by half. When the heavenly lightning struck the screen, it bounced back, ultimately failing to penetrate it. Instead, it scattered into countless lightning bolts, the screen expanding in all directions, transforming the entire sky above the desolate palace into a lightning-filled area. The lightning pool in the sky showed signs of disappearing. Bai Xiaochun, trembling with excitement, felt that such a good opportunity required him to show his prowess. Therefore, he arrogantly looked up at the lightning pool and shouted, "Come on, if you have the guts, strike again." As soon as Bai Xiaochun finished speaking, the disappearing lightning pool in the sky above the Imperial Palace suddenly erupted with a deafening explosion, spinning rapidly. As it spun, the lightning pool grew smaller and smaller, the sound of thunder constantly echoing, especially as a dark black hole appeared within it. A black hole, like a cold eye, stared intently at Bai Xiaochun in the Heavenly Master Hall, seemingly piercing through the hall and looking directly at him. The black hole generated tremors exceeding those of a great perfection heavenly being, and as the lightning pool shrank, the tremors intensified. It was clear another lightning tribulation was imminent. Even the Grand Heavenly Master became serious. He stood up and flew out of the hall. Bai Xiaochun was terrified. As the lightning pool shrank and the black hole's aura grew stronger, he cried out in fear. "It was my loose tongue. Oh heavens, I didn't mean that. Don't. Bai Xiaochun was on the verge of tears. Although he didn't know how Earth-grade soul refining master could withstand the lightning tribulation, he understood that the first one would be simple. He would need to use all his strength to withstand the second one, and after that, he would be greatly weakened and severely injured. He wouldn't be able to withstand a third one, let alone him. Even a celestial being would be terrified. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Bai Xiaojun trembled, muttering to himself, feeling that he absolutely shouldn't have provoked the heavens. This behavior was too dangerous. He still remembered that once, while flying on his sword at the Lingxi sect, he was almost struck dead by lightning. The others in the Great Hall gasped, their expressions strange as they looked at Bai Xiaojun, because Bai Xiaojun's mouth was like a black crow's beak. At the moment the lightning tribulation was about to dissipate, he had provoked it. They didn't know what to say. This scene brought a sense of relief to many of the heavenly marquises, while Chen Haoding and his group were greatly shaken, even more so than when Bai Xiaojun had cultivated the 8-colored flames. How is this possible? His single sentence caused the heavenly tribulation to return. When did the heavenly tribulation become such a joke? Bai Hao is hiding some secret. It's truly unbelievable. This is beyond imagination. No, something's wrong. At this moment, the heavenly lords looked fearfully at the lightning pool above. The sky was rumbling, all the lightning bolts contracting into a black hole. Just as Bai Xiaojun was terrified, a purple lightning bolt descended. This lightning bolt was different from the previous two. It looked very ordinary. The moment it appeared, all the soul cultivators in Kuwang City were shaken. The heavenly marquises in the heavenly master's palace gasped in shock, and Chen Haoding and his group's expressions changed. Demigod lightning tribulation. The grand heavenly master muttered 4 words, and immediately rushed forward to stop it. At this moment, the heavenly tribulation descended directly upon the heavenly master's palace. The deafening thunder and lightning ripped through the air, tearing open a pitch-black passage in the void. The grand heavenly master narrowed his eyes, wielding his trident and striking directly at the purple lightning. Boom! This strike produced an earth-shattering tearing sound. Even the void itself seemed to collapse. Behind the grand heavenly master, a phantom image of the trident appeared, and the void, spanning thousands of meters, crumbled, colliding with the purple lightning. Rumble, rumble, rumble! A deafening explosion resounded, instantly shaking the entire Kuwang City. The purple heavenly tribulation was shattered into countless smaller lightning bolts. The grand heavenly master did not retreat. His expression unchanged. After the purple lightning disappeared, a powerful storm erupted, and the Grand Heavenly Master unleashed a terrifying aura. The 10 Grand Heavenly Masters in the Heavenly Master Hall were extremely unwilling, but because of the great importance of the task, they had no choice but to act. They appeared around the Heavenly Master Hall, their hands forming incantations and pointing into the void. Immediately, a light screen appeared, blocking the remaining impact of the lightning. At this moment, the lightning disappeared, and the sky returned to its original state. Inside the Heavenly Master Hall, Bai Xiaojun gasped in surprise. He didn't dare to say anything provocative to the heavens. He watched expectantly as the Grand Heavenly Master and the 10 Grand Heavenly Masters returned to the Heavenly Master Hall. Thank you, Grand Heavenly Master. You are mighty. Bai Xiaojun quickly stepped forward, clasped his hands, and bowed deeply. He was thinking about how to flatter the Grand Heavenly Master, but the Grand Heavenly Master waved his hand to stop him. Grand Master Bai, congratulations on your promotion to Earth rank. Today, the position of supervisor is no longer suitable for you. Our Kuwang dynasty has 5 great forbidden lands, and any of them can help in comprehending and refining the soul. Master Bai, I wonder if the arrangement for you to go to the Nether River Forbidden Zone for enlightenment was successful. Grand Heavenly Master looked at Bai Xiaojun, his tone different from before. After all, Bai Xiaojun was now a Earth-grade soul refining master. Zhou Budao himself was a heavenly marquis, and he needed an answer to everyone, even if it meant his death. Bai Xiaojun's promotion to Earth-grade soul refining master meant he wouldn't die, but he wasn't suitable for the position of supervisory envoy. Therefore, he was assigned to the Nether River Forbidden Zone to avoid the wrath of the people of Kuwang City and to give him some peace. The Grand Heavenly Master's temperament had changed, and he worried that Bai Xiaojun wouldn't understand his good intentions. So, disregarding the surrounding powerful figures, he secretly transmitted a message to Bai Xiaojun. By how? The Nether River Forbidden Zone has 3,000 of my personal guards. Go there, and they will obey your orders. You'll also avoid the storm, and with your status, I will soon promote you again and make other arrangements. Then you can return. Bai Xiaochun blinked, feeling uneasy, because he felt that as an Earth-grade soul refining master, he hadn't yet earned enough fame before having to leave. Thinking that the Grand Celestial Master's words made sense, and that his trump card had been revealed, although he was avoiding the storm, he understood that open attacks were easy to avoid. But hidden arrows were difficult to guard against. He couldn't afford to be careless. Leaving Kuwan City to avoid the storm was a good choice. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and bowed to the Grand Celestial Master. We will all follow the Grand Celestial Master's arrangements. The Grand Celestial Master smiled, his gaze sweeping over the 10 great celestial lords and the group of celestial marquises. What do you all think? We will follow the Grand Celestial Master's arrangements. Chen Haotong and the others didn't hesitate, their hearts filled with helplessness, and they also bowed to the Grand Celestial Master. The Grand Celestial Master and the 10 great celestial lords all agreed. Even though the celestial marquises were unwilling, they dared not say anything and bowed as well. At this moment, the deadly trap set for Bai Xiaochun had been completely neutralized. Everyone left the Heavenly Master Hall one by one. As Bai Xiaochun stepped out, he felt the sky clear and the clouds dispersed, his heart filled with triumph. Not only had he escaped death, but he had also won a great victory. Before entering the Heavenly Master Hall, he was a supervisory envoy feared by countless people. After leaving the Heavenly Master Hall, he was an 8th grade soul refining master, followed enthusiastically by countless soul refining masters in the savage wilderness. Heh, even the Grand Heavenly Master calls me Grand Master. We all have the word master in our names. Bai Xiaochun became increasingly smug as he thought about it. He hadn't taken more than a few steps when he remembered something. He turned back to look into the Heavenly Master Hall and saw Zhao Zhonglin hiding behind everyone, not daring to approach him. Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat and stood still. He didn't leave. Inside the Heavenly Master's Hall, Zhao Zhonglin felt deeply wronged and tormented. Bai Xiaochun, however, remained standing there, refusing to leave. He wanted to curse, his face flushed crimson with frustration. He was caught between a rock and a hard place. Finally, even the Grand Heavenly Master couldn't stand it anymore. He waved his hand, sweeping Zhao Zhonglin out of the Heavenly Master's Hall, leaving the palace grounds. Bai Xiaochun muttered a few curses under his breath before swaggering away, his heart already set on not letting Zhao Zhonglin off the hook. And that Liu Yang, just you wait. Bai Xiaochun snorted, striding forward. When Zhao Zhonglin appeared outside the palace, he was deeply moved. He flew back to his family at top speed. He had never experienced such humiliation in his life, especially after saying in front of the powerful officials that he would kneel before Bai Hao if he could cultivate the 8-colored flame. He regretted it immensely. After Zhao Honglin returned to his clan, news of Bai Xiaochun's connection to the Heavenly Master's palace spread. And Bai Xiaochun's promotion to Earth-grade soul refining master in front of all the powerful figures of the court also spread throughout Kuwang City. Within a short time, everyone knew about it. Our savage wilderness has produced a 4th Earth-grade soul refining master. The 4th, at its peak, the savage wilderness only had 5 Earth-grade masters. Master Bai Hao back then he cultivated an 18-colored flame. I saw long ago that he could be promoted to Earth grade. Kuwan City was in an uproar, and soon after, the entire savage wilderness spread this news. Everyone's hearts trembled, especially the soul refining masters. The soul refining families were greatly moved, mobilizing all their forces, trying to establish contact with this Earth grade soul refining master. Even in the Tongshan River region, such news spread like wildfire, causing a huge shock. The 4 major upper-level sects all placed Bai Hao on their kill lists. The bounty was even higher, after all. He was in the savage wilderness, and today he was one of the 4 Earth-grade soul refiners. The 4 upper-level sects believed that Bai Hao was very young with limitless potential, and they absolutely had to crush such a person. Unfortunately, it was beyond their reach, and they could only sigh in frustration, unable to take any concrete action. Everyone in the Tongshan River region knew about this, not to mention the Chu Yixing family, which was far from Kuwang City, also heard about it. Knowing that Chu Yixing was a subordinate of Bai Xiaochun, the entire family was overjoyed. The current clan leader ordered Chu Yixing to be appointed as the young clan leader. This was unanimously approved by the clan elders. No matter how unwilling Chu Yixing's siblings were, it was useless. The subordinate of an Earth-grade soul refiner carried extremely high weight among soul refiners. Needless to say, Chu Yixing's fire cultivation ability was improving day by day. Bai Xiaochun occasionally gave him pointers, so he progressed very quickly, and today he was only a hair's breadth away from becoming a Zhuan-grade cultivator. When the decree of beneficence was expanded, Chu Yixing had enough power to ensure that his brothers and sisters wouldn't dare to resist, and even if they did, it would be useless. After all, everyone in the barbarian wilderness knew that the initiator of the decree of beneficence was Bai Hao. Not only did his status in the family rise, but in Kuwang City, Chu Yixing could happily go anywhere, and wherever he went, people would bow to him. He was even more excited that his choice all those years ago was the right one. He was no different, and so was Bai Xiaochun. The order to go to the Nether River Forbidden Zone was given, but Bai Xiaochun still procrastinated. He constantly wandered around Kuwang City, enjoying the respectful gazes of countless people. Every day, many soul refiners from all over the savage wilderness came to visit Bai Xiaochun, each time bringing grand gifts. Bai Xiaochun felt elated and very comfortable, especially when Bai Xiaochun went to the spirit refining street before. He received many gifts. He searched all over Kuwang City, and finally, having nothing left to do, he thought of Zhao Zhonglan and Liu Yang. Liu Yang was cunning. Obviously knowing that Bai Xiaochun wanted revenge, he hastily left Kuwang City to guard the Great Wall. This surprised Bai Xiaochun, making him feel that Liu Yang was a rare and decisive talent. As for Zhao Zhonglan, he wasn't so decisive. He chose to go into seclusion, thinking that Bai Xiaochun would underestimate him. Clearly, he underestimated Bai Xiaochun's willpower. In the following period, he visited the Zhao family every day, causing chaos throughout the Zhao family, and the illegitimate sons were extremely excited. Bai Xiaochun's current status attracted the attention of countless people, and many rogue cultivators wanted to follow him. Most importantly, he had just been promoted to Earth rank, and his conflicts with numerous powerful figures were known. If he were to be in danger in Kuwang City, everyone would point their spears at the powerful figures. Bai Xiaochun's status as an Earth-grade soul refining master was what he sought in the savage wilderness. If anything happened to him, it would become a major incident, something even the Heavenly Emperor couldn't handle. Therefore, his safety was well guaranteed, yet he refused to leave. Zhao Zhonglan, like a black turtle hiding its head in the Heavenly Marquis Tower, ignored Bai Xiaochun's pleas. Bai Xiaochun was furious. That black bear Zhao, do you think hiding will get you no way out of your Bai family? Bai Xiaochun glared at the Zhao family's Heavenly Marquis Tower. He felt Zhao Zhonglan was going too far, clearly losing yet still daring to play dirty tricks. If you have any sense, learn from Liu Yang and hide in the Great Wall. I'll admire you. Right now, it's just a Heavenly Marquis Tower. Do you think you can get away with not coming out? Bai Xiaochun flicked his sleeves and went to other Heavenly Marquises' residences. Upon encountering one, he would seize them and flaunt his power, disgusting these Heavenly Marquises. He also made all the Heavenly Marquises comment and judge, implying that if Zhao Zhonglan didn't appear and kneel, he absolutely wouldn't leave. The Heavenly Marquises were extremely resentful and hated Zhao Zhonglan even more. Therefore, all the Heavenly Marquises vented their anger by coercing him. Finally, Chen Haotong sighed and persuaded him. Zhao Zhonglan, heartbroken and filled with regret, reluctantly left his seclusion and proactively knelt before Bai Xiaochun. Enjoying the kneeling of the Heavenly Marquises, Bai Xiaochun was in a state of great joy. Only then did he let go of the other Heavenly Marquises, triumphantly flicking his sleeves and leaving. Taking Zhou Yixing with him, he used the excuse of wanting to stroll around and didn't use the teleportation array. The Grand Heavenly Master arranged for guards to protect him as he rode his celestial boat out of Kuwang City to the Nether River Forbidden Zone. Bai Xiaochun left Kuwang City, and countless soul refiners bid him farewell. All the Heavenly Marquises sighed, hoping that Bai Hao would never return. Zhao Zhonglan, in particular, was furious, practically pounding drums and gongs to express his sorrow. He was especially excited by Bai Xiaochun's departure. Kuwang City was filled with commotion. Before leaving, Bai Xiaochun glanced towards the Kuwang dynasty, sighing, I can't bear to see you all go." When he arrived, he was just a minor figure emerging from the giant ghost city. When he left, he had become a major figure in the savage wilderness. This transformation moved countless people who witnessed Bai Xiaochun's departure. "Even if you hate him, you can't help but admire him," Chen Haosang lamented. "In all these years, our Kuwang dynasty hasn't seen anyone like him. He stirred up such great storms and still reached the peak, completely unharmed." Many heavenly marquises in Kuwang City were filled with emotion. He stirred up the winds and clouds in Rugui City, suppressed the prodigies in the soul-refining lake, fought against the Zhuan-grade cultivators under the watchful eyes of the masses, and supervised the extermination of clans and families. On the day of the ancestral sacrifice, he caused chaos in the universe, angrily beheaded a heavenly marquis, bestowed his favor upon the entire court, and even the earth-grade cultivators emerged from the savage wilderness. Each story spread far and wide as Bai Xiaochun departed, and the people of Kuwang City continued to recount it. Even on the day Bai Xiaochun left, the Grand Heavenly Master in the Heavenly Master's Hall watched his departing figure. "I think I understand now why the Underworld Emperor chose him." Black Ming sighed beside him. "I'm not as good as you." The Ming River Forbidden Zone, one of the 5 forbidden zones of the savage wilderness, is called a forbidden zone because it's difficult for soul cultivators to approach. Forcibly entering would be life-threatening. Therefore, entering this area requires a special token to ensure safety. The Ming River Forbidden Zone has a river. During the day, the river dries up, looking quite ordinary, but at sunset, the river transforms into the River of Darkness. It seems the River of Darkness only appears in the void at night. Because of this place has become a forbidden area. After all, the River of Darkness exists in the void. Unless one possesses some special means, it is rarely seen with one's own eyes. There is a river in this area, but every sunset, the River of Darkness appears. Besides that, all the so-called forbidden areas in the savage wilderness contain special items. For the Imperial Dynasty, these items, which can aid cultivation or repair magical artifacts, are indispensable. In the Forbidden Zone of the Netherworld, the Crimson Rainbow exists. It appears at night when the Netherworld River is in full swing, but its appearance is unpredictable, lasting only a short time. Although illusory, it can be captured using special methods. Therefore, these Forbidden Zones are guarded by the Imperial Army of the Kuwang City. Within the Netherworld Forbidden Zone, there is a large army of 3,000 men. The highest ranking among them is a nascent soul cultivator at the Great Perfection stage, not a heavenly marquis, but rather the personal guards of the Grand Celestial Master. The majority of the remaining soul cultivators are at the Golden Core stage. These 3,000 men are unlikely to protect Bai Xiaochun. In fact, they are the Grand Celestial Master's men. No one in the entire court would dare to secretly attack Bai Xiaochun, and even the 4 heavenly kings wouldn't dare easily provoke the Grand Celestial Master. Destroying this army would be tantamount to declaring war on the Grand Celestial Master. Their mission is to collect the Crimson Rainbow. By the time Bai Xiaochun brought Zhou Yixing to the Nether River Forbidden Zone, several months had passed since he left Kuwang City. During those months, relying on the Heavenly Ark, Bai Xiaochun wasn't in a hurry. Although the savage wilderness was a desolate and remote place, it didn't affect Bai Xiaochun's leisurely and self-satisfied attitude. Along the way, every time he passed a soul-refining family, those soul refiners would pay their respects with great reverence, making Bai Xiaochun's life even more comfortable. They traveled intermittently, stopping and starting, and finally arrived at the Nether River Forbidden Zone today. By the time they arrived, it was already sunset. The 3,000-strong army knew that Bai Xiaochun was coming, and they lined up outside the Nether River Forbidden Zone, waiting. Leading the group were 5 people, all nascent soul cultivators. The middle-aged man in the middle had a nascent soul Great Perfection cultivation level. He was the Legion commander, his expression serious. Behind him were 2 late-stage nascent soul cultivators and 2 mid-stage nascent soul cultivators, all waiting for Bai Xiaochun to appear. They understood Bai Xiaochun well, knowing that he was not only a high-grade soul-refining master, but also a powerful figure whose mere presence could shake the savage wilderness. Moreover, as the Grand Heavenly Master's personal army, they had been ordered to obey Bai Xiaochun's commands, so they couldn't possibly become hostages or show any signs of disobedience. Before long, Bai Xiaochun arrived piloting the celestial boat. After landing, Zhou Yixing was the first to disembark. He immediately looked around vigilantly, displaying a demeanor of utmost loyalty to his position, leaving the 3,000 men around him stunned. Quickly, Zhou Yixing determined there was no danger, then stepped back a few paces, bowed to the celestial boat, and said, "Please, Master Bai." As soon as he said this, the Legion commander was also surprised. He immediately clasped his hands and shouted, and the 3,000 soldiers followed suit. "Please, Master Bai." Bai Xiaochun stood on the celestial boat with his hands clasped behind his back, admiringly looking at Zhou Yixing. Only then did he fly down and stand before the 3,000 soldiers. "Your subordinate, Wu Dao, greets Master Bai. Whatever orders Master Bai has, your subordinate will diligently carry them out." The Legion commander, a nascent soul great perfection cultivator, took a deep breath and clasped his hands in a bow to Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun thoroughly enjoyed himself. He laughed heartily and said to Wu Dao, "Fellow Taoist Wu, there's no need for that. My cultivation is weak, and I was thrown here by the Grand Heavenly Master to comprehend soul refinement. There are many things I hope fellow Taoist Wu will take care of in the future." Bai Xiaochun's smile was very sincere. That was his nature. If others were polite to him, he would be polite to them in return. Wu Dao showed a look of being overwhelmed and flattered. He became even more respectful. He understood the meaning of Bai Xiaochun's words, feeling that the Grand Master before him was quite impressive. Although he was only a earth rank cultivator, he didn't put on airs. He also realized that the other party was not simple. Bai Xiaochun's seemingly weak words, followed by mentioning the Grand Heavenly Master and stating that he wouldn't be staying here long, only to comprehend soul refinement, subtly implied that he had no intention of usurping power. Wu Dao understood that the other party was somewhat displeased with the people under his command, but after hearing this, he still enjoyed it. With such a positive impression, the subsequent events went smoothly. Everyone gathered around Bai Xiaochun, touring the Nether River Forbidden Zone, and then entering the military camp. After the social formalities, Wu Dao offered Bai Xiaochun the best room, explaining the details of the Nether River Forbidden Zone once more. Then, as darkness fell, he left 2 tokens and took his leave. The room wasn't too large, it had a courtyard and 4 walls, and being located within the military camp, it offered excellent security and privacy. There wasn't just one room, it had a main room and 2 side rooms. Bai Xiaochun was satisfied with the sight. As Wu Dao left, Zhou Yixing immediately set up a formation. After establishing a strict defense, he approached Bai Xiaochun and respectfully spoke. "Master, what Wu Dao said just now was very true. He didn't deceive us. Every morning, the Nether River will appear in the Forbiddens area, and to approach it, one needs a special token. Legend says that although this isn't the source of the Nether River, it's a place where life and death intersect, which is why the Nether River appears here. This is also the only place in the savage wilderness where the Nether River is exposed. Because this place is special, it's very good for soul refiners to gain insights here. After the Nether River appears, countless souls will follow. With special techniques, one can even directly capture souls within the Nether River, but doing so is dangerous." Zhou Yixing whispered. Wu Dao had mentioned these things, and Zhou Yixing had also investigated them using his own methods, finally arriving at this conclusion after combining the information. Bai Xiaochun nodded, leaving the swirling vortex of the Imperial City and heading to the quiet Nether River Forbidden Zone. Bai Xiaochun felt much more at ease, no longer needing to constantly think about how to deal with the powerful and how to defend himself. Although he didn't have a large army of puppets under his command, he didn't feel angry at all. "Master, what about Sankyu?" Zhou Yixing hesitated before asking in a low voice. Bai Xiaochun slapped his forehead. He realized he had forgotten about Sankyu. When he left, he had arranged for Zhou Yixing to carry Sankyu in his storage bag, but unfortunately, he hadn't let him out for several months. "I'm an incompetent uncle," Bai Xiaochun said guiltily. He told Zhou Yixing to release Sankyu. When Sankyu emerged from the storage bag, his face was pale, and he gasped for breath. He had been stuck in the storage bag for months and was almost dying of discomfort. He looked at Bai Xiaochun with resentment. His gaze made Bai Xiaochun cough in embarrassment. He patted Sangque's head. At this moment, even if Sankyu didn't like it, he didn't dare to avoid it. In fact, ever since entering the supervisory mansion, he had gradually realized that Bai Hao treated him quite well. Not only did he provide him with cultivation resources and ensure his safety, but he also gave him great freedom. During this time, his body had also recovered considerably, and his cultivation had progressed. Now, he was thinking about surpassing Bai Xiaochun. As long as he followed Bai Hao and secured more cultivation resources, even in the savage wilderness, it wasn't impossible to surpass Bai Xiaochun. Hemph, even if I can't surpass him temporarily, given time, I will definitely surpass Bai Xiaochun. Although Bai Xiaochun's reputation is great, he's definitely like a mouse, hiding in the shadows, afraid to show his face, because once he reveals himself, he'll be hunted down and killed. With that thought in mind, Song Qiu suddenly felt that meeting Bai Hao was his good fortune, so even though he felt like he had become a pet, he decided to cling to Bai Hao's leg. A pet is a pet. This is the savage wilderness. No one will recognize me. Hemph, even if I were a pet, I'd be a pet for Earth-grade soul refining master. Bai Xiaochun doesn't even have the qualifications to be a pet today. Song Qiu comforted himself, taking a deep breath. He even proactively offered his head to Bai Xiaochun for easier petting when Bai Xiaochun stroked it. Bai Xiaochun could see through his intentions. This guy is definitely thinking of suppressing me. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times, feeling quite amused. He wondered what kind of expression Song Qiu would have when he found out he was Bai Xiaochun. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaochun felt wicked. In Bai Xiaochun's heart, he felt he was a good person, especially towards Song Zhengwan, who remained loyal and unwavering. It was truly a case of loving someone so much that you love everything about them. Go, from now on, stay here and cultivate well, Bai Xiaochun instructed, then told Zhou Yixing to arrange for Song Qiu to continue as a spirit servant. Song Qiu took a deep breath, respectfully clasped his hands, and felt deeply moved, thinking that if he clung to Bai Hao's leg, what was Bai Xiaochun compared to him? Therefore, although he felt they were on different sides, he could compromise for the greater good, for the sake of survival. Thinking this, he sighed. After sending Song Qiu away, Bai Xiaochun went to survey the surroundings. It was now late at night, the horizon darkening, and the Nether River was about to appear. The city of Kuhuang was usually bustling, and even in the quiet supervisory mansion, the noise from outside could be heard. In this place, both inside and out, everything was quiet, which Bai Xiaochun found unsettling. He potted his storage bag, took out the soul tower, and Bai Hao's soul flew to his side. Master, this Nether River Forbidden Zone feels somewhat similar to the soul refining lake. The aura here is like life and death. Very strange. It has a soul-nourishing effect. Upon appearing, Bai Hao sensed the place's peculiarity, and after looking around, he whispered to Bai Xiaochun. It can nourish the soul. Bai Xiaochun heard Bai Hao's words and noticed that Bai Hao's soul body was more solid than usual, so he was delighted. Bai Hao was also surprised. After nodding, he sat down and took a deep breath. Bai Xiaochun sensed that the surrounding aura was merging into Bai Hao's body. Bai Xiaochun was overjoyed, thinking that although this place was boring, it was helpful to Hao, so he could stay here for a few more days. While Bai Hao was cultivating, Bai Xiaochun also spread his divine consciousness to cover the Nether River Forbidden Zone. In reality, the area wasn't large. The entire Nether River Forbidden Zone was actually a high point, one of the highest areas of the military camp. From the slope, he could see the distant river. Every time the sun set, the Nether River would appear on this river. Bai Xiaochun looked into the distance and then withdrew his gaze. He also sat down cross-legged to guard his disciple, mentally analyzing the process of refining the 18-colored flame. He had to quickly increase his success rate in refining the 18-colored flame. Time passed, and twilight arrived. After settling Song Qiu, Zhou Yixing went out to communicate with Wu Dao about guarding the place. Upon returning, he saw Bai Xiaochun and Bai Hao meditating, so he sat beside them to guard. Gradually, the sky darkened and the light was completely swallowed, leaving only the moonlight and starlight. Just then, there was a knock on the door in the courtyard. Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes and saw Zhou Yixing quickly go out to open the door. Wu Dao approached, bowed, and said to Bai Xiaochun, Master Bai, the Nether River will appear soon. For rough people like us, we can see it every day, but since it's your first time here, you'll enjoy watching it. Indeed, I've never seen it before. Wu Dao, would you like to stay and watch with me? Bai Xiaochun invited. Wu Dao was delighted, sat beside Bai Xiaochun, and introduced himself. When the Nether River first appeared that year, Wu was deeply moved. It seemed to be the center of the entire universe. Wu Dao's eyes were filled with infatuation as he spoke. The sky darkened, and in an instant, a deafening explosion resounded. The explosion was like thunder, echoing in all directions. Bai Xiaochun looked up, and Zhou Yixing was also startled, but Wu Dao remained unfazed. He quickly said, "The Nether River will appear at sunset." As soon as he finished speaking, the sky turned pitch black. A thunderous explosion echoed, and this entire area twisted and warped, spanning tens of thousands of feet. From this vantage point, it was impossible to see daylight. Roar, roar. Immediately afterwards, the void twisted and warped. The water pouring down from above became increasingly intense and clear, and in an instant, the Nether River Forbidden Zone was shrouded in mist. The mist contained a dense aura of death. Any place it touched the ground would turn into icy cold mist. The temperature was even freezing, and the stale air exhaled by everyone turned into white mist. Bai Xiaochun could feel the death aura expanding in this place. If it were elsewhere, such a large amount of death aura would attract vengeful spirits. Today, except for Bai Hao, no vengeful spirits appeared, and even less so within the mist. To Bai Xiaochun's surprise, the void twisted. The sound of flowing water grew louder than before, as if the entire space-time continuum was warped. The space transforming and connecting with the river, and then the river appeared. A rumbling sound echoed throughout the heavens and earth, the river water descending from the sky in ever-increasing amounts, instantly forming a silvery river. The water flowed through the desolate river, enveloping the entire desolate riverbed. The river water was not clear blue, but pitch black, the death energy within it extremely dense. The mist also spread, but did not cover the military camp. It only lingered around the river, and Bai Xiaochun and his group saw the river water appearing and disappearing. Even more terrifying was that within the river water were countless vengeful spirits, some howling, some sleeping, some ferocious, some laughing falsely, but none could escape the river, flowing downstream. Bai Xiaochun's mind was greatly shaken. Bai Hao had opened his eyes at some point, and after seeing this scene, he gaped in astonishment. Zhou Yixing also gasped in shock. Only Wu Dao, who looked familiar, maintained his composure. He smiled and said, "We've already surveyed the end of the river, located a few dozen miles from here. It connects to a large mountain. The Nether River only appears within a 10-mile radius. After reaching the mountain, it disappears." It happens like this every day. Bai Xiaochun calmly stood up and gazed into the distance. He had heard much about the Nether River in the savage wilderness since entering it, but this was the first time he'd seen it. Legend says that at the end of the Nether River lies the Nether Emperor's palace, and inside is the Nether Emperor. Zhou Yixing breathed heavily, muttering to himself. Bai Xiaochun had also heard this legend, his gaze fixed on the Nether River, half hidden in the mist. Upon seeing the Nether River, Bai Xiaochun's body suddenly trembled violently. He widened his eyes in disbelief, pointing at the Nether River and shouting, There's someone there." His words startled Zhou Yixing and Wu Dao. They looked over, but both banks of the river were shrouded in fog, and there was no one there. "No one," Zhou Yixing hesitated, looking at Bai Xiaochun. "Didn't you see? It's over there. It's the old man. He's wearing a black robe, sitting there." Bai Xiaochun was surprised. He looked again. He saw clearly that on the bank of the Nether River stood a white-haired old man in a black robe with his back to them, fishing. Zhou Yixing was shaken. He believed Bai Xiaochun had no reason to lie and scare them. No matter how he looked at the Nether River, he couldn't find anyone. The place Bai Xiaochun was pointing to was empty. Wu Dao's expression changed. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Master Bai, there really is nothing there." Bai Xiaochun was startled. He looked at Zhou Yixing in confusion, only to see Zhou Yixing give a wry smile and nod. His heart trembled. He saw the old man in black sitting there, and for some reason, he vaguely felt the old man's back was familiar, but he couldn't remember where. "Only I saw it." Bai Xiaochun's face turned pale. He felt an itch on his scalp. Just then, Bai Hao's anxious words echoed in his mind. "Master, I also saw." The old man was fishing. After a while, Wu Dao left, still puzzled. He hesitated for a long time, even taking some subordinates to search the banks of the Nether River, but found nothing. Bai Xiaochun, however, saw clearly the old man sitting beside Wu Dao. Wu Dao seemed blind. He hadn't noticed the old man. This only increased Bai Xiaochun's fear. He saw the old man fishing all night by the riverbank, but by early morning, he was nowhere to be seen. During the day, Bai Xiaochun remained suspicious, constantly sticking the old talismans on himself, his heart still filled with unease. "Master, why don't we go and check tonight?" "I feel like he's calling me by Hao," seeing his master's anxiety, spoke up. "You dare to look, Howard, you don't know. That's a ghost, not a spirit. Spirits aren't scary. I've cultivated too many spirits. That's a ghost." "You shouldn't be deceived," Bai Xiaochun immediately advised. "No, if that old ghost appears again, we must leave this place. It's too dangerous. Howard, back then when I was in the abyss of the sword, I saw female ghosts. I still shudder at the memory." Bai Xiaochun still felt afraid of ghosts because of the little girl he had encountered in the abyss of the sword. Especially thinking of the little girl clinging to Gongsun water and remembering what happened in the labyrinth, Bai Xiaochun was deeply shaken. "I'm a ghost too," Bai Hao hesitated, then whispered, "You're different." "He's an old ghost, a very ferocious, ancient ghost." After saying this, Bai Xiaochun pasted another talisman on himself. Bai Hao blinked a few times, but didn't try to dissuade him further. Bai Xiaochun continued to torment himself until sunset the next day, still hearing the rumbling thunder, the twisted cries, and the rushing Nether River. Beside the Nether River, Bai Xiaochun saw the old man in black appear again. "He's appeared again." Bai Xiaochun's expression changed. He immediately turned and called out to Zhou Yixing. He decided he couldn't stay here. This place was too eerie, and he hadn't expected there to be ghosts. "I'm currently a Earth-grade soul refining master, and yet a demon has appeared before me. It must be incredibly powerful." Bai Xiaochun gasped, shouting to Zhou Yixing, telling him to take Song Qiu and prepare to leave this place tonight when he suddenly noticed someone was missing. "Where's Howard?" Bai Xiaochun was stunned. He turned his head and saw Bai Hao seemingly unconscious, flying towards the Nether River. He had already flown more than halfway, several hundred feet away from the black-robed old man. "Old demon, you're going too far." Bai Xiaochun was furious. He felt the old demon was bewitching his disciple. Although he was afraid, his anger grew even stronger. His body trembled, and Bai Xiaochun immediately rushed towards the Nether River. Along the way, he attached more and more talismans to himself, his heart filled with fear and shouting, "Old demon, release my disciple." He unleashed an incredibly fast speed. The place was eerie, yet it couldn't stop his progress. He transformed into a beam of light and flew towards the riverbank. When Bai Hao was about 100 feet from the old man by the Nether River, Bai Xiaochun caught up and grabbed him. Bai Hao's body trembled, and he regained his senses, his expression changing. Bai Xiaochun felt relieved to see that Bai Hao was conscious, but then he became terrified, especially when he saw the old man notice him and turn to look. Bai Xiaochun's heart pounded. He felt an inexplicable sense of danger. He shouted and pulled Bai Hao back. At this moment, the old man in black turned his head completely, revealing an extremely sorrowful face. Bai Xiaochun saw him, shouted, then fell silent, and stopped in his tracks. He widened his eyes in disbelief. "Grandpa Tomb Guardian!" Bai Xiaochun cried out. Bai Xiaochun had met the old man a long time ago. Back at the Lingxi sect, during a battle in the Luochen mountain range, he fought against a prodigy from the Chen family and was severely wounded. He encountered the mysterious man in black. It was this man who saved his life and even passed on a portion of the immortal scroll to him. Bai Xiaochun never imagined that after so many years, he would meet his benefactor again on the banks of the Nether River. Then, Bai Xiaochun, unafraid, looked at the Tomb Guardian with a surprised expression. The other party only glanced at Bai Xiaochun before continuing to fish. "Master, you know him." Bai Hao's eyes were filled with fear. Just a few glances at the old man had almost caused him to lose his mind. If his master hadn't arrived, he feared he wouldn't have met the other party, but would have entered the River of Darkness. Bai Hao knew the consequences of entering the River of Darkness were not good. "I know him. He is the benefactor who saved my life years ago." Bai Xiaochun's eyes shone brightly. He knew the Tomb Guardian was powerful. He had recovered instantly when he was on the verge of death. Especially since his current cultivation was extraordinary, he couldn't discern the depth of the Tomb Guardian's power at this moment. which further shocked Bai Xiaochun. He knew he had met a demigod, and not just any demigod, but the Tomb Guardian gave him a feeling of being even stronger than a demigod. Even stronger than a demigod. My God, what kind of cultivation does the Tomb Guardian have? Bai Xiaochun exclaimed in surprise. He took a few steps closer to the old Tomb Guardian. Tomb Guardian, I'm Bai Xiaochun. I'm wearing a mask. Do you still remember the Luochen mountain range from back then? Bai Xiaochun said. The Tomb Guardian acted as if he hadn't heard, not looking at Bai Xiaochun, and continued fishing. Tomb Guardian, can you help me? Take me back to the Tongshan River. Bai Xiaochun was also a little nervous. He knew this was his chance. If he seized it, he might be able to go home. The Tomb Guardian remained indifferent, ignoring Bai Xiaochun's pleas until dawn. The old man still seemed unaware of Bai Xiaochun and disappeared into the Nether River. Master, what should we do now? Bai Hao hesitated, having been by his side all night, feeling as if his master had said more than 10,000 things. Bai Xiaochun sighed, his eyes filled with determination as he waved his hand. Disciple, I'll teach you a lesson. There's a saying, sincerity will pay off, and be steadfast. Thus, after half a month, Bai Hao witnessed his master's unwavering devotion. Bai Xiaochun continued to murmur from dusk till dawn, remaining in that spot, yet the Tomb Guardian remained indifferent. This scene was witnessed by Zhou Yixing and Wu Dao, who were utterly astonished. They thought Bai Xiaochun was going mad. The place was an open riverbank, and he kept muttering there. Although they couldn't hear what Bai Xiaochun was saying, they felt it was eerie. In particular, there was one time when a rainbow appeared on the Nether River. Wu Dao and his men went to collect the rainbow, and from a close distance, they saw Bai Xiaochun talking to the void. He felt an itch in his scalp and immediately left quickly. Bai Xiaochun didn't care about everyone's gaze. In his eyes, he knew the Tomb Guardian was even more powerful than the Grand Heavenly Master. He had flattered him for half a month, only to find that the Guardian didn't pay any attention to him. Bai Xiaochun felt like a raging fire had been doused with cold water. After half a month, he realized that only he and Bai Hao could see the Tomb Guardian. No one else noticed anything. The Guardian was still sitting there fishing, but the hook wasn't for catching fish, but for the vengeful spirits in the Netherworld River. These vengeful spirits were all caught, one each day. Bai Xiaochun sighed, looking at the Tomb Guardian and the Netherworld River with a sorrowful expression. Bai Hao, seeing his master's half-month of effort without success, comforted him. Master, that senior is absolutely extraordinary. You don't need to lose heart. I know that old man is not simple. Rest assured, I have experience dealing with him. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth. He didn't believe in superstition. He felt he had chosen the wrong method. So the next day, he found a fishing rod and sat fishing beside the Tomb Guardian. Only those with shared aspirations can communicate. Bai Xiaochun held this deep conviction, and so Bai Hao watched Bai Xiaochun and the Tomb Guardian fish for a whole month. During that month, no matter what methods Bai Xiaochun used, the Tomb Guardian remained indifferent. Finally, Bai Xiaochun sighed and gave up. However, I've taught you a lesson through my actions. Remember, sincerity and unwavering commitment are key to dealing with people. If you can't move them, you're just wasting time. Bai Xiaochun's face was filled with indignation. Bai Hao blinked a few times, not daring to say anything more, only nodding like a chicken pecking at grain. Although Bai Xiaochun outwardly said he would let go, he was still unwilling to give up. He also felt regretful for wasting so much time, so he resolutely sat by the banks of the Nether River not far from the Tomb Guardian and discussed how to refine the 19-colored flame. There's no other way. Relying on others is not as good as relying on oneself. If this old fellow is cunning and unfeeling, I can only rely on fire refining techniques to break through my own cultivation. If I can enter the heavenly human realm, I can then cross the savage wilderness and return home. Bai Xiaochun sighed inwardly. Although the 19-colored flame was also in the earth grade category, Bai Hao hadn't yet figured out how to refine it. Therefore, in the following period, beside the Nether River, Bai Xiaochun treated the Tomb Guardian as if he didn't exist. He and Bai Hao discussed fire refining and researched how to refine the 19-colored flame. Bai Hao had the theory, Bai Xiaochun had the practice. The two of them worked tirelessly, and this 19-colored flame inherited Bai Xiaochun's previous refining method, so progress was neither fast nor slow. However, several crucial problems hindered them, leaving them unable to solve the issues. It's no use. In refining the 8-colored flame, I only successfully compressed it to 3 meters before the 18th color clearly appeared. If I continue like this, refining the 19-colored flame won't work. Without modification, I'm afraid the color changes will only be visible within a 1-meter radius. If that's the case, success is impossible, Bai Xiaoqun lamented, and Bai Hao also pondered, unless there's a way to slow down the color changes. I'm afraid it will require external force. Bai Hao continued to deduce, thinking for a long time without success. Bai Xiaoqun also racked his brains, but in a short time he couldn't find a solution. 7 days passed, and this problem still hindered the two master and disciple. Tonight, Bai Xiaoqun had no choice but to give up, thinking that he should slowly consider how to refine the 19-colored flame. Suddenly, the tomb guardian, who had been silent for months, spoke up. Instead of worrying about the slow transformation of the flame, why not consider dispersing the multicolored flame into multiple streams? That would increase the rate of transformation. These words were like a bolt of lightning from a clear sky, striking directly at Bai Xiaoqun and Bai Hao. The two master and disciple were stunned, then their eyes lit up. That was right. When refining the 18-colored flame, there was only one color, 18 colors. If such a color appeared in 10 streams, or even 100 streams, even with more transformations, Bai Xiaoqun had complete confidence in it. Even with great luck, he could still succeed. Yes, that's right, Master. We can use the hidden brush at the 15-colored flame, and at the 16-colored flame we can refine even more colors. And from there we can create many more variations, and at 19 colors we can separate them. Bai Hao exclaimed in delight, his eyes scanning rapidly, his breathing heavy, because the probability of success was very high. Bai Xiaoqun was also excited. This seemingly simple matter was precisely because it was easy to grasp. Everyone understood it. If they hadn't figured it out, if no one had enlightened them, they would have spent a very long time trying to understand it. Bai Xiaoqun took a deep breath, stood up, and bowed to the tomb guardian. Even Bai Hao bowed, and after the tomb guardian finished speaking, they fell silent. At this point, Bai Xiaoqun didn't try to persuade the tomb guardians. He and Bai Hao continued their deductions, and after several days, their problem was finally solved. Although this wasn't entirely helpful for refining the 19-colored flames, it did significantly increase Bai Xiaoqun's chances of refining the 18-colored flames. It could even be said that once they used that method to refine the 8-colored flame, the success rate would increase significantly. The only limitation was that refining the 8-colored flame required a large quantity of 17-colored flames, and they couldn't use flames refined by others. They had to be refined by themselves. Even the requirement to start precisely with 15-colored flames wasn't a big problem for Bai Xiaoqun. Although he hadn't prepared adequately before, the probability of successfully refining 18-colored flames was very high, and he benefited immensely. After all, each failure in refining 18-colored flames resulted in a huge cost. The problem that had been complicating matters for the two master and disciple was easily resolved by a single sentence from the tomb guardian. Bai Xiaoqun and Bai Hao exchanged glances, then discussed several key issues regarding the 19-colored flame. During the fusion of the 10 8-colored flames, there will be unstable vibrations, which will affect the overall structure. After compression, there will also be significant problems. How can we mitigate them? With my current cultivation level, I can only barely manage it. I also wonder if the 19-colored flames will have a lightning tribulation. The two master and disciple kept discussing this issue, each time secretly glancing at the tomb guardian. The tomb guardian remained silent, and they continued to repeat their questions. When the tomb guardian was at a dead end, he would offer some pointers. Each time he spoke, it filled Bai Xiaoqun and Bai Hao with joy, as their problems were easily solved with the tomb guardian's guidance. Based on the tomb guardian's insights, Bai Xiaoqun felt his fire refining skills had improved significantly. Bai Hao's theoretical understanding also increased, and his enthusiasm was even greater than Bai Xiaoqun's. Every time the tomb guardian spoke, he would deduce 3 things from 1, creating methods for refining 19-colored flames at lightning speed, perfecting the techniques. He even created a refining method based on Bai Xiaoqun's cultivation and divine consciousness, specifically tailored for Bai Xiaoqun. It could be said that only Bai Xiaochun in the savage wilderness could successfully refine it using this method. Others who obtained the method couldn't replicate it. Time passed, and months went by. Bai Xiaochun was immersed in fire refining, and he and Bai Hao spent countless hours sacrificing sleep and meals, their fire refining skills steadily improving. As the master and disciples' fire refining skills increased dramatically, they achieved unimaginable results in just a few short months. Although the tomb guardian's face remained expressionless, he observed the two with a joyful look in his eyes. He hadn't paid much attention to Bai Xiaochun and Bai Hao these past few days. In fact, his mind wasn't focused on fishing, but rather on observing them. Seeing them discussing fire refining, he noticed Bai Hao's unspoken reverence for his master, and from Bai Xiaochun's words, he realized Bai Hao's affection for his disciple. The tomb guardian was even more delighted. Time passed, and several more months went by. More than half a year had passed since Bai Xiaochun entered the Nether River Forbidden Zone. Time flew by, and Bai Xiaochun and his disciples' sudden rapid progress seemed to have made him forget the passage of time. During the day, Bai Xiaochun and Bai Hao would discuss how to refine the 19-colored flames. At night, the two master and disciple, full of enthusiasm, would go to the banks of the Nether River and sit beside the tomb guardian, exchanging words and bringing up the difficult questions they had encountered during the day. If the tomb guardian answered, that was fine, but if the answer was incomprehensible, the two would discuss the matter endlessly, repeatedly, until often the tomb guardian reluctantly had to say a few words. From then on, Bai Xiaochun and Bai Hao's fire refining skills became increasingly refined. Bai Xiaochun became more confident in refining 19-colored flames, especially Bai Hao, who had perfected the method for refining 19-colored flames. This time, Bai Xiaochun wholeheartedly relied on this method, so it can be said that, in a short time, Bai Xiaochun was able to refine 19-colored flames. Previously, Bai Xiaochun had never thought he could refine 18-colored flames and then refine 19-colored flames in such a short time. In fact, even Bai Hao was confident that he could achieve this in at least a few years. In any case, 19-colored flames are far rarer than 8-colored flames and even more terrifying. While 8-colored flames might be found at some large-scale auctions in the savage wilderness, 19-colored flames are probably only seen once every 100 years. Even if they do appear, they're usually forged by ancient Earth-grade soul refiners, treasured and preserved for many years. After all, only 3 people in this generation of the savage wilderness have become Earth-grade, and 2 of those stopped at 18-colored flames, only 1 broke through and forged 19-colored flames many years ago. From that, one can imagine how rare and precious 19-colored flames are. One can also imagine that once Bai Xiaochun forges 19-colored flames and it spreads throughout the savage wilderness, it will definitely cause a tremendous sensation, perhaps even surpassing his becoming an Earth-grade soul refiner. Thinking about it deeply, this is truly frightening. In any case, before Bai Xiaochun, no one among the Earth-grade soul refiners had ever been able to break through in such a short time as Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun didn't need to consider these things. He wasn't boastful either. His entire focus was on refining the 19-colored flames, not exactly losing sleep, but certainly not eating or drinking. Zhou Yixing and Wu Dao were used to Bai Xiaochun muttering beside Ming He. Sometimes they would secretly listen in. Hearing about the refining of the 19-colored flames was like listening to some strange book. Even Zhou Yixing, a soul refiner himself, couldn't understand it. As for Bai Hao, he was wearing a mask, and Wu Dao didn't think much of it. For over half a year, Bai Xiaochun spent his time comprehending fire refining, and gradually fewer people in Kuwang City discussed his past. Just mentioning soul refining masters, the heavenly marquises and heavenly dukes, or even casually mentioning Bai Hao's name, gradually built up Bai Xiaochun's profound influence on Kuwang City. At the same time, during the 6-month period of adjustment, few people in Kuwang City harbored resentment towards Bai Xiaochun. Their hatred for him was deep-seated and could not be resolved by the passage of time. Especially with the Grand Heavenly Master's unwavering adherence to the decree, the entire savage wilderness had been following it for the past 6 months. Although slow, the progress was steady. Following this trend, unless a major event shook the savage wilderness, it was likely that within a few years, the entire savage wilderness's power structure would be completely transformed. Whether this change would be good or bad for the Kuwang dynasty was unclear. From the fragmentation of the major clans and their insufficient cohesion, to the fact that the majority of secondary sons and commoners were becoming self-reliant and bravely vying for power, the overall strength of the savage wilderness had undoubtedly increased. For various reasons, some members of the main factions, resorted to desperate measures to harm Bai Xiaochun. They secretly sent assassins to infiltrate the Nether River Forbidden Zone, but all disappeared. Their disappearance had nothing to do with the Martial Dao group. They didn't even know anyone had arrived, let alone Zhou Yixing. Even Bai Xiaochun didn't know. Anyone with malicious intent who came to the Nether River Forbidden Zone vanished without a trace. This terrified the powerful and influential, who dared not take any further action. Bai Xiaochun continued his fire refining without interruption for several months. Late at night, by the banks of the Nether River, Bai Hao was extremely excited and thrilled. Bai Xiaochun was the same, his body trembling with excitement. Success, Master, we succeeded. We have created a method for refining 19 colored flames. This method of refining belongs only to my master. Even if outsiders had the method, it would be difficult to refine the 19 colored flame. In the entire world, only my master can refine the 19 colored flame using this method. Bai Xiaochun was excited. He felt that the past year had been a transformation for him, and with the guidance of the Tomb Guardian, he had made great progress. Thank you, Tomb Guardian. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and bowed to thank the Tomb Guardian. Bai Hao excitedly bowed to thank the Tomb Guardian and his master. The Tomb Guardian remained calm and unconcerned. Bai Xiaochun and Bai Hao were already familiar with the Tomb Guardian's personality. The Tomb Master and disciple discussed the details of refining the 19-colored flame. Bai Xiaochun regained his composure and directly sat beside Min to refine the 19-colored flame in the true sense. The 19-colored flame had no soul fire tribulation. 6 months ago, the Tomb Guardian had told Bai Xiaochun about this, and Bai Xiaochun believed him without a doubt. Besides, he thought that even if there really was a soul fire tribulation, the Tomb Guardian would probably handle it for him. Bai Xiaochun confidently refined the 19-colored flames, his eyes shining brightly. He formed hand seals, and then many 15-colored flames appeared. Over the past year, he had refined many 15-colored flames, refining a few at a time through research and discussion with Bai Hao. As for the materials, Bai Xiaochun's achievement of becoming Earth-grade cultivator was known throughout the land. Although he lost his supervisory envoy status and could no longer conduct house searches, countless soul refiners came to visit. These soul refiners all prepared grand gifts, with figures like Simon Dao and Sun Yufan being prominent among them. Before Bai Xiaochun left Kuwang City, he had already reaped enormous rewards, no less than what he would have gained from a house search. Furthermore, as the celestial ship flew past each clan, Bai Xiaochun would stop for a moment. Along the way, he also received visits from many soul refiners. By the time he reached the Nether River Forbidden Zone, he had gained so much that he couldn't even remember. These gains were the foundation for Bai Xiaochun's refining of the 19-colored flames. He focused his mind on refining the 15-colored flames into 16-colored ones. This process required building a foundation, all of which facilitated the 19-colored flames. Therefore, he had to refine countless 16-colored flames. After refining the 17-colored flames, there was a change. Bai Xiaochun grabbed 10 clusters of 17-colored flames with both hands and pressed them into the void. A loud explosion resounded, and the 17-colored flames merged to form a sea of fire. Bai Xiaochun compressed it rapidly, his movements swift and effortless. He had compressed it back to its previous size, instantly reaching 5 jam approximately 36 meters before undergoing a transformation. Everything was exactly as Bai Xiaochun and Bai Hao had predicted. The colors had changed. They were all 18-colored flames. Essentially, there was no need for careful discernment. Bai Xiaochun poured his divine consciousness into it, and no matter how fast the transformation was, it didn't affect him. In an instant, the 8-colored sea of flames transformed. Bai Xiaochun clenched his right hand, and the heavens and earth roared. All the sea of fire was in Bai Xiaochun's right hand. When he opened his hand, a cluster of 18-colored flames appeared. Feeling as light and effortless as riding, Bai Xiaochun laughed triumphantly. He was even more confident in refining 19-colored flames. Without stopping, Bai Xiaochun immediately began the second refining attempt, spending a whole night refining 18 colored flames. It was a complete success, without error or failure. If this scene were to spread, it would surely shake the entire savage wilderness, causing countless soul refiners to go into a frenzy, because everyone thought this was impossible. It has now appeared on the banks of the Ming River. The reason this was possible, relying solely on Bai Xiaochun, is impossible. The method of preparation played a huge role, and the guidance of the Tomb Guardian over the past 6 months was extremely important. Furthermore, Bai Xiaochun's unwavering dedication to fire refining led to this great feat, a complete success. 10 times every attempt. Whether it was due to a mask or perhaps the Tomb Guardian's suppression, no one except Bai Hao noticed the appearance of the 8-colored flame. Only Bai Hao witnessed it firsthand, his emotions stirred to the extreme. Although he didn't see his master's first breakthrough to the Earth rank, he saw it all. Bai Xiaochun was extremely excited, but he understood that this was only the first step. Refining the 19-colored flame required 10 portions of 18-colored flame, a quantity that consumed an enormous amount of resources. Even if Bai Xiaochun went bankrupt, he could only try once. After the first attempt failed, he would still have some left, but he couldn't refine it again. No wonder 18-colored flames are so rare. Except for the few Earth-grade soul refiners, the consumption is too severe. Although Bai Xiaochun didn't know how other Earth-grade soul refiners refined them, his current fire refining skills had improved dramatically. He could refine 18-colored flames, or even 19-colored flames, even if the methods were different. The consumption was roughly the same. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. He looked at the 10 clusters of 8-colored flames, suppressing the excitement in his heart. He closed his eyes and adjusted his mind, because he knew the next step was the crucial one. 19 colored flames. After more than half a year of research, with the help of Bai Hao and the Tomb Guardian grandfather, I must succeed now. A moment later, Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes, his gaze shining brightly. At this moment, the 18 colored flames merged together. The fusion seemed smooth, but in reality, Bai Xiaochun and Bai Hao had been contemplating this fusion process for half a year. Almost every step, every detail, had been meticulously analyzed. Dozens of key issues were addressed by the Tomb Guardian, allowing them to break through like splitting bamboo and find solutions. Such efforts and fortuitous circumstances had created the Bai Xiaochun of today. The flame fusion was uninterrupted, a cluster of 18 colored flames merging on the banks of the Nether River. His hands continuously chanted incantations, and he relentlessly threw souls into the sea of fire. These souls weren't special, but they were based on the method Bai Xiaochun and Bai Hao had devised to adjust the flames, thus making the flame fusion more perfect. Time passed, and although everything went smoothly, refining the 19 colored flames was a challenge for Bai Xiaochun. Blood vessels gradually appeared in his eyes. He dared not make any mistakes. Carefully fusing them together, after an hour, the 10 flames merged without obstruction, completely merging to form a colossal sea of fire. The sea of fire was vast, and the temperature was incredibly high, far surpassing the 18 colored flames. For Bai Xiaochun, controlling it was extremely stressful. Sweat evaporated from Bai Xiaochun's forehead, his eyes shone brightly, and he took a deep breath, focusing all his attention on the sea of fire. Condense. The sea of fire enveloped everything in 8 directions. Strangely, Chu Yixing and his group, not far away, didn't notice it. It seemed as if Bai Xiaochun was still on the banks of the Nether River. Bai Xiaochun was unaware of this. All his attention was focused on compressing the sea of fire. The sea of fire shrank rapidly, and Bai Hao beside him was very anxious. According to my master's deductions, there should be no problem. Bai Hao's mind was unsettled, filled with worrying and apprehension. He didn't dare show his fear for fear of affecting his master. The sea of fire began to contract. Time passed, and Bai Xiaochun didn't know how long it had been. He only knew he was exhausted. Finally, the sea of fire was only 100 feet wide. 100 feet was the limit. Bai Xiaochun's cultivation was completely depleted. His spirit was weary, and he nearly fainted. "Power!" Bai Xiaochun shouted. In the blink of an eye, Bai Hao flicked his sleeve, took out a pill, and threw it into Bai Xiaochun's mouth. As soon as he swallowed the pill, a wave of heat enveloped his entire body, restoring his cultivation to its peak. Even his mental state recovered, greatly reducing his fatigue. Bai Xiaochun's spirit surged, his eyes shining brightly, his cultivation increasing once again. The 100-foot wide sea of fire was rapidly compressed. 90 feet, 80 feet, 70 feet. Bai Xiaochun continuously unleashed his cultivation to suppress it. The sea of fire exploded like a raging beast, its struggles futile. It was now compressed to 40 feet, continuing 30 feet, 20 feet, until it reached 10 feet. Reaching 10 feet in an instant, Bai Xiaochun's cultivation was almost depleted. At this point, everything depended on his and Bai Hao's deductions. Once it reaches 8 feet, another creation pill will be enough. Unfortunately, after consuming the creation pill 9 times, its effects will wear off. Bai Xiaochun felt a little regretful, but there was nothing he could do about it. He would have to find an opportunity to cultivate his nascent soul, and with his cultivation constantly increasing, Bai Xiaochun could refine the 19 colored flames without needing the creation pill. Press down for me. Bai Xiaochun's eyes turned crimson. The sea of fire, which had been only 10 meters wide, roared like a fire dragon, then compressed to 8 meters. Hower! In an instant, with only 8 meters left, Bai Xiaochun shouted loudly. This time, Bai Hao was absolutely right. He threw the second creation pill. Bai Xiaochun swallowed it. His spirit surged, and with a surge of energy, compressed it again. Boom, boom, boom. 7 meters, 6 meters, until 5 meters. When it was at 5 meters, the sea of fire grew stronger and stronger. Bai Xiaochun's cultivation was depleted more and more, each second more exhausting than before. Now he didn't care about anything else. His eyes glowed red, his gaze fixed on the sea of fire, which was now changing color. It had begun to transform into 15 colored flames. In a flash, Bai Xiaochun didn't disappoint. The 19-colored sea of fire wasn't just 1, but 10. From then on, it was as if he was prioritizing the probability of success by half. Bai Xiaochun breathed heavily, the colors changing erratically. Based on Bai Hao's deductions, even the sequence of transformations was analyzed. After about 10 breaths, Bai Xiaochun's eyes shone brightly. Without hesitation, he poured his consciousness into the sea of fire. Without making any mistakes, he directly merged into the 19-colored sea of fire. Boom! 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 When the 19th color appeared, it shone brightly alongside the other 18. Success! Bai Hao shouted excitedly. Bai Xiaochun chuckled hoarsely, his excitement beyond words. 19 colored flames, come out for me. Bai Xiaochun roared, then compressed the 5-jiang sea of fire into his hand. When he clenched his hand, the sea of fire disappeared, leaving only Bai Xiaochun's hand trembling slightly. Bai Hao's eyes showed tension. Even though he didn't think he would fail, he was still apprehensive. After exchanging glances, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and slowly opened his hand. In his palm was a ball of 19 colored flames, burning within Bai Xiaochun's hand. 19 colored flames. Success! He had successfully cultivated 19 colored flames without anyone knowing. Bai Xiaochun discovered this, and it wasn't something a mask could conceal. Obviously, the tomb guardian old man had assisted him. Simultaneously with Bai Xiaochun's successful cultivation of 19 colored flames, the tomb guardian old man disappeared from the banks of the Nether River. It seemed he had been there for the past year to guide Bai Xiaochun and Bai Hao. Seeing Bai Xiaochun successfully cultivate 19 colored flames, he didn't linger and immediately departed. The only difference was that the night before refining the 19 colored flames, he didn't speak as little as usual. He talked a lot. After he left, Bai Xiaochun and Bai Hao couldn't adapt to it. After studying the guidance of the tomb guardian old man, they also had many thoughts. Master, the guidance from the tomb guardian has deeply moved me. The 20-colored flame is something only peak Earth-grade soul refiners can create. Although it's difficult, I'm confident I can do it. I will create my own method of refining it for you, Master. I won't be able to look after you for a while longer, Bai Hao said to Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun sighed deeply, patted Bai Hao on the shoulder, and then retreated into the Soul Tower. Several months passed. The tomb guardian didn't appear. Bai Hao went into seclusion again, and Bai Xiaochun's flame refining ended due to insufficient materials. The first attempt was successful because of the creation pill, and the process went smoothly. If I try again, it won't be as easy. Bai Xiaochun patted his storage bag. His wealth was relatively meager, but in reality, he possessed many flames ranging from 13 to 19 colors. Some things only have one part, others 7 or 8 parts. If the multicolored flame were put up for auction, it would certainly cause a sensation throughout the savage wilderness. After all, it was a product of an Earth-grade soul refining master, and it would likely be fiercely contested. Bai Xiaochun thought he should sell the flame. As for Zhou Yixing, Bai Xiaochun didn't forget to guide him. Finally, in the past few months, with Bai Xiaochun's help, Zhou Yixing successfully refined a 15-colored flame. When he successfully refined a 15-colored flame, it meant Zhou Yixing had become a profound great soul-refining master. For Zhou Yixing, his emotions were filled with excitement and exhilaration. His family's ancestor was only a profound grade, and now he was also a profound grade. If he hadn't met Bai Xiaochun, he wouldn't have been able to reach this point. Now, not many years have passed, but he has taken this step. Zhou Yixing understood that all of this was thanks to Bai Xiaochun's guidance, and he also reflected on his choice back then. Song Qiu also reaped some rewards. After a year of recuperation, his body had improved considerably. With sufficient soul elixirs to support him, the forced breakthrough in cultivation caused by the Chen family had created a hidden danger. Although he had reached the early nascent soul stage, his internal foundation was damaged, and he had now recovered about 70 or 80%. Although he was unlikely to break through to the heavenly human stage in his lifetime, he had recovered. From then on, Song Qiu was even more grateful to Bai Xiaochun and resolved to cling to his powerful backer in the savage wilderness. Several months passed. Bai Xiaochun had been in the Nether River Forbidden Zone for over a year, and eventually, he himself felt bored. Having avoided the storms of the world, the Grand Celestial Master sent a message asking if he wanted to return to Kuwang City. Even if he didn't return, he intended to go to Rugui City. Just as Bai Xiaochun had this thought, something unexpected but predictable happened in the savage wilderness. The reason was a young man who first appeared in the northern part of the savage wilderness. He wore a white robe, his long black hair flowing freely, his face handsome, his demeanor arrogant, and at the same time, an endless icy aura emanated from him. His cultivation level appeared to be at the nascent soul stage, but it was strangely unpredictable. After his appearance, he filled the land with corpses, slaughtering many medium-sized tribes, small tribes, and soul-cultivating families. Tens of thousands of people died. The killing was extremely cruel. The bodies were absorbed with their life force, and even their souls vanished completely. This caused a sensation in the northern part of the savage wilderness. On the fourth day, this person disappeared again, and by some unknown means reappeared in the eastern part of the savage wilderness, where another massacre ensued. In just a few days, he killed over 100,000 people. This news reached the imperial city of Kui, and everyone was furious at being provoked. What shocked the savage wilderness even more was that the person's appearance was an exact replica of the wanted Bai Xiaochun. Therefore, in a short time, everyone who knew the news understood that this person, who held the top position on the Minghuang ranking, had cultivated the highest level of nascent soul and suppressed all the savage wilderness's geniuses, was Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun has appeared. This person has been hiding for years, and finally he's appeared. Damn it, he's so brutal, killing 100,000 people. Bai Xiaochun must die. Kill Bai Xiaochun. This news swept through the savage wilderness like a storm, spreading throughout the city, from Kuhuang City to the cities of the four heavenly kings. Such news spread throughout the noble families. Upon receiving it, Hong Chen was immediately enraged and directly petitioned the Grand Heavenly Master to lead the army to kill Bai Xiaochun. The Grand Heavenly Master was busy with matters of gratitude and also knew that Hong Chen had a grudge against Bai Xiaochun. After hearing this, he hesitated, seemingly feeling suspicious. But he still agreed to Hong Chen's request for battle. Therefore, Hong Chen immediately set out. She didn't go alone. After all, she had fought Bai Xiaochun before and knew that he was cunning and had been hiding for so long. So this time he must have something to rely on. Therefore, she took half of the giant ghost legion with her to eliminate Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun, this time I must kill you. Hong Chen gritted her teeth and left Kuihuang City. In the forbidden land of Ming, Zhou Yixing also heard about this matter. Although he had followed Bai Xiaochun to this place for more than a year, his subordinates still kept in touch with him, constantly reporting news from the outside. After learning of Bai Xiaochun's emergence, he cried out, his heart pounding. He adjusted his breathing, and although many details were still unclear, he didn't hesitate or delay. He directly rushed out of the room to find Bai Xiaochun and inform him of the news. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief, staring blankly at Chu Yixing. Chu Yixing was also shocked. He knew that the news of Bai Xiaochun's appearance was definitely false. After all, the real Bai Xiaochun was right in front of him. How could he possibly kill 10,000 people? After this person appeared, he killed over 100,000 people. Chuzi might led half of the giant demon legion to slaughter them today. Chi Crossing continued, reporting the news he knew. Bai Zikun became increasingly horrified as he listened, finally gasping in disbelief. Who is impersonating me? Bai Zikun felt something was wrong. He hated the fact that the other party had impersonated him and killed over 100,000 people. He was furious. Could it be that they want to trick me into appearing so they can dump their excrement on me? No, I must go and see who this person is. Bai Zikun's eyes blazed with anger. He had made his decision. The reason Bai Zikun went to investigate this was partly because he was genuinely angry, and partly because he was worried that there were only two types of people impersonating him, a friend or an enemy. As for friends, even if Bai Xiaochun was angry, he had to consider who they were, whether they were foolish or not, how they could have survived until now with such arrogance, and whether he should save them or not. If it was an enemy, Bai Xiaochun still had to consider who the enemy was. He was confident that with his spirit-refining mask, which was so powerful that even a demigod couldn't see through it, he believed that as long as he didn't reveal any flaws, no one would discover his identity. After all, he was a big figure in the savage wilderness, formerly a supervisory envoy and an Earth-grade soul-refining master. Regardless of his identity, just a stomp of his foot could shake the savage wilderness. I can't just leave abruptly. It's best to chase after Hong Qiannu and the Giant Ghost Legion and go there with her. That way, I can't be careless. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun made some adjustments. He didn't bring Song Qiu and Zhou Yixing. To increase his speed, he alone, along with 3 soldiers, rode a celestial boat out of the Nether River Forbidden Zone. Before long, he left the Netherworld Forbidden Zone and entered the eastern part of the savage wilderness. Not far from the eastern part of the savage wilderness was the starting point of Hong Qiannu. She still needed to regroup, but Bai Xiaochun occasionally sent telepathic messages to Hong Qiannu, expressing his desire to accompany her. Hong Qiannu had no time to pay attention to him. Remembering what happened at the supervisory mansion that day, she was angry. Thinking that Bai Hao's arrival was also good, this trip would give her a chance to deal with him. So she coldly agreed to meet Bai Xiaochun. Thus, Bai Xiaochun set off, and after a few days, they agreed on a meeting place. The savage wilderness was filled with many teleportation arrays guarded by soul cultivators year-round. When Bai Xiaochun arrived, these soul cultivators recognized his identity and respectfully bowed. Bai Xiaochun was in no mood to talk. His mind was solely focused on the fake Bai Xiaochun. He waited outside the formation for a short while. The formation glowed, and within the radiance was the Giant Ghost Soul Cultivator Legion. After arriving and seeing Bai Xiaochun, they nodded in greeting and then dispersed, maintaining strict vigilance. The teleportation array lit up, and soul cultivators continuously appeared, joining the defenses. At this point, there were over 10,000 people. Then, the female bodyguard Hong Qiannu arrived, and finally, Hong Qiannu herself appeared. Bai Xiaochun only looked at her, recalling the events at the supervisory mansion that day. He quickly cleared his throat, feeling that he was different now. Today he was an Earth-grade soul refining master. Therefore, he smiled at Hong Qiannu. Hong Qiannu coldly looked at Bai Xiaochun and snorted. She knew that dealing with this person wasn't urgent. Finding Bai Xiaochun was the most important thing today. So she spread her divine sense in all directions, but found nothing. No one spoke on the way, they just flew away quickly. Hong Qiannu flew ahead, her eyes filled with killing intent, holding a jade slip in her hand. She continuously absorbed information, and soon she pointed in a direction. Based on the clues, Bai Xiaochun is still in the eastern part of the savage wilderness. His last appearance was at Wayu Mountain. The first target is Wayu Mountain. After speaking, Hong Qiannu increased her speed. Over 10,000 soul cultivators in the army silently accelerated, and in a short time, more than 10,000 beams of light pierced the sky. Zhu Zimai is unsuitable to lead troops unless he's an idiot. The fake Bai Zikun wouldn't stay here. Bai Zikun opened his mouth to say something. He was truly anxious to find the fake Bai Zikun. Before he could speak, Hong Chennu looked at Bai Zikun. It's been almost half a month since the white bandit appeared. Each time he appears, he stays there for several days, so if you want to say something, just be quiet. Bai Zikun was embarrassed, knowing that Hong Chennu was still bothered by the incident at the supervisory mansion. He was surprised by Hong Chennu's words, but disregarded everything else and flew alongside her. This isn't right. What is he doing staying here? Is he waiting for us to pass by? Zimai, you must be careful. There might be deception. The more Bai Xiaochun thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Before, he thought that Bai Xiaochun, who had faked the crime, would run away, which made sense. Now, hearing this, he felt it was all true. Of course there's deception. That's why I'm not going alone. But with the army, Hong Chennu snorted coldly. No, very wrong, Zimai. I suggest we don't go over there. First, let the army scout ahead, then report to the king to handle it. Bai Xiaochun, seeing that she was unaware of the war intelligence, was alarmed and tried to dissuade her. Shut up! I didn't tell you to come. You came on your own, besides. Do you understand Bai Xiaochun better than I understand Bai Xiaochun? Hong Chennu was impatient and continued to advance. Bai Xiaochun glared, wanting to tell Zhou Zimai, you really don't understand Bai Xiaochun, because I am Bai Xiaochun. In fact, Hong Chennu wasn't unprepared. On the contrary, she was fully prepared. She hated Bai Xiaochun to the bone and wanted to kill him completely. She was confident and certain that even if Bai Xiaochun had 3 heads and 6 arms, she could still suppress him. If it were somewhere else, I'd leave. This is the eastern part of the savage wilderness, not far from my father's giant ghost city. If anything unexpected happens, my father will come chasing after us. Hong Chennu sneered inwardly, becoming even more certain, completely ignoring Bai Xiaochun's warnings. Bai Xiaochun's expression changed, and he felt regret. He hadn't gathered much information, and now he was in a dilemma. Seeing everyone leave, he decided to follow, becoming even more vigilant. If anything goes wrong, run away immediately. Bai Xiaochun breathed heavily, his eyes scanning the surroundings. His divine sense spread out, enveloping everything. Bai Xiaochun felt a chilling sensation. The surroundings were icy cold, and an intense sense of danger enveloped his mind. So cold, this cold air feels somewhat familiar. Bai Xiaochun inhaled sharply, a vague unease creeping into him. Huayu Mountain wasn't just one mountain, but 5 mountains resembling 5 human fingers, covered in dense forests. It was already twilight, and Huayu Mountain had turned pitch black, a heavy pressure weighing down on everyone's minds. The tropical forest was especially quiet. When the giant ghost legion arrived, Bai Xiaochun looked closely and felt a shiver run down his spine. He noticed that the trees in the forest were withering, as if all their life force had been drained away. Hong Chennu and the soul cultivators of the giant ghost legion noticed this, their expressions becoming serious as they slowed down and flew directly towards the forest. In the blink of an eye, as they approached, they heard voices echoing from within the mountain. Haha, you're too late. With just a few people like this, you won't have enough to eat. The voices were indistinguishable as male or female, sharp and clear, as if 3 children were speaking at once. After the voices faded, a figure appeared on the mountaintop. This figure wore a white robe, had black hair, 2 pupils in each eye, and a naive smile played on their lips, their tongue flicking out to lick their mouth. It was none other than Bai Xiaochun. The real Bai Xiaochun, upon seeing this person, felt a storm brewing within him. His body trembled, his eyes narrowed, and his mind felt as if it had been struck by lightning. Gong Sinwaner, the one who appeared, was indeed Gong Sinwaner. Even though she had changed her appearance, impersonating Bai Xiaochun recognized her at a glance. That bright smile, that licking of her lips, and the remark about not having eaten enough, all these actions were like thunderclaps constantly rumbling in Bai Xiaochun's heart. The scene from that day in the burial palace flashed before his eyes. It was truly terrifying beyond imagination. Ghost! Bai Xiaochun trembled inwardly. If he hadn't restrained himself, he would have screamed and run away. That day in the burial palace, Gonsenwater had revealed her true colors to him, making him realize that he was the little girl in white from the fallen sword abyss. And Lei Shan too. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaoqun glanced around and immediately saw a towering, extremely imposing statue approaching from behind Gonsenwater. The figure was completely covered in a deep red, without skin, its face expressionless, seemingly devoid of any sensation of pain. Even more terrifying was the aura emanating from him. That guy is indeed the one who was skinned alive by that little girl in the still sword abyss that year. Lei Shan. Bai Xiaoqun trembled. He knew how terrifying Gonsenwater was, and didn't think Han Chen Nu could fight her. He immediately took out his jade slip to transmit a message, but he was horrified to find that the jade slip was now ineffective. This made Bai Xiaoqun feel like he couldn't breathe. He slowly retreated, realizing that Gonsenwater probably hadn't recognized him yet. His only option now was to go and inform the giant ghost king. But just as he was about to run away, Han Chen Nu narrowed her eyes, pulled her right hand forcefully from the void, and a red lotus flower instantly materialized. Bai Xiaoqun, you've finally shown up. Prepare to die. Without saying much, Han Chen Nu probably realized that the Bai Xiaoqun before her was not the same as the one in her memory, but she didn't have time to think much. She quickly chanted a spell, her heavenly human cultivation erupted, and with a strike of her right hand, the heavens and earth instantly changed color. A giant finger appeared from the sky, striking towards Wayu Mountain. But just as that finger was about to descend, Lei Shan suddenly raised his head, his eyes becoming ferocious. He tilted his head back and let out a thunderous roar that shook the heavens and earth, the sound waves spreading outwards. He took a step forward, causing Wayu Mountain to collapse, and using this momentum, he soared into the air, striking towards that finger. A deafening explosion followed, dimming the sun and moon, and causing the wind and clouds to reverse. Han Chen Nu, seeing this, narrowed her eyes, chanted a spell, and let out a piercing scream. Form the array! Immediately, the tens of thousands of giant ghost soldiers surrounded Wayu Mountain, forming a grand array to seal off all sides while simultaneously unleashing the array's power. To avoid attracting attention, Bai Xiaoqun quickly dispersed, following a soul cultivator, making himself inconspicuous. As soon as the third peak of Wayu Mountain collapsed, Gonsenwater's figure flashed and disappeared, not going to Han Chen Nu but to a soul cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage. Her speed was incredibly fast, her figure eerie. Before the soul cultivator could react, Gonsenwater sucked him in with all her might. He trembled, his body visibly withering, his soul fragments escaping from his 7 orifices, finally turning him into a dried corpse. In an instant, his life force and soul were completely absorbed by Gonsenwater. She let out a soft laugh that echoed across the battlefield, causing a powerful shock to everyone's minds. Bai Xiaoqun was horrified, shouting inwardly. As for Han Chen Nu, her face changed drastically, and she chanted a spell, her heavenly human power intensifying. Her body flashed like lightning as she flew towards Gonsenwater. But at that moment, the tall and imposing figure, Lei Shan, like a mountain falling, blocked Han Chen Nu's path, striking out with a punch. A loud explosion rang out, and Lei Shan and Han Chen Nu immediately engaged in battle. Lei Shan's body was incredibly tough, enduring Han Chen Nu's devastating spells. The earth-shattering explosions caused Lei Shan's expression remained unchanged. He didn't retreat a single step, but continued to attack. Damn it, Han Chen Nu's face changed. Meanwhile, Gonsenwater laughed loudly. Her speed was incredibly fast, gliding past the more than 10,000 soul cultivators present. Each time, she absorbed a single breath from one person, instantly turning them into a dried corpse. And after continuous absorption, Gonsenwater's aura grew stronger and stronger. Fortunately, your cultivation and blood energy are sufficient. Those natives before didn't have complete souls and spirits. Absorbing 100 people was only equivalent to one of you. Gonsenwater's voice was both near and far, incredibly eerie. The cultivators of the giant demon legion were now pale-faced. They were horrified to discover that the formations they had set up were completely ineffective. Even the divine abilities they unleashed against Gonsenwater were useless. They were even being attacked repeatedly. No one was a match for her, only able to watch helplessly as their companions were sucked dry, completely drained. This scene was terrifying. In a short time, hundreds of people had become dry corpses. What was even more frightening was that Gongsun Water, through absorbing those people, seemed to have undergone a transformation. Her eerie laughter echoed, and instead of moving, she tossed her hair. In an instant, strands of hair spread out and flew towards over 1,000 people surrounding her, regardless of their resistance or attempts to dodge. In the blink of an eye, a strand of hair pierced the forehead of each of those people, leaving them only enough time to let out a mournful cry. Their bodies trembled violently, and in just a second, they were all dry corpses. Gongsun Water's face also turned crimson, her eyes flashing. Still hungry. All these events terrified the soul cultivators of the giant ghost legion, causing them to turn pale and retreat without hesitation. This was simply not someone they could stop. Bai Xiaochun, among the crowd, was also trembling uncontrollably. Fortunately, he had been alert and dodged, preventing Gongsun Water from noticing. Seeing Gongsun Water's hair retract from the more than 1,000 dried corpses, still wriggling in the air as if wanting to spread further, Hong Chennu's chest heaved, her eyes turned red, and she chanted incantations. Behind her body, a huge statue, identical to her, suddenly appeared, seemingly a Dharma manifestation. "Get out of my way!" Hong Chennu roared. The Dharma manifestation behind her also revealed a murderous intent, quickly chanting incantations. Immediately, the Dharma manifestation shone with a dazzling light, transforming into a red spear in the air and striking towards Lei Shan. No matter how much he resisted, he couldn't stop it. With a loud bang, the blood-red spear directly pierced Lei Shan's body, carrying him down to Huayu Mountain. In an instant, it struck the mountain below, a burst of blood-red light erupting, shaking the heavens and the earth. The entire Huayu Mountain instantly shattered, splitting into countless pieces, and ripples spread out, turning all the trees into dust in an instant. Where the spear fell, a deep pit appeared, and inside lay Lei Shan, motionless, with a gaping hole in his chest. Hong Chennu, after unleashing her divine power, had a labored breath and a pale face, but without hesitation, her phoenix eyes flashed with killing intent as she flew straight towards Hong Chennu. This scene instantly lifted everyone's spirits, as if they had seen hope. Only Bai Xiaochun secretly took a deep breath. He knew that Lei Shan was just a puppet of Gongsun Water, and for a mere puppet to be subjected to such divine power, it showed how difficult it would be for Gongsun Water to kill him. "I must assess the situation. If Hong Chennu gains the upper hand, I will intervene. Otherwise, I advise everyone to flee." Bai Xiaochun was worried. He originally wanted to escape, but he had a premonition that unless everyone fled together, if he ran away alone, he would immediately attract Gongsun Water's attention. Imagining being seen by Gongsun Water, and considering she was impersonating him, if he didn't realize this now, all his years of cultivation would have been wasted. "She's baiting me, trying to lure me out." As soon as Bai Xiaochun thought of that, his scalp tingled, his heart trembled, and he was filled with endless regret. Bai Xiaochun was terrified. He could see that Lei Shan had become immeasurably stronger than before, and the price he paid must have been considerable. Even if Hong Chennu had killed him earlier, he was indeed dead. Can a dead person die again? Bai Xiaochun gasped, carefully examining Lei Shan's corpse, finding no sign of movement. Meanwhile, Hong Chennu and Gongsun Water were locked in a fierce battle. Hong Chennu knew she had encountered a formidable opponent. She formed hand seals, sending streaks of crimson light flying and shattering even the void in their path. Adding to this, her Hong Lian artifact swirled, scattering countless petals in all directions before quickly retracting, creating a devastating heavenly human force that destroyed everything within its range. This is only secondary. The crucial factor is the oppressive aura emanating from Hong Chennu's heavenly human cultivation. This aura can make a nascent soul cultivator feel as if a massive mountain is weighing down their back, both physically and mentally. If it were anyone else, they would likely have perished the moment the heavenly human technique was unleashed. However, Gongsun Water was no ordinary opponent. Her technique was incredibly bizarre, enveloping Hong Chennu in a black aura that, each time it dissipated, drained a portion of her life force. Moreover, the most astonishing thing was Gongsun Water's speed. She was unbelievably fast, so fast that her figure was invisible, leaving only countless afterimages swirling around Hong Chennu, making the surroundings seem filled with black auras. The incessant explosions echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Gongsun Wen was clearly not a celestial being, yet for some reason, she was not at all intimidated by her opponent's aura. Bai Xiaochun even saw a massive Dharma manifestation lurking behind Gongsun Wen's afterimages. This Dharma manifestation was a beautiful woman in a black robe, her eyes revealing an arrogant and domineering will. Both engaged in close-quarters combat, their techniques clashing and exploding violently. The surrounding area was extremely dangerous, with ripples constantly spreading from their point of contact, preventing Bai Xiaochun and his companions from getting too close. He was relatively unharmed, but others who approached would instantly change their expressions, their bodies seemingly drained of life force by some unknown force, their black hair turning silver in an instant. Even the approaching figure was like that, let alone Hong Chen-nu, who was currently battling Gongsun Wan. Her expression was extremely grim, and she didn't even have time to speak. At this moment, her entire focus was on the battle. This Bai Xiaochun in front of her was truly far more powerful than she had anticipated. She didn't see any resemblance to him from years ago. If it weren't for the fact that his appearance and aura were exactly like Bai Xiaochun's, she would have thought this person wasn't Bai Xiaochun at all. This person was truly too different from the Bai Xiaochun in her memory. Even her divine abilities seemed to inflict no damage on the person before her, yet each time his aura shattered, it shook her to her core. He's not a nascent soul cultivator. As the battle progressed, Hong Chen-nu became increasingly terrified, while Gongsun Wan maintained her sinister smile from beginning to end, her eyes revealing a strange glint. Occasionally, she would lick her lips, as if finding Hong Chen-nu incredibly delicious and wanting to devour her. This scene further terrified Bai Xiaochun, who quickly retreated. When he looked up at the battleground, the illusory Dharma form behind Gongsun Wan had vanished. If Bai Xiaochun hadn't been so certain, he would have thought he was mistaken. He was trembling uncontrollably. If things continued like this, Hong Chen-nu would be no match for Gongsun Wan. This made Bai Xiaochun waver, and he began to consider whether he should advise everyone to flee. However, at this moment, the tide of battle suddenly turned. Hong Chen-nu's eyes blazed with killing intent, and she retreated. Gongsun Wan chuckled, about to advance, but suddenly her expression changed, and she quickly retreated. At that moment, Hong Chen-nu, suspended in midair, her chest heaving, her eyes filled with madness, once again unleashed her heavenly human cultivation. The entire area trembled, her will permeating this land, making her seem like the ruler of this place. Bai Xiaochun, you must die today. Hong Chen-nu roared, as if she had made up her mind. She suddenly raised her right hand, chanting a spell, her face turning pale. A drop of fresh blood suddenly appeared from the tip of her right index finger. This drop of blood shone in all directions like a supreme treasure. Its appearance caused the heavens and earth to change color. This drop of blood was certainly no ordinary blood. It was Hong Chen-nu's creation, condensed from her own techniques, life force, and cultivation. Dharma blood. Although not soul blood, this Dharma blood also contains her lifelong understanding of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Now it appears in the hands of the mortal world woman, transforming into a blood-colored spear. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that this spear was even more terrifying than the one used to destroy Lei Shan. Just as Bai Xiaochun saw a glimmer of hope, Hong Chen-nu grabbed the spear and hurled it towards Gongsun Wan. Whoosh! A deafening sound of tearing wind and explosions rang out. The spear exploded repeatedly, seemingly piercing through the void, appearing and instantly closing in on Gongsun Wan like a bolt of lightning. At that moment, Gongsun Wan unleashed her speed, narrowly escaping, with more than half of the spear embedded in the ground. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. This spear gave him an incredibly dangerous feeling, but unfortunately, it had missed. Gongsun Wan was about to retreat, wanting to distance herself from the spear she felt uneasy about, when Hong Chen-nu, in midair, her eyes bloodshot, produced a drop of blood from the middle finger of her right hand. The second drop of Dharma blood. The second long spear materialized, followed by the little finger, ring finger, and thumb for long spears fell like shooting stars. Although Gongsun Wan dodged them all with her ghostly speed, they then plunged into the ground, forming a semicircle. This semicircle acted as a boundary, causing Gongsun Wan's expression to change. Just as she was about to rush out, the 6th, 7th, and then the 10th spears emerged from the drops of blood magic on Hong Chen-nu's left finger, exploding with a loud bang. hurtling towards Gonsanwaner at incredible speed, simultaneously plunging down, forming another semicircle, combining with the previous 5 to form a complete circle. After all this, Hong Chen-nu's breathing became rapid, her chest heaving, and her face turned pale, clearly indicating that performing this blood magic had taken a considerable toll on her. However, the effect was incredibly shocking. Gonsanwaner's expression changed, and she was about to rush out, but as soon as she approached one of the spears, black energy surged from her entire body, as if her body was being corroded, forcing her to retreat. This scene also delighted the members of the Giant Ghost Legion, who all advanced to provide support. Bai Xiaochun also stepped forward in excitement. Gonsanwaner, trapped within the circle, suddenly lifted her head and glared at Hong Chen-nu, roaring loudly. The roar was ear-piercing and incredibly powerful, causing those who approached to feel as if they were struck in the brain, clutching their heads and crying out in pain. The 10 spears instantly cracked, their shafts showing fissures. Hong Chen-nu's expression changed, but she showed no panic. Her phoenix eyes flashed with killing intent, and she quickly formed hand seals, pressing her hands towards the circle. Kill. As soon as the words left his mouth, the 10 long spears instantly emitted a blood-red light, all flying up from the ground at incredible speed, piercing through Gonsanwaner's body in an instant. Bai Xiaochun saw countless crimson rays emanating from Gonsanwaner's body, forming a massive blood-red net that seemed intent on crushing her into dust, utterly destroying her. Gonsanwaner let out a mournful roar from within. The events before him made Bai Xiaochun slightly more serious. He saw that Hong Chen-nu seemed to have become stronger, and he thought the winner of this battle was already decided. Everyone around, even Hong Chen-nu herself, thought the same, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Only Bai Xiaochun felt that doing so seemed a little cruel. After all, Gonsanwaner has never harmed me. While Bai Xiaochun hesitated, Gonsanwaner, who had been pierced hundreds of times by the 10 spears, was covered in blood and seemed on the verge of shattering. At that moment, the mournful sound from her mouth became incredibly intense, and a terrifying tremor seemed about to erupt from her body. Seeing this, everyone around was instantly shocked. Bai Xiaochun, die? Hong Chen-nu, in midair, was also terrified. She gritted her teeth, bit her tongue hard, and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. She chanted a spell, pointed her finger, and immediately the 10 blood spears increased in speed and burst into flames. Like scalding red-hot steel in cold water, the power of the blood spears surged, and with a resounding bang, the 10 blood spears paused briefly before simultaneously striking Gonsanwaner's trembling, almost shattering body. Upon impact, all 10 blood spears exploded, unleashing immense destructive power that enveloped Gonsanwaner. Visible to the naked eye, Gonsanwaner's body was torn into pieces. This final burst of power was truly overwhelming. Even Hong Chen-nu, due to a slight misstep in her manipulation, caused the heavenly human force to continuously spread in all directions, creating a whirlwind. Even the soul cultivators of the Giant Ghost Legion were blown away by the aftershock. Many spat out fresh blood, their bodies recoiled, and some were even thrown flying. Bai Xiaochun was unharmed, but not wanting to stand out, he also let out a pained cry, his body flying backward, staggering as if he nearly lost his balance. Looking at the shattered remains of Gonsanwaner, his eyes flickered with a mixture of joy and complexity. Did she just die like that? How could it be so simple? Bai Xiaochun's heart pounded. This seemed illogical, and around him, shouts of joy erupted. Hong Chen-nu's face was pale, but she forced a smile, taking a deep breath. She was about to check if there were any belongings beside the deceased Bai Xiaochun when suddenly, her expression changed drastically, and she quickly retreated. You! Just as she opened her mouth, a towering crimson light erupted from Gonsanwaner. This crimson light carried an aura of evil and bloodlust, even icy coldness and raging rage. The entire sky was instantly covered in red, the ground turning blood red, as if this place had become an extremely sinister pool of blood. Hong Chen-nu retreated a little too slowly, and when the blood-red light touched her, her whole body trembled, her face turned crimson, and she spat out fresh blood. Everyone around was terrified, and Bai Xiaochun's eyes nearly popped out. He had been feigning a stumble, but now he was completely unsteady on his feet. He fell to the ground in a panic, letting out a pained cry, controlling his heartbeat, and activating his mask, making himself appear dead almost immediately after Bai Xiaochun feigned death. The blood-red light contracted, forming a blurry blood-like image in front of where Gongsun-Wanner's body had shattered. This blood-like image moved incredibly fast, far faster than Gongsun-Wanner's earlier, instantly reaching a soul cultivator from the giant Ghost Legion. It directly pierced through his body trembled, his hair turned gray, his teeth fell out, his face was covered in wrinkles, and finally he became a dried corpse. In an instant, their souls, life force, blood, and cultivation were all sucked dry by that blood shadow. And this was just the beginning. This blood shadow moved at an incredibly fast speed, transforming into a blood-red line, continuously piercing through the bodies of nearly 10,000 soul cultivators of the giant Ghost Legion. Wherever it passed, those soul cultivators didn't even have time to let out a scream before they were turned into dried corpses. The events here, though lengthy to describe, actually happened in the blink of an eye. From the moment Gongsun-Wanner transformed into a blood shadow until she became a blood-red line piercing through the bodies of those soul cultivators, it was almost instantaneous. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000. The speed was incredibly fast. From afar, it looked like a blood-red line, almost piercing through all the soul cultivators present, sending them all on their way. Bai Xiaochun, feigning death, lay on the ground, witnessing this. His scalp felt like it was about to explode. The complex emotions he felt when he saw Gongsun-Wanner dying had completely vanished. "Don't look at me. Don't look at me. I'm already dead." Bai Xiaochun prayed incessantly in his heart, activating the mask even more. At this moment, he realized that Hong Chen-nu was completely invincible against Hong Chen-nu. They're all dead. Over 10,000 people, now only a few remain, and those few are also dead. "I warned you before, but you didn't listen." Bai Xiaochun was extremely worried. Seeing Gongsun-Wanner killing people made his heart tremble, his inner turmoil unsettling. At this moment, life and death were imminent. He lay on the ground, not daring to move, hoping that Gongsun-Wanner would think he was a corpse and ignore him. Whether it was due to the mask's effectiveness or his incredibly convincing performance, the bloodline formed by Gongsun-Wanner's blood shadow, after devouring the blood of nearly 10,000 people, paid no attention to Bai Xiaochun and the more than 10 corpses beside him. The bloodline flashed, condensing in midair, and Gongsun-Wanner reappeared in the guise of Bai Xiaochun. As soon as she appeared, the aura around her surged, her cultivation level directly rising from nascent soul to heavenly human. The sky changed color, wind rose and clouds swirled, half the sky turned a purplish red, devouring the bright red side, causing earth-shattering explosions. Originally, Hong Chen-nu's will had infiltrated this part of the world, but now it seemed to be driven out, repelled from it. Bai Xiaochun. Hong Chen-nu trembled all over. The moment her will was repelled, she suffered a backlash, spitting out fresh blood. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. She hadn't intended to save everyone, but the opponent was too fast, and she had been struck by the bloodlight, causing her blood to surge and threaten to leave her body, leaving her no time to save anyone. She could only suppress her own blood energy. Hearing Hong Chen-nu call his name, Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but sigh bitterly. He knew he would have to bear this injustice. "Just get away from here, damn it. I'll immediately cultivate my nascent soul, and instantly reach the late nascent soul stage. Only then can I save my life in this dangerous situation." Bai Xiaochun's heart pounded. Gongsun-Wanner's appearance, while not a good thing, also had its advantages. He could cultivate his nascent soul without anyone suspecting him, because he now had another target. But thinking about this now is useless. The important thing is how to escape. Bai Xiaochun was a little frustrated. At this moment, he was surrounded by dead bodies. If he ran away, it would be too obvious. At this point, he could only feign death, hoping the battle would end quickly, Gongsun-Wanner would leave, and then he could escape. Or that something unexpected would happen to give him a chance to get away. While Bai Xiaochun was still worried, Gongsun-Wanner raised her head, smiling mischievously at the trembling Hong Chen-nu, and said softly, "I really appreciate you. You've almost satisfied me, and eating you would surely satisfy me." After saying this, Gongsun-Wanner chuckled and flashed towards Hong Chen-nu. Her speed was extremely fast, though slightly slower than when she transformed into a bloodline, but still lightning fast, almost instantly appearing in front of Hong Chen-nu. Hong Chen-nu clasped her hands together, chanting a spell, and a red lotus flew out. Gong Xinhuan raised her right hand and gently pressed down. With a loud bang, Hong Chen-nu spat out fresh blood, her body recoiling more than 10 meters. Too much of my vital energy is depleted. This won't do. Eating you won't taste good anymore. Gong Xinhuan's voice was ethereal as she approached. Bai Xiaochun, watching from the ground, immediately felt a tremor in his heart. Hong Chen-nu was no match for Gong Xinhuan. Explosions rang out incessantly, and she continuously retreated, blood gushing out, in an extremely difficult situation. Even her Honglian magic weapon was struck by Gong Xinhuan, exploding layer after layer, finally shattering into dust with a loud bang. Hong Chen-nu's face turned pale, her body swaying as if about to collapse. She wanted to escape, but under Gong Xinhuan's uncanny speed, it was simply impossible. Seeing the danger, Bai Xiaochun was also worried, but he understood that even if he appeared now, it would be useless. Not only would he be unable to save Hong Chen-nu, but he himself would likely perish. However, watching Hong Chen-nu being relentlessly defeated by Gong Xinhuan, her breath weakening and seemingly on the verge of death at any moment, his heart was filled with anguish. While Bai Xiaochun was still struggling, Gong Xinhuan gradually approached Hong Chen-nu, raising her right hand as if to strike, but her eyes suddenly flashed, and her body quickly retreated. Just as she was about to retreat, Hong Chen-nu, who had been suppressed and at a disadvantage, suddenly raised her head. A cold expression appeared on her pale face, and her dim eyes flashed with icy coldness. Finally, you've come close enough. Hong Chen-nu opened her mouth, spreading her hands. In her eyes, a phantom image appeared, not the image of a person, but a city. A city comparable to the giant ghost city. Such cities were rare. All the architecture within was very complete, with 4 city walls. Looking inside, one could see many people, bustling and lively. Hong Chen-nu slightly curved her lips, uttering these 2 words. At that very moment, the sky roared, the ground shook, and an aura capable of shaking all directions erupted from her eyes. Instantly, the air beneath Gong Xinhuan's feet transformed, revealing a pond-sized fortress. Countless chains flew out from it, instantly binding her. The fortress and the chains were not real but illusory, their size and appearance identical to the reflections in Hong Chen-nu's eyes. The moment the fortress appeared, Gong Xinhuan's expression changed. She was pinned down, her body bound by chains, unable to struggle. As the fortress descended, she fell with it. Visible to the naked eye, as she fell, Gong Xinhuan's body was shrinking. Until the shrinking reached its limit, Gong Xinhuan became a tiny figure trapped within the fortress. Eternal Seal. This technique was Hong Chen-nu's ultimate attack. At this point, she had only unleashed half of it. She still needed to coordinate the remaining half to fully unleash its power. This killer move was even more terrifying than the previous blood magic technique. However, the price to pay was also enormous. Unleashing it required the consumption of lifespan. Hong Chen-nu was already severely injured, and now forcing herself to use this technique, she spat out fresh blood, her whole body weakened, her breathing became erratic, and her body staggered. She bit her tongue, trying to stay conscious, her hands forming a hand seal, intending to fully unleash this killer move. Bai Xiaochun saw that the tide of the battle could turn, his gaze intensely focused. Gong Xinhuan was continuously falling, shrinking until she was only half her original size, at which point she suddenly smiled. A formidable demonic technique, the Crimson Dust Vein. Do you want to risk your life? Alright, I want to see how much life you have left, whether it's enough to fully unleash it. As she spoke, Gong Xinhuan raised her right hand, her body seemingly shrinking slightly. Her finger suddenly turned black, pointing towards the Crimson Dust Woman. Under this gesture, the heavens and earth roared, the sky and earth spun, and a black aura appeared around the Crimson Dust Woman. As soon as it appeared, the Crimson Dust Woman's entire body trembled violently. From her 7 orifices and countless pores on her scalp, a surge of life force gushed out, transforming into white gas that was instantly absorbed by the aura. The Crimson Dust Woman's breathing became erratic, her face drained of all color. She used one hand to perform a hand seal, and a red light flashed all over her body, striking the black aura surrounding her. The aura trembled, seemingly weakening, but it still persisted, continuing to absorb. The gravitational pull of the halo was too strong. No matter how much Hong Chen-nu struggled, she couldn't break free. She repeatedly struck the halo, weakening it, yet it seemed indestructible, persisting. Hong Chen-nu's injuries were severe and her previous killer blows had consumed a great deal of her energy. Already incredibly weak, her lifespan was further diminished. As a result, Hong Chen-nu was now on the verge of death. She let out a bitter laugh. She had been far too overconfident. She had assumed the enemy had ambushed her, which was why they had brought over 10,000 soldiers from the giant demon legion, believing it was necessary. Little did she know, those 10,000 soldiers would be the very cause of her demise. Before devouring them, the enemy's cultivation was only at the nascent soul stage. After devouring them, their cultivation had mysteriously transformed into that of a celestial being. Then not only could she overwhelm her, but she had also trapped her in a certain death trap. Previously, Hong Chen-nu never imagined that today would be her death day. Hong Chen-zimai was her ultimate attack, and she had intended to seal it even if it meant her own death. But unexpectedly, she could only unleash half of it. The gravitational pull of the light was too great. Her life force was being continuously drained away. Her hair had turned white, and wrinkles were appearing on her once beautiful face. She was on the verge of becoming an old woman. Her life, soul, and cultivation were all being sucked out. Her consciousness was becoming hazy, and she was on the verge of death. She was unwilling, but unwillingness was useless. She had no way to unleash the remaining half of her ultimate attack. "I'm about to die." Hong Chen-nu sighed bitterly, her eyelids growing heavy, lacking even the strength to open them. Gongsun Wanner was still shrinking, yet her laughter echoed in all directions. Silence reigned all around, with fewer than 10 people remaining on the ground, all in despair. Bai Xiaochun's breathing became rapid, his heart pounding with anxiety. He had feigned death to witness everything, seeing Hong Chen-nu age. At this moment, whether for himself or for Hong Chen-nu, he knew he couldn't continue to feign death. Even if his identity was exposed, he had to act, otherwise Hong Chen-nu would die, and Gongsun Wanner, once he escaped, wouldn't let him and the others go. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were bloodshot, his body trembling as he rose from the ground. A roar erupted from his mouth, veins bulging on his forehead, and his speed instantly exploded to its limit. To Gongsun Wanner's astonishment, he swiftly charged forward. At that moment, he raised his right hand and clenched it tightly. A black vortex appeared in front of his fist, seemingly draining all his life force and physical strength. Simultaneously, a supreme figure clad in imperial robes and wearing an imperial crown appeared behind him. An unparalleled aura erupted from him. Bai Xiaochun roared, his speed incredibly fast, rushing towards Hong Chen-nu and punching forcefully towards the black halo. Immortal Emperor's Fist. A punch with double the force of his madness was unleashed. The sky roared, clouds swirled violently, the ground was engulfed in a whirlwind, strong winds howled, sand and stones flew, and the surrounding air spun rapidly, forming a vortex. Especially the Emperor's figure behind Bai Xiaochun, whose aura was incredibly domineering, also struck down with a powerful punch. His domineering intent seemed to directly penetrate this piece of heaven and earth, becoming the third will of this place. "Break for me." Boom, boom, boom. To Gongsun Wanner's astonishment, the heavens and earth trembled, and a resounding explosion echoed. The black halo, already weakened by Hong Chen-nu's struggles, now received another earth-shattering punch from Bai Xiaochun, a punch as powerful as a celestial being, and it shattered with a thunderous roar. At that moment, Hong Chen-nu's life force, which had been absorbed earlier, dispersed. It belonged to Hong Chen-nu, and now returned to her like a child serving its parents. A small portion also merged into Bai Xiaochun's body, helping his immortal bone break through the first, second, and third stages of the strength bone realm. Hong Chen-nu's hair turned black again, the wrinkles on her forehead disappeared, and her beautiful face was restored. Her breath revealed the excitement of a life-or-death struggle, her spirit powerfully shaken. After opening her eyes, Hong Chen-nu's gaze revealed a strange light. Raising both hands, she chanted a spell, pressed her hands down on the ground, and directed them towards Gongsun Wanner, who had now shrunk to the size of a hand. Death Vein. After unleashing a single strike, Hong Chen-nu spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and fell into a coma. Hong Chen Death Vein. This was Hong Chen-nu's ultimate killing move, unleashed only with her heavenly human cultivation and the depletion of her lifespan. As soon as the words Death Vein were uttered and her right hand pointed towards Gongsun Wanner, a red mist erupted from her, enveloping Gongsun Wanner's entire body. Gongsun Wander's body shrank rapidly, instantly becoming a tiny person, directly dragged by countless iron chains into a small, palm-sized city. The city, though palm-sized, appeared incredibly vivid and real in Gongsun Wander's eyes. People bustled about, and a carriage, kicking up dust, sped past Gongsun Wander, seemingly obscuring her vision. This is Hongchen Mai. This city is half real and half illusory, seemingly a city of illusion, but in reality, it's a sealed heavenly cave. This divine ability causes those sealed within the city to fall into a trance, unable to control themselves, making it very difficult to escape. If unleashed to its highest level, it can even transform into a world of illusion. Gongsun Wander remained silent, looking up at the two giants, Bai Xiaochun and Hong Chennu, and suddenly she smiled. Even though Bai Xiaochun had used a mask to conceal himself, she recognized his aura the moment he made his move. Little brother, Gongsun Wander's smile was strangely eerie, emitting a giggling sound that echoed from within the illusory city in all directions. Bai Xiaochun's heart raced. That laughter sent shivers down his spine. His breathing quickened. He understood that this divine ability probably wouldn't be able to seal Gongsun Wander for much longer. In terms of combat power, he truly couldn't face this extremely bizarre Gongsun Wander. Bai Xiaochun instantly embraced the unconscious Hong Chennu, turned around, and unleashed his ultimate speed, transforming into a rainbow and swiftly fleeing into the distance. Behind Bai Xiaochun, the illusory city collapsed to the ground. Gongsun Wander's laughter still echoed from within. While still conscious, she raised her right hand, chanted a spell, and pointed at Lei Shan's corpse, piercing a huge hole in his chest. The corpse, which had been lying motionless in the deep pit in the distance, immediately opened its eyes. Those eyes, previously devoid of any expression, now flickered with a dark light. His imposing, mountain-like body suddenly rose from the pit. Lei Shan charged out, the ground shaking, and an explosion resounded. The flesh and blood on his chest twitched. The large hole that had been pierced there had instantly healed. Lei Shan's face remained expressionless as he watched Bai Xiaochun flee. Capture him and bring him back to me. Inside the illusion city, Gongsun Wander's face was slowly covered by dust, her voice becoming intermittent until it completely disappeared. When she reappeared at the end of the illusion city street, her eyes showed a hint of bewilderment for the first time. Immersed in the Hongchen purple vein seal. Outside, the dark light in Lei Shan's eyes intensified. Without hesitation, he unleashed his full power, transforming into a lightning bolt, swiftly pursuing Bai Xiaochun. His speed was incredibly fast. The sound of his movements piercing the air was deafening. Even the surrounding void seemed to warp. Thousands of miles ahead of him, Bai Xiaochun, panting heavily, carrying the unconscious Hongchen woman, also pushed his speed to its limit, creating afterimages as he streaked through the void. Bai Xiaochun took out his sound transmission jade slip and continuously tried to contact the giant ghost king, but the message never reached him. Evidently, the entire surrounding area had been sealed off by Gongsun Wander using some kind of technique. Bai Xiaochun was feeling anxious and frustrated when he suddenly felt the soft body of Hong Chennu behind him stiffen. He immediately knew that she had woken up. "Let me down, I can walk myself," Hong Chennu weakly spoke, finding herself extremely uncomfortable waking up on Bai Xiaochun's back. "Shut up! It's all your fault for not listening to me. Now don't waste my time. You want to walk yourself. You can barely stand now." Bai Xiaochun was furious and slapped Shuzi hard on the back with his right hand. The soft feeling made Bai Xiaochun, who was feeling weary and anxious, tremble. Shuzumai's already weak breathing became rapid. She had just been yelled at by Bai Xiaochun, and now he had patted her butt. Her emotions reacted violently. However, she was already weak, her mind hazy, her breathing erratic, and she fell into unconsciousness again on Bai Xiaochun's back. HMPH, if it weren't for respecting the giant ghost elder brother, do you think I would want to save you? Every time you see me, you put on a stern face, radiating killing intent, as if I owe you money. Bai Xiaochun snorted coldly, not having time to pay attention to Hong Chennu, increasing his speed and flying rapidly into the distance. He realized that Lei Shan, thousands of miles behind him, was also pursuing him at an extremely fast speed. Bai Xiaochun's feelings towards Lei Shan were very complex. He knew the other party was dead, now only existing as a corpse puppet. He also understood that this type of corpse puppet was fundamentally unkillable. unless his strength far surpassed his opponent's, directly shattering his body into pieces and reducing him to dust. There was no other way. Lei Shan, we fought a battle when you were alive, and now that you're dead, you're still clinging to me. I need to move faster to get rid of him. Bai Xiaochun sighed. While flying rapidly towards Giant Ghost City, he quickly potted his storage bag and took out the Heavenly Ark. Bai Xiaochun carried Hong Chennu onto the Heavenly Ark. After tossing her aside, he released his cultivation, forcefully entering the Heavenly Ark. And immediately a radiant light spread in all directions. With a loud bang, the Heavenly Ark unleashed a speed far exceeding Bai Xiaochun's, surging forward. But at this moment, Lei Shan, far away, let out a earth-shattering roar. His entire body seemed to burst into flames, and his speed clearly increased continuously. In an instant, he surpassed the speed of Chuju, transforming into a streak of rainbow light, relentlessly pursuing Bai Xiaochun. The distance was getting closer and closer. 2,000 miles, 1,500 miles, 1,000 miles, 500 miles in a flash. It was already 100 miles away. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened, his breathing was rapid, and his throat was dry. What kind of medicine did this guy take to suddenly become so fast? While Bai Xiaochun was still anxious, Hong Chennu woke up again. She looked at Bai Xiaochun with a complicated expression, also noticing Lei Shan chasing from afar. She took a deep breath, her eyes showing determination. Bai Hao, why don't you speed up the Heavenly Ark? Maintain your speed. As for him, you don't need to pay attention to him. Shut up. Bai Xiaochun shouted, his heart filled with frustration. Hong Chennu was truly too arrogant, both before and now. He had clearly saved her life, yet she still liked to order him around. This made Bai Xiaochun very uncomfortable. Hong Chennu glared, her chest heaving. She seemed to realize her tone had been somewhat unreasonable, but she was proud and arrogant, unwilling to admit her mistake even if she knew she was wrong. Before Hong Chennu could speak further, a terrifying explosion suddenly erupted from the distant void. Lei Shan's figure flashed, instantly appearing above the ship. He raised his right hand and slammed it down towards the heavenly ship below. This slam carried an immense force, creating a storm that slammed directly into the ship. Get out! Bai Xiaochun's eyes narrowed, revealing a bloodthirsty killing intent. He roared, leaping up and clenching his right fist, directly punching the storm. In the blink of an eye, an earth-shattering explosion reverberated in all directions, and the storm instantly dissipated. Bai Xiaochun's body didn't stop for a moment, continuing to charge straight towards Lei Shan. A black light flashed in Lei Shan's eyes, and his body, like a bolt of lightning descending from the sky, struck directly at Bai Xiaochun. In an instant, the two collided, creating an explosion that rippled across the sky like fish scales. Bai Xiaochun's face changed color. Under Lei Shan's astonishing power, his body immediately fell onto the heavenly ship. The entire ship shook, and Bai Xiaochun's breathing became somewhat erratic. When he looked up, he found Lei Shan had only retreated a few steps, his pupils contracting. His body flashed, and he charged straight at Lei Shan again, the two continuously clashing in midair. After a while, the ship gradually moved away from them. Hong Chennu's expression changed. She reluctantly stood up and steered the boat to a temporary halt. After doing so, she was exhausted and breathless. Then she quickly looked back at the battle between the two in the air, her heart filled with anxiety. Loud rumbling sounds echoed incessantly across the sky. Lei Shan couldn't use any techniques, relying only on his physical strength. And his body was incredibly powerful, a rare and formidable opponent in Bai Xiaochun's life. A celestial being's body. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flashed with killing intent as he continuously retreated. Each punch he landed on Lei Shan inflicted almost no damage, while each blow sent his entire body shaking. This Lei Shan has incredibly powerful strength. This battle can't drag on. I must finish quickly. Even if I can't kill him, I must severely injure him, making it difficult to pursue him. Bai Xiaochun feared that if the situation dragged on, once Gongsun Water escaped, all his advantages would be lost. At that point, it would be a matter of life and death. Bai Xiaochun's eyes turned bloodshot. At this moment, he didn't care whether his true identity was revealed or not. As long as he could survive, at most, his identity would only be exposed. Moreover, Gongsun Water had disguised herself as him, so even if he made a slight mistake, no one would suspect him for a while longer. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun looked up to the sky and roared, his hands forming a series of hand seals. These seals were different from those he usually used. A strange light flowed through his heavenly nascent soul, and ripples of spiritual power gathered within him, forming a vast ocean that surged throughout his body, then violently spreading outwards. As soon as this spiritual power surged out, it transformed into icy coldness, causing a crackling sound. With Bai Xiaochun at the center, the surrounding area instantly froze. The icy power was truly earth-shattering. It could freeze even the void, instantly turning the area around Bai Xiaochun into a frozen pool. The cold gate cultivation technique. He hadn't dared to use this divine ability before, even with a mask concealing his aura. But now, he disregarded everything, his eyes revealing a frenzied look. The cold air spread out, slowing down Lei Shan, who was rapidly flying towards Bai Xiaochun. At that moment, Bai Xiaochun raised his right hand and pointed at Lei Shan. Feng! Bai Xiaochun roared, and immediately all the surrounding cold air erupted, surging towards Lei Shan from all directions, instantly enveloping him. Lei Shan's body quickly became covered in frost, then instantly turned into a layer of ice. The cracking sound grew louder and louder, and in just a few breaths, a thick layer of ice had formed around Lei Shan. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't break through it. The speed of breaking the ice couldn't keep up with the speed of the ice condensing. In a short time, Lei Shan had become a massive block of ice. This block of ice floated in midair, about 100 feet in size. The thunder mountain within it remained motionless, yet a small crack could be seen spreading across the entire ice mass. It seemed this seal wouldn't last much longer. Seeing this, Hang Zhennu was also stunned. Before she could even think, Bai Xiaochun roared to the heavens. His physical strength exploded in an instant, continuously increasing. His skin and flesh began to tremble, and a terrifying aura erupted from him. At that moment, the ground shook, countless small stones flew up. Even a large rock nearby did the same, and even a nearby hill cracked into countless fragments, but instead of falling to the ground, they flew into the air. This was only part of it. At this moment, countless rocks and mountains from all directions flew up into the air and hurtled straight towards Bai Xiaochun. His body seemed to have become a black hole in the vortex, sucking up all the rocks and earth. Boom! All the rocks and earth condensed into layers, clinging to Bai Xiaochun's body. Immediately afterward, a colossal figure, hundreds of meters tall, descended upon this desolate wasteland. This was the human mountain technique. Bai Xiaochun had never dared to use this divine ability before. But now, without using the heaven-connecting river technique, he had no choice. At this moment, with his cultivation level, the power of this divine ability was far greater than before. In just a short time, thanks to the numerous flying rocks, his colossal avatar transformed from 100 meters to over 700 meters. While not enough to shake heaven and earth, it was certainly not far off. His physical strength, already at its peak, combined with the human mountain technique, instantly broke through its limits. This was the only way he could think of to reduce the gap between himself and Lei Shan in the absence of the immortal Emperor's fist. Go to hell! Bai Xiaochun roared, and the giant's mouth also emitted a thunderous roar. At this moment, the giant quickly stepped forward, his body slamming violently into Lei Shan, who was frozen in front of him. Mountain-shattering charge! This time, he no longer concealed anything, unleashing the full power of the mountain-shattering charge. From afar, he looked like a ferocious stone beast statue charging forward. At the same time, more and more cracks appeared on the ice block. Even as Bai Xiaochun approached, he lowered his divine sense, causing the entire ice block, before it could fully crack, to instantly self-destruct. With a loud bang, the self-destructing ice block caused Lei Shan's body to momentarily pause. At that moment, the gigantic avatar formed from Bai Xiaochun's human mountain technique struck him. In an instant, a deafening explosion shook the heavens and earth, obscuring the sun and moon. Even the powerful Lei Shan trembled, his entire body emitting loud cracking sounds as he was sent flying. But that wasn't all. Thanks to the explosive power of the human mountain technique, combined with the mountain-shattering charge, Bai Xiaochun rushed towards the nascent Lei Shan, his right hand powerfully raised. Black light emanating from his thumb and index finger. Throat-shattering lock. Although it sounds like a long story, in reality, it all happened in the blink of an eye. From the moment Bai Xiaochun unleashed the cold gate cultivation technique to the other divine abilities, everything flowed seamlessly, swiftly, and decisively. At this moment, he used the throat-shattering lock, grabbing Lei Shan by the neck. A loud explosion rang out. Lei Shan roared, black light erupted from his body, and he raised his hands, struggling to resist Bai Xiaochun's thumb and index finger. Cracking sounds continuously echoed within Lei Shan's body, and the black light in his eyes intensified. Under his resistance, Bai Xiaochun was unable to deploy the throat-shattering lock effectively. Without hesitation, the figure of Bai Xiaochun immediately swung his hand, forcefully throwing Lei Shan to the ground. With a loud bang, a deep pit appeared in the ground. Just as Lei Shan was struck down into it, the stone figure of Bai Xiaochun clenched his fist and directly punched more than 10 times into the pit. Each punch shook the ground, making the pit deeper, and even causing countless cracks to appear around it. At this moment, a roar erupted from within the pit, and the sky once again exploded. Bai Xiaochun's final punch was blocked, and he was even knocked back by a powerful force. Lei Shan, inside the deep pit, was covered in countless wounds, his hair disheveled, and black blood oozed from many places. However, the black light in his eyes caused his physical strength to surge, and his body flew up from the pit. But at this moment, a crack appeared in the stone figure's forehead, and simultaneously, within the stone figure, a crack appeared in the middle of Bai Xiaochun's forehead beneath the mask, revealing his third eye, the all-seeing eye. The eye in the center of the stone figure's forehead glanced around before settling its gaze on Lei Shan's exploding body. Instantly, Lei Shan's entire body trembled, as if an invisible force had enveloped him, controlling his body, causing him, who had been struggling, to suddenly freeze in midair. At that moment, Bai Xiaochun controlled the stone figure to leap up, shouting loudly, raising his right hand and striking down with a powerful palm strike on Lei Shan's body, which was still afflicted by the body immobilization technique. As the palm strike landed, Bai Xiaochun simultaneously activated the Immortal Seal. This Immortal Seal transformed into countless black threads that merged into his hand. Lei Shan, struck by this palm strike, trembled all over and was once again thrown into the deep pit below. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun's stone figure disintegrated, and chunks of earth and rock crashed down. In just a few seconds, a mountain hundreds of meters high had been erected in that spot. Within this mountain, countless black threads moved, forming a seal, completely sealing Lei Shan. Having accomplished all this, Bai Xiaochun staggered, quickly retreating towards the heavenly arc. Ignoring Hong Chen's gaping eyes, Bai Xiaochun once again controlled the heavenly arc. The entire ship resembled a roaring beast, rapidly accelerating with a deafening bang, piercing through the void and flying swiftly, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. With a swift flight, the heavenly arc sped along. Hong Chen's heart was filled with complex emotions. She occasionally glanced at Bai Xiaochun. His combat prowess and the divine abilities and techniques he had displayed earlier only deepened the complexity in her eyes. However, she ultimately said nothing, closing her eyes to focus on healing her wounds. But she was severely exhausted, and the injuries were so bizarre that they were impossible to heal. Even if she could suppress them somewhat, she understood that if she continued to suppress them, the wounds would only intensify after a short time. Hong Chen sighed bitterly. At that moment, Bai Xiaochun, who had been fully focused on controlling the heavenly arc, suddenly changed expression and turned to look back at the place where he had previously suppressed Lei Shan. Instantly, a deafening explosion resounded, the earth trembled, and a whirlwind appeared in the distance, spreading in all directions. Thousands of miles away, a mountain hundreds of meters high suddenly collapsed with a thunderous roar, countless fragments of rock falling everywhere. And the Immortal Forbidden's formation also shattered. From the deep pit emerged a tall, imposing figure, Lei Shan. His face was expressionless, although his injuries were severe, with many places pierced through, creating holes. However, his wounds were gradually recovering, though each time this happened, the dark light in his eyes seemed to dim slightly. At this moment, he flew into the air, chasing after Bai Xiaochun. Impossible! Your series of divine abilities just now were no less powerful than the attack I used to severely injure this corpse puppet. How can he still catch up? Hong Chen was shocked. Bai Xiaochun remained silent, his expression growing increasingly grim. Although he didn't know the specifics, the answer was certainly related to Gongsun Wanner. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaochun felt immense pressure. Gongsun Wanner probably hasn't escaped yet. Perhaps so. Bai Xiaochun wasn't certain, his heart filled with frustration. His eyes turned bloodshot again, filled with veins. He released his grip on the heavenly boat, letting it fly forward on its remaining momentum, its speed gradually slowing down. Bai Xiaochun turned and stood behind the boat, coldly gazing towards the distant horizon. Thousands of miles away, Lei Shan was chasing after him like the wind. If I don't eliminate him, it will only make escape harder. Dragging this out is truly dangerous. Bai Xiaochun muttered to himself. He immediately concentrated his aura, raised both hands forcefully, his eyes flashing with a strange light, and channeled his cultivation at full speed. He murmured, "Water marsh." Gradually, water vapor spread from his body, enveloping the heavenly pearl, covering all directions until it encompassed 1,000 miles around. At this very moment, because he had slowed down, Lei Shan caught up. His figure appeared in the distance on the horizon like a thunderous lightning bolt, instantly entering the 1,000-mile radius covered by the water vapor. As soon as he arrived, a murderous glint flashed in Bai Xiaochun's eyes, almost materializing. He swung his hands forcefully, muttering softly, "Kingdom, Water Marsh Kingdom." As this divine ability was unleashed, within a 1,000-mile radius, the water vapor transformed into a swamp, obscuring the ground. Simultaneously, the roars of beasts echoed, as if from countless ages, reverberating in all directions. Everyone who heard it was shaken to their core, and ripples appeared in the sky. A dark glint flashed in Lei Shan's eyes. He immediately stopped, intending to retreat. However, at that moment, the beast's roar became even more ferocious, and suddenly, sharp thorns as large as mountains shot up into the sky from a 1,000-mile radius. Each thorn contained astonishing power, and now they slammed straight up into the sky, creating a terrifying destructive force, like a mountain-shattering storm, striking towards Lei Shan. His entire body trembled violently, and his body exploded. The wounds that had previously healed were torn open again, and drops of black blood gushed out. He kept retreating, but after each of the mountain-sized thorns had shot up, 5 more jagged mountains appeared. These 5 mountains were not arranged neatly, but irregularly. After they collided with Lei Shan, these 5 jagged thorns finally stopped high in the sky. From afar, it seemed as if a piece of the continent was being lifted into the sky. Upon closer observation, it was clearly a gigantic beast's foot. The mountains were sharp spikes growing on the back of the foot, and while they were enormous, the foot itself was even more colossal. The 5 jagged mountains were the toes. As for the continent, it was the beast's foot. Even now, only a part of it was visible. Although Bai Xiaochun had witnessed his Water Marsh Kingdom's life beast many times, the shock he felt was still as intense as ever. At this moment, the sky-covering beast's foot thundered down towards Lei Mountain. This scene was unimaginably shocking. No matter how Lei Shan resisted or dodged, it was useless. Finally, he let out a roar, a fierce black light flashing in his eyes, and countless black energies surged from his body, condensing into the skull of a young girl in midair. This skull let out a mournful scream and powerfully struck the beast's foot. The explosion echoed in all directions, deafening. The beast's foot fell, shaking the ground and causing it to collapse. Bai Xiaochun also spat out fresh blood, his body staggering. He had previously used the Immortal Emperor's Fist to save Hong Chennu, then unleashed a series of divine abilities, and now, with the addition of the Water Marsh Kingdom, he was utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, the beast's foot gradually faded and disappeared, leaving only a deep crater in the ground. This abyss was about 100 miles wide. Almost all the vegetation and rocks on the surface had crumbled. Inside, only a corpse remained, Lei Shan. His body was nearly shattered. He lay there motionless, his legs broken, his skull flattened, no longer resembling a human being. But then a dark light suddenly flashed in his eyes, as if intensely stimulating him, and he quickly restored his body. Immediately afterward, Lei Shan once again soared into the sky. At this moment, more than half of the dark light in his eyes had disappeared, and his aura was much weaker than before. However, after witnessing his recovery ability, Bai Xiaochun's heart gradually filled with despair. What kind of recovery ability is this? Bai Xiaochun's eyes became frantic. This Lei Shan wasn't difficult to defeat, but killing him would be infuriating. If it were another cultivator, even a heavenly human, suffering such injuries would be the end of their life. Yet Lei Shan could recover so quickly. Hong Chen Noob beside him also remained silent. Looking at Lei Shan, who had recovered more than half and was now charging out, she took a deep breath. She knew that if Lei Shan didn't die, it would be very difficult for the two of them to escape. Moreover, the situation was too urgent, and she wasn't sure how long Han Chenzi might conceal him. Once that fake Bai Xiaoqun breaks through the encirclement, he will surely catch up in a very short time, and then they will surely die. Thinking of this, Hong Chen-nu glanced deeply at Bai Xiaoqun. She had seen his series of divine techniques and abilities earlier, especially the Water Marsh Kingdom, which was enough for her to guess. But even if she wanted to, she couldn't pursue this matter. Right now, life was paramount. She closed her eyes and then immediately opened them, her gaze filled with fighting spirit and arrogance. Without hesitation, she immediately suppressed her injuries and leapt up. Her heavenly human cultivation erupted from Hong Chen-nu's body, spreading in all directions. At this moment, she seemed to return to her high and mighty form, leading the giant Ghost Legion. She flicked her sleeves and coldly spoke. Bai Hao, leave here quickly. The range of this forbidden formation must have a limit. You must report this to my father, the giant Ghost King, and the Grand Heavenly Master. The owner of this puppet can absorb life force to become stronger. This is a great disaster for our savage wilderness. After saying this, Hong Chen-nu didn't bother to wait for Bai Xiaoqun's reply. Flashing away from the heavenly arc and resolutely heading towards the recovering Lei Mountain, Bai Xiaoqun's whole body trembled. The events before him seemed so familiar, so similar to what happened in the Luochen mountain range all those years ago. He looked at Hong Chen-nu's retreating back, his breathing heavy, but he was no longer the insignificant condensation cultivator he once was. Zhao Zimai, you just need to hold out for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. After that incense stick, I'll handle everything. Bai Xiaoqun spoke, his voice cold and stern, yet filled with a bloodthirsty determination. After speaking, he turned around, not controlling the heavenly arc, but instead entered a secret chamber. He activated a formation, sealing off the surroundings, then sat down cross-legged and took out the turtle pattern cauldron. Previously, Bai Xiaoqun had refined his nascent soul 15 times, his cultivation suddenly reaching the mid-stage nascent soul. He feared it would cause too much commotion and shock, so he didn't dare continue. Also, his ranking on the Ming Emperor's list would reveal too much, making the whole world aware of the number of times he had refined his nascent soul. Therefore, even though he had refined 16 colored flames, or even 19 colored flames, he could only watch them without daring to refine his nascent soul, waiting for the right opportunity. He originally intended to refine all the way to the heavenly human stage when he was strong enough, but at this moment, under the threat of life and death, Bai Xiaoqun couldn't think that far ahead. As long as he could keep his life, he didn't care whether he was exposed or not. Moreover, the most important thing was that Gongsun Wanner's disguise had already attracted attention. Bai Xiaoqun thought that even if he cultivated his nascent soul now, it wouldn't be easy for anyone to suspect him. I can't worry about so many things. Bai Xiaoqun's eyes turned crimson. He also thought of Hong Chen-nu. However, for now, the two of them could only work together. Other matters could be dealt with later. Gongsun Wanner had indeed put too much pressure on him. She might escape very quickly. And once she chased after him, he didn't dare imagine the consequences. Right now, he could only increase his combat power to the limit to ensure he could destroy the person who hadn't died yet. Only then could Bai Xiaoqun escape without being pursued. Time was of the essence. Hong Chen-nu was already severely injured, and now she had to fight Lei Shan outside. With each passing second, the danger increased. Bai Xiaoqun trembled at the sounds of explosions coming from outside. He gritted his teeth and took out 16-colored, 17-colored, 18-colored, and 19-colored flames from his storage bag. As soon as these four multicolored flames appeared, the entire area instantly turned crimson and emitted extremely high temperatures. Bai Xiaoqun slapped his forehead, and with a loud bang, his whole body trembled. His nascent soul directly flew out from his head. Since reaching the mid-stage nascent soul, especially after refining his spirit 15 times, his nascent soul had become incredibly solid, and even when it appeared, it didn't feel cold when a cold wind blew over it. It was almost indistinguishable from his physical body, but Bai Xiaoqun didn't have time to sense the difference. His nascent soul flashed at this moment, directly entering the turtle pattern cauldron and sitting down cross-legged. He skillfully extended his hand and threw the 16 colored flames. Immediately, the 16 flames flew towards the turtle pattern cauldron, merging into it upon contact. Countless intricate patterns on the cauldron flashed with golden light, radiating boundless brilliance, enveloping Bai Xiaochun's nascent soul. A deafening explosion, inaudible to those outside, instantly resounded in Bai Xiaochun's ears. Meanwhile, Hong Chennu and Lei Shan were locked in a fierce battle. In the distance, within Kuihuang City, near the Minghuang ranking, there were no longer many soul cultivators. Seeing the number one, Bai Xiaochun, who had refined his nascent soul 15 times, everyone had despaired, no longer wanting to compete with him. No matter how much they craved it, there was nothing they could do. In everyone's eyes, surviving 15 nascent soul cultivation sessions was a miracle, and no one was reckless enough or brave enough to fight against such a person. Although there weren't as many soul cultivators here as before, there were still 3 or 5 of them, and they hadn't paid much attention to the Minghuang ranking. But at this moment, a black light suddenly burst forth from it, instantly attracting the attention of those nearby. After looking back in astonishment, their eyes almost popped out. Bai Xiaochun, his number of spirit refinement attempts has changed again. This 16 times. He stopped for so long, and now he's refining a nascent soul. Is this guy crazy? The others gasped for breath. They truly couldn't understand. Bai Xiaochun was already ranked first, while the person behind him had only refined 7 times. With such a huge difference, why would he risk his life? These people were extremely confused, but they immediately spread the news through telepathic communication, gradually shaking the entire Kuwang city. 16 times? Isn't this Bai Xiaochun being chased by the Crimson Dust Immortal? Why is he cultivating his spiritual power now? Just as everyone in the Imperial City was startled, Bai Xiaochun's position on the Ming Emperor ranking once again emitted a radiant light. After the light faded, the number 15 behind his name changed to 16, then to 17. My God, he's cultivated his spiritual power twice in a row. Could it be that Bai Xiaochun was pushed to his limit by the Crimson Dust Immortal and is now desperately trying his luck? While they were all murmuring, in Bai Xiaochun's secret chamber, 7 golden runes appeared in his nascent soul. His aura had also become much stronger, his cultivation reaching the peak of the mid-stage nascent soul. Just a little more and he could break through to the late nascent soul stage. Bai Xiaochun didn't hesitate. With a flick of his right hand, the 18 colored flames roared and flew into the turtle pattern cauldron, merging into it. At this moment, the golden light formed from the 18 colored flames was incredibly dazzling, brighter than any previous golden patterns. In an instant, that radiance enveloped Bai Xiaochun's nascent soul, and another explosion echoed in his ears. Not long after, when the golden light dissipated, Bai Xiaochun's nascent soul erupted with earth-shattering power, like a constantly surging whirlwind. He suddenly opened his eyes, and his cultivation level broke through, from the mid-nascent soul stage to the late nascent soul stage. In fact, Bai Xiaochun could have broken through before leaving Kuwang City, but he hadn't done so. By now, his cultivation had undergone a transformation. His eyes revealed an astonishing brilliance, his aura was like a vast ocean, and his combat power had increased significantly. Without stopping, Bai Zi took a deep breath. If he was going to cultivate the nascent soul, he might as well cultivate it to the extreme. He raised his right hand, and with a single gesture, the last remaining multicolored flame, 19 colors, roared and flew into the turtle pattern cauldron, merging with it. A golden light emanated from it, enveloping everything around it. It was even more powerful, terrifying, and dazzling than before. Even the secret chamber itself instantly turned golden. Hong Chennu and Lei Shan, who were fighting outside, saw the light emanating from it and looked up in astonishment. They couldn't sense the fluctuations of the cultivation, but they could feel a powerful force within the heavenly cauldron, a force so immense it could shake the heavens and earth, about to erupt. A dark glint flashed in Lei Shan's eyes as he dodged past Hong Chennu, intending to stop it. At this moment, Hong Chennu didn't care what caused the previous incident. She knew this might be her only hope of survival. Therefore, despite her unstable aura, she still exerted all her strength to block Lei Shan. Loud rumbling sounds immediately erupted, even more intense than before. Meanwhile, in Huang City, countless people were discussing loudly, their voices shaking the heavens and earth. The fact that Bai Xiaochun, who had originally refined his nascent soul 15 times, had now reached 18 caused an enormous shock. No less than when he disguised himself as Bai Hai and achieved the Earth rank. At this moment, countless soul cultivators flew from all directions of the Ming Huang ranking, all of them holding their breath as they stared at the list. Suddenly, Bai Xiaochun's name flashed with black light. The black light was dazzling, and after a while, it slowly disappeared. Following that, the number of nascent soul refinements after Bai Xiaochun's name faded and changed to 19. Everyone around immediately fell silent, but after a moment, a deafening uproar erupted again. 19 times, how is this possible? Don't even talk about refining spirit, even if it's refining treasures. To this day, the entire savage wilderness and the Kui dynasty only have 3 treasures that have been refined 19 times. Any one of them is a supreme treasure that the Kui dynasty has kept for countless years. 18-colored fire, especially that 19-colored fire. Where did Bai Xiaochun get it from? In the entire savage wilderness, only the myriad great Earth Master can refine 19-colored fire. This caused an unprecedented shock. Even the Grand Heavenly Master and the Kui dynasty were startled, let alone the 4 great heavenly kings. They couldn't help but be moved. They wouldn't have cared if Bai Xiaochun had refined spirit 15 times, but 19 times. Especially when the Giant Ghost King and the Grand Celestial Master heard this news, they immediately contacted Hong Chennu to ask what exactly was going on, since it was Hong Chennu who had been involved in the pursuit when Bai Xiaochun appeared. However, after trying to contact her, the Grand Celestial Master frowned, and the Giant Ghost King's face changed drastically. He jumped up, his breathing becoming extremely rapid. They couldn't contact Hong Chennu. Something's wrong. The Giant Ghost King's eyes became serious, and he quickly rushed out of Giant Ghost City, his powerful divine consciousness spreading in all directions. At the same time, his body also sped up with all its might, traveling a great distance in an instant. At this moment, the Giant Ghost King was extremely worried and tense. He had to find his only daughter. If it were any other time, Bai Xiaochun might have considered refining his nascent soul to create a disturbance, thereby indirectly spreading the news that he and Hong Chennu were in danger. At this moment, facing a life-or-death situation, Bai Xiaochun's mind was solely focused on how to escape, and he hadn't considered this indirect method. His nascent soul, currently seated cross-legged within the turtle pattern cauldron, suddenly opened its eyes. Immediately, those eyes flashed with a brilliant light. The light in Bai Xiaochun's eyes was like a dazzling sun, even seemingly causing thunder to reverberate throughout the secret chamber. Powerful fluctuations continuously erupted from his nascent soul, the power of a late-stage nascent soul. 15 times of refining the nascent soul could break through to the mid-stage nascent soul, 18 times to the late stage, and 19 times to bring cultivation very close to the great perfection. 20 times of refining would break through to the late-stage nascent soul, truly entering the great perfection realm. And after that, according to legend, 21 times of refining would break through to the heavenly human realm. However, this is just a legend to this day. No one in the entire Kui Imperial City has ever used this method to advance to the heavenly human realm. Therefore, whether this actually exists, or if there are any other clues or obstacles, no one knows. Even achieving 19 times the nascent soul cultivation like Bai Xiaochun did, even in the entire history of the Kui Imperial Dynasty, those who have accomplished this, while not almost non-existent, are still incredibly rare. And after cultivating his nascent soul to this level, Bai Xiaochun could vaguely sense that his nascent soul seemed to want to merge with the heavens and earth here, even having a slight intuition about the netherworld. 21 times! Perhaps it's not like the legend says, directly advancing to the heavenly human realm, but rather making the success rate of breaking through to the heavenly human realm far beyond that of ordinary people. Bai Xiaochun's nascent soul leapt back into his body, instantly casting aside those thoughts. Now was not the time to dwell on such matters. In just 3 breaths, Bai Xiaochun's body, which had been sitting cross-legged, trembled. His eyes opened, and his cultivation level instantly increased dramatically, a powerful tremor erupting from his body. Boom! His cultivation level surged to the point of shaking heaven and earth, and his combat power also increased rapidly. Previously, Bai Xiaochun could fight a heavenly human early-stage cultivator with his nascent soul mid-stage cultivation, but now, after his breakthrough, he was only half a step away from nascent soul grade perfection, giving him the confidence to crush a heavenly human early-stage cultivator. This is the strength of the heavenly nascent soul, and also the immense power that the immortal scroll provides him. Thanks to this, he, at the late nascent soul stage, can already overwhelm the early heavenly human stage. Lei Shan. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, retracted the turtle pattern cauldron, and his body quickly rushed out. At that moment, the entire secret chamber shattered, and he was like a lightning bolt, rushing out at lightning speed. Almost immediately after he rushed out of the secret chamber, Lei Shan outside, his whole body flashing with black light, struck Hong Chennu with a punch, causing her wounds, which had been suppressed forcibly, to immediately flare up. Hong Chennu spat out fresh blood, and her injuries could no longer be controlled and completely erupted. Her eyes became hazy, and she let out a mournful cry, intending to desperately suppress her wounds once again. But at that moment, the secret chamber of the heavenly pearl behind her shattered. Bai Xiaochun, swift as lightning, rushed out, immediately embracing Hong Chennu, and with a flick of his sleeve, lashed out at Lei Shan. "Get out!" This seemingly simple flick caused the sun and moon to lose their light, the wine to rise, and a storm, like a tempest reaching the heavens, suddenly appeared and roared towards Lei Shan. A dark light flickered in Lei Shan's eyes. He quickly retreated, but was still a step too late, and the storm directly struck him. The earth roared, and Lei Shan spat out a large amount of black blood. His body creaked and cracked, countless fissures appearing, and he was thrown back several hundred meters, crashing into the ground. Although Hong Chennu was half-conscious, her face was filled with terror as she stared blankly at Bai Xiaochun. She was about to say something, but it was too late. Blood spurted from her mouth, and she fell unconscious. Bai Xiaochun landed on the ground, gently placing Hong Chennu down. When he looked up, his expression was extremely grim. His body seemed to radiate an overwhelming killing intent, erupting with a thunderous roar that distorted the sky. Dark clouds appeared, and the ground around him trembled and cracked continuously. Bai Xiaochun took a step closer to Lei Shan, his terrifyingly violent aura erupting relentlessly. A dark glint flashed in Lei Shan's eyes. Bai Xiaochun now was vastly different from just a moment ago, causing even a fearless man like him to instinctively feel a immortal body. Bai Xiaochun slowly opened his mouth, but before he finished speaking, he stomped his foot, his body flying out at an incredibly fast speed, no less than teleportation, leaving only an afterimage that was indistinguishable. In an instant, he appeared in front of Lei Shan, raising his right hand and delivering a powerful punch. Lei Shan raised both hands to block, letting out a roar for the first time, like a trapped beast struggling with all its might. A thunderous roar shook the heavens and earth. Just as Lei Shan blocked Bai Xiaochun's punch, an immense force erupted, overwhelming him and leaving him unable to recover, instantly shattering his hands. Pieces of Lei Shan's hands exploded one after another, his body reeling backward. But before he could react, Bai Xiaochun had already stepped forward. Immortal body. The same question echoed as his right foot powerfully swept forward, kicking Lei Shan's left leg. With that kick, Lei Shan's left leg felt as if the sky had fallen on it, instantly exploding into a bloody mess. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun directly slammed his head down. Boom! Lei Shan's entire body gushed with black blood. Half of his body had completely shattered and exploded. The black light in his eyes, though flickering, was incredibly dim and sluggish. "I don't believe you truly possess an immortal body." Bai Xiaochun's voice was like a biting winter wind. His right hand clenched into a fist, his body moved with extreme strangeness, and he instantly appeared in front of Lei Shan, delivering a powerful punch.